All right, let's try and move into our chairs so we can get our meeting started today. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our meeting. Before we get started here, I'd like to introduce, welcome to the table, Dr. Karen Braby in the PFMC seat. For our first agenda item, John Ugeritz will be connected virtually here. And before we begin, I will turn to the Executive Director for any commencing remarks.
Good morning, Council. Let's see, a couple of remarks. Unfortunately, we have a security incident here, and we lost most of our computer infrastructure out of this room last night. So don't leave your computers here over lunch. We'll take them with us. Our very creative IT and audio people have patched something back together. We think it's going to work, but there may be hiccups. We may need to pause from time to time just as we broadcast. So that's one overarching remark. Also, just for everyone's benefit, we did defer the ecosystem agenda item, which was E1, that was scheduled for yesterday afternoon. We'll pick that up first thing this morning. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we do have a plan to speed that agenda item up a little bit, as well as a couple of others, and I'm optimistic we'll be back on schedule by the end of the day today. So other than that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any remarks, but I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
All right, I'll look around. Any questions for the Executive Director before we continue? And not seeing then, it's my pleasure to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Smith to start this session. Butch, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess it's technically yesterday still, so we'll see Gilly is ready to go. So Gilly, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council members. Mr. Vice Chair, this is agenda item E1, the 2025-2026 California Current Ecosystem Status Report and Science Review Topics. As described in the situation summary for this item, this is an opportunity for the Council to receive a presentation from the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team on the annual State of the Ecosystem Report. The purpose of the report, which can be found under this agenda item in the briefing book in CCIEA Report 1, is to provide information about the current status of the California current ecosystem in an accessible, straightforward format so that the Council may better account for ecosystem variability in its decisions. This agenda item is also an opportunity for the Council to select ecosystem science topics for SSC review. The CCIEA team submitted a list of 3 candidate ecosystem research topics for consideration by the SSC, which can be found in Supplemental CCIEA Report 2. In its supplemental report under this item, the SSC provides its recommendations to the Council on these review topics. Based on Council guidance, the SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee may schedule a meeting later in the year to conduct the review. The materials in the briefing book for this agenda item include the attachments referenced above, plus 2 additional reports from the CCIEA team, Appendix D on near-term climate and ecosystem forecasts, and Appendix S showing fisheries participation networks, as well as reports from the SSC, Ecosystem Work Group, Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, and the Habitat Committee. The Council action today is to review the California Current Ecosystem Status Report and consider ecosystem science review topics for 2026. For the agenda order, we'll begin with a presentation from the CCIEA team leads, Dr. Mary Hunsaker and Ms. Amanda Phillips of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and Dr. Andrew Lysing of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. We'll then turn to the reports of the management teams and advisory bodies, followed by any public comment. We'll then move into Council discussion and action. With that, I'll just look to see if there are any questions, and if not, we can begin the presentation from the CCIA team whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Any questions of Gilly? All right, so I'll call up our glasses off, can't see with them on. First presenters, Hunksinger, Andrew Lysinging, and Amanda Phillips, please come to the table. Good
Great,
morning. How are you doing? Thank you,
Pretty good.
and sorry for the little tardiness of our actions yesterday. But
The beauty of government purchased airline tickets, they can be switched at any time.
all righty,
so no
well, anytime
problem.
you're ready. Thank you.
All right, great. Well, we thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council, for having us here today. Before I start, I just always like to acknowledge that we three are here representing a huge team. There's more than 90 people that contribute to the material in this report, and that stretches across 23 different agencies. We have a core team of folks listed here that are the major people responsible for the logistics of bringing all this material together for you. So next slide, please. So we'd like to lead with the full summary kind of first, just so you can walk away with that if you missed everything else. So we'll jump right into it here. These are our sort of large scale highlights for the system for last year. We break this down into a set of sort of positive indicators. So on the whole, the sort of basin scale indicators that we tend to look at, things like ENSO and PDO, those were both, we had a La Nina last year and we had the negative PDO condition, and those are typically associated with productive conditions throughout the California current ecosystem. We also had, in terms of the upwelling, which you'll probably most of you be familiar, upwelling is a process that brings the cool, nutrient-rich waters to the surface. Last year, we had a burst of early winter upwelling, and then throughout most of the summer, we had strong, consistent upwelling coastwide, which again supported productivity throughout the system. And the good part about that is it also held the large marine heat wave somewhat offshore during the year. In terms of the bottom of the food web, for zooplankton, krill was abundant coastwide, and it increased slightly in the north relative to past years. And also the northern copepod biomass was high during the early winter and spring of last year. We had a few unfavorable conditions last year in terms of basin scale wide things. Our predictions right now suggest that we're transitioning out of La Nina into either neutral or even an ENSO or a El Nino condition towards the end of the summer or fall this next year. And in terms of ocean temperatures, many of you may be aware that there was a massive heat wave last year. In fact, it was the largest in terms of area in the Northeast Pacific. And we had record warm temperatures across the Northeast Pacific. And coastal temperatures right now are still enormously warm. Next slide, please. So just to go through some of the highlights for 2025, the graph in the upper left is showing the course of upwelling, which again, that's one of the most important physical triggers in our system. And you'll notice that to the far left there's a blip that kind of goes up above the zero line, and that was this early burst of upwelling, which can be a good thing, but unfortunately this year also was tied to a large harmful algal bloom that happened off Southern California, which led to record numbers of marine mammal strandings. But then after that event, as we went into the summer, we had strong, consistent upwelling through most of the summer period, and you'll notice this figure kind of in the center middle is showing the anomaly of surface temperatures. And the important thing I'll draw your attention to is all the blue coloring right along the coast there. So that's evidence of that strong upwelling. But you'll notice that massive heat wave is in the red far offshore at that point. But fortunately, again, it was held offshore by the upwelling. So I like to say upwelling sort of saved the day for us during the summer. But then as we transitioned into the fall, this picture on the far right is showing the extent of that heat wave at its largest size, covering almost the entire region and a large portion of the EEZ, which is outlined in a sort of blue dashed line there. Next slide, please. Looking to the outlooks for 2026, again, this figure on the left is a series of ensemble models that come from the CPC that predict what the probabilities are of ENSO being La Nina, El Nino, or a neutral condition. The gray bars are the neutral and the red are the El Nino. So you can see as the season progresses into summer and fall, it's getting more and more likely that we might transition back to a El Nino condition. The figure on the right is showing the seasonal drought outlook. And so the good news is that you'll see it's mostly white all along most of the western states there. That means it's not, there's no drought forecast, but unfortunately, the snowpack levels, I haven't showed a figure right here of that, but the snowpack levels are quite low throughout most of the region, except for a few spots in California. That was mostly due because we had quite a bit of rain, precipitation that got us out of the drought conditions, but the rain was warm. And so the rain ended up not building up the snowpack like we would like it to happen. Next slide, please. As far as all this marine heat, and heat waves, the figure on the left, again, this is my latest image of what the sea surface temperature anomaly looks like from the science quality data. And it's a couple weeks old, but you'll notice we still have a lot of heat all up and down the coast throughout the EEZ. And then we have a model forecast that looks ahead several months to see the probability of heat waves. And it looks like we'll still be having offshore heat waves throughout this year. With an eventual, again, penetration into the coastal regions by October. Next slide, please. And then we have one additional model that focuses in on the sort of northwest region. This is the JScope model forecast. It also confirms the same idea that we'll have this figure on the left is showing that as we head towards into summer, conditions will be mostly warmer than they typically are. The figure on the right is showing low bottom oxygen, and we'll probably have, according to this model, we'll have low bottom oxygen as well as forecast. But again, I always like to caution everyone that these models, when they're spun up, these models are initialized in January and then run through the rest of the year. It's probably one of the times when we have the sort of least confidence in these models. The models get much better when we initialize them in April. We just obviously aren't able to provide you with that model just yet. So do take these things with a little bit of caution. Next slide, please. And that's it for me. I will hand over to Mary to cover the ecosystem.
Sandy. Good morning, everyone. Yes, so I'm going to speak a little bit about the ecology in the California current over the past year. I'll also start with some of the positive signs that we saw in the ecosystem. So in terms of forage, we did see a diverse and abundant forage base coastwide based on our ecosystem surveys. We saw high numbers of larval and juvenile anchovy and groundfish, particularly rockfishes, in our surveys, as well as in the diets of top predators, including highly migratory species and seabirds. For salmon, in the juvenile salmon and ocean ecosystem survey, we found above average abundances of yearling coho salmon and chum salmon in the Northern California current. Also, some of our models indicate that we can expect near average returns of Chinook salmon to the Columbia Basin in 2026 as well as in 2027. Also, our salmon stoplight tables for the California salmon indicate that there were some marginal improvements in habitat conditions for Central Valley Chinook salmon. In the report, we often include, or every other year, we include an update or the status of groundfish biomass and fishing pressure based on the most recent stock assessments, which indicate that many of the groundfish stock biomasses are above biomass limit reference points. In Appendix K, we also introduced some new potential indicators for groundfishes that we're hoping, or we have asked the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee to review in September. Also, at the various seabird colonies in Oregon, California, and Washington, we've seen an overall increase in fledgling production at these seabird colonies in 2024. In 2025, which they've increased from 2024. This is likely due to that early winter upwelling that led to some productive conditions in the ecosystem and to a good forage base. Next slide, please. In terms of some unfavorable conditions in the California current, we did see very high catches of pyrosomes in the central and southern California current forage surveys. In the Central California current, the Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey saw the highest abundances of pyrosomes that they've seen since they started the survey. For salmon in the north, we found that winter ichthyoplankton indices suggested some unfavorable feeding conditions for juvenile salmon in the Northern California current. However, again, overall, the conditions were fairly favorable for salmon in that region. Habitat conditions do indicate low returns for Klamath River Fall Chinook, though, in 2026 and in 2027. In terms of whale entanglements, the confirmed whale entanglements remained elevated in that 2024 levels. And there are also fishing restrictions and closures all along the coast due to concerns about risks due to whale entanglements in the commercial Dungeness crab fishery. In terms of HAVs, there were record domoic acid events in Southern California that had large impacts on marine life in that region. We've also seen an increase in dinoflagellate-produced toxins that caused, high mortality in marine mammals and also impacts on human health. These domoic acid events or these HAP events have caused impacts on marine life, human health, and on fisheries, particularly shellfish fisheries in the California current. Next slide, please. So now I'll just walk through a couple slides to illustrate the ecosystem conditions in the California current this past year. So this figure on the left shows a cluster analysis applied to the juvenile salmon and ocean ecosystem survey data. Within this figure on the left, the blue colors indicate that the species were abundant, the red indicates that they were low or rare, and the gray indicates that they were close to average. And so what we see in 2025, similar to last year, we see a lot of blue, indicating that there were fairly good forage conditions, again, in this region this past year. We saw high abundances of jellies, market squid, as well as juvenile salmon, as I mentioned earlier. And the time series on the right, which are it shows the CPUE of yearling coho and juvenile chum salmon over the past several years. And as we can see, the abundances of these two juvenile species were quite high in this past year and pretty much the highest on record that we've seen. Some of the other ecosystem surveys, as well as including the Newport Hydrographic Line and the NCC Spring Ecosystem Survey, which I don't show the data here, but they also indicate good forage conditions, including young of year sardine, krill, Pacific herring, and juvenile rockfishes. Next slide, please. So this is a figure next. Oh, sorry. So here on the bottom right is the results of the coast-wide krill survey that was part of the integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey this year. And what we see in 2025 was that there was an increase in krill abundance, particularly in the Northern California current up into British Columbia in 2025. And this increased compared to the previous two survey years in 2021 and 2023. So overall, the Northern California current had good forage conditions. Next slide, please. So the figure on the left is a similar cluster analysis that was applied to data from the Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey. And again, we can see in this region, the Central California current, forage conditions looked pretty good. We saw the high abundances of young of year rockfishes, young of year sardine, and some other flatfishes as well. If we look at the time series on the right, we see that young of year rockfish have been abundant over the past couple of years at similar to sort of their high levels between around 2013 to 2015. We have seen a small decline in adult anchovy in the Central California current, although the abundances are still above average. And again, as I mentioned, within the seabird diets and HMS diets, we could see that they were taking advantage of these rockfish and anchovy, as well as smelts and sand lands in the Central California current and the Northern California current. I'm not showing data from the Cal Coffee data here, but again, those data from the Southern California current also point to high abundances of forage in that system as well. Next slide, please. So now I just wanted to show you some of the results of the salmon stoplight table from this past year. This figure here shows a summary of the physical and biological indicators that help support qualitative outlooks of Chinook salmon returning to the Bonneville Dam and the survival of Oregon coho returning to the Oregon coast. And so here in this figure, the green and blue colors indicate that the indicators are above the 1 to 2 standard deviations above the mean. The yellow indicates that the indicators are within 1 standard deviation of the mean, and the orange and yellow indicate that they're with less than 1 or 2 standard deviations below the mean. And I'll just mention that you see that blue box there. It's just indicating that Chinook salmon from smolt year 2024 and coho salmon from smolt year 2025 represent the dominant adult age classes returning in 2026. So overall, we see that most indicators suggest moderate ocean conditions for juvenile salmon. The conditions indicate average survival for returning coho in 2026. And the quantitative outlooks for Chinook indicate that we may expect near average counts of Chinook returning in 2026 to the Columbia Basin. Next slide, please. So this stoplight table shows the habitat conditions for California Chinook salmon over the past several years. The blue box here shows the brood years for Chinook salmon in 2023 and 2024. Those salmon outmigrated in 2024 and 2025 and will be returning to the rivers in 2026 and 2027. Overall, we see for Sacramento River Fall Chinook and Central Valley Spring Chinook that there were highly favorable outmigration temperatures and relatively low early marine predation pressure. However, we also see highly unfavorable outmigration temperatures for these two stocks and also low counts of the natural area spawners. This combination of highly favorable outmigration flows and unfavorable outmigration temperatures is a little bit unusual, not something we often see, so it's a bit difficult to predict how this will affect these two stocks and their returns to the region. The indicators for Klamath River Fall Chinook are consistent with probably low returns in 2026 and 2027. Both the outmigration temperatures and the marine sea surface temperatures were pretty poor for the past two brood years. Okay, next slide, please. Now I'll pass it over to Amanda Phillips, who's going to talk about some of the human well-being indicators.
Hi, Mary, and thank you to the council. I am covering the human dimensions and human well-being today. So first, some positive indicators. Landings and revenue had a slight increase in the total revenue from 2024, which is mainly due to increased landings of Pacific whiting, HMS, and market squid. Some unfavorable and risk factors included some HAB activity coastwide that led to fisheries closures and impacts to human health. Our coastwide landings, while improving from 2024, still remain well below the long-term average, and that includes some decrease in crab landings. We also had California salmon fisheries remaining closed in the past year. And for our coastal communities, we had 4 port groups that closed major processor facilities. Some of those port groups included communities with high social vulnerability. We saw a revenue concentration increase in groundfish, and our revenue diversification remains at a historic low with reduced fishery connectivity. Next slide, please. So here we have our total fishery landings. The highlighted FMPs saw increases, including the 44% increase in Pacific whiting from 2024. We also saw increases with HMS, Pacific whiting, market squid, non-whiting groundfish, and shrimp. I would note that while we saw increase in landings of both HMS and non-whiting groundfish, the revenue has remained lower than the previous 5-year average. Next slide, please. We also saw a reduction in connectivity with groundfish fisheries for a few key ports. I've highlighted here the 4 ports that saw major processor closures in 2024. And we also saw they were in Bellingham, Newport, Crescent City, and Eureka. Astoria and Bodega Bay both increased the number of fisheries in their participation network, and Astoria also saw increased connectivity between fisheries. Tillamook, Coos Bay, Eureka, Fort Bragg, and Morrow Bay faced substantial declines in the number of fisheries per port in the past few years, without the expected increase in connectivity between fisheries, which suggests a reduced opportunity for participation. Next slide, please. This is a highlight of Northern Oregon ports. So you can see on the left here is our 2024 Fisheries Participation Network for Newport, and the figure on the right shows our 2025 Participation Network for Newport. You can see a loss of the non-DTS groundfish node from Newport. They've remained present in Tillamook and Astoria. Next slide, please. So moving on to what we're looking forward to with the CCIEA team, we're continually looking for new ways to support the climate-ready and ecosystem-based decision-making. That includes some information in Appendix E, where we had indicators of climate change, including PDO with a changing climate and synthesizing spatial shifts of species. There is also Appendix U, which looks at a new framework for applying the IEA approach to understanding interactions with new ocean use sectors. It looks at 6 new ocean use sectors and a portfolio of indicators. Next slide, please. Some new activities this year include applying fishing fleets as ecosystem sentinels, highlighted in Appendix E, and an increase in short-term forecasts of ocean conditions to support impacts on fisheries and communities in a timely manner. Next slide, please. And this is just to highlight the other core members of our team that are meeting year-round to help provide this report. In addition to the 3 people you see here, they're absolutely integral to producing such a great report. Next slide, please. In addition to this full list of contributors of more than 90 people who provide data and analysis. Next slide. And here's just a quick snapshot of some of the science that goes into this report. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of the presenters? Brad? Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Yeah, thank you for the report, the presentation. Really good stuff. Look forward to it every year. This is a very different slideshow than what we have earlier submitted. So I would just hope that you could get that. This would be available to us in the briefing book and for us and future other folks too, if that matters. So anyway, just thank you for coming and presenting and appreciate that.
Through the chair, if I could just respond briefly. We also have a much longer version of the presentation is available from a webinar that we gave last week. So I believe that's all on the YouTube channel. So it has the same information we had here, plus some additional slides and more detailed information. So, and actually one other thing we forgot to mention, there was a QR code that's embedded in some of the slides. And that's also a spot you can go to where you can get an interactive website that shows details on all of the indicators that we have and lets you kind of peruse them in more detail as well.
Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Did want to just thank all of you for this excellent report. As usual, it's been an incredibly valuable resource, and appreciate the tremendous amount of work that goes into compiling everything and synthesizing such a broad range of information into a relatively easily digestible format. I know that alone takes some work, and really do want to note how much I and ODFW appreciate the inclusion of the Oregon crab, megalope, time series data. Having that information represented is extremely useful for those of us that work closely with Oregon fisheries and our coastal ecosystems. And I also found Appendix U on the ecosystem interactions with the new ocean use sectors helpful. With all that, though, then thank you. I do have a question. There have been discussions on continuing partnering with ODFW on our science roundtables. Can you speak a bit how useful those discussions have been, or if they have been, and how information from those roundtables is incorporated into this report? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you very much for your comments and for your question. I can address the question around the roundtables. The science centers are really interested in engaging with the fishing community, and this is something that we're hoping to increase over the next few years, and we're trying to coordinate our efforts among the science centers to do this. About 2 years ago, we started partnering with ODF&W, Oregon Sea Grant, and OSU to work with them for the fishery roundtables that happen twice a year. And during that, we have the opportunity to engage with the fishermen, share the science that we're doing, some of the observations we're seeing on the water, hear from them about what they're seeing on the water, and trying to incorporate that within our report, and potentially down the road, maybe potentially include some of that information in the risk tables that we've been developing for groundfish. We also use that opportunity to identify common areas of research interest and hoping to develop some cooperative research projects with fishermen as well. We do have interest in expanding those roundtables to other regions along the coast within Oregon, Washington, and California. And we're also trying to identify other ways to try to get information from fishermen, whether it's through some sort of app that they have on them, through email, through text messages, so that we can try to get some more information that we can include in these report and other efforts. Yes, thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Dave?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for your report. It is very valuable information, and it seems to align with a lot. I fish on the North Coast. I'm currently fishing rockfish midwater, and I really are seeing a lot of feed out there, a mix of feed of even the squid, the small market squid are up our way, and a lot of herring. One thing I've been concerned with, and I'm not sure if I see it in here, is I have a net sounder on my net, so I'm fishing at about 60 fathoms on my head rope, and I'm getting 54 degrees down there, which is really pretty warm. You know, normally it'd be around 48 or 47, somewhere in there. And I'm knocking on this thing like, is this thing really accurate or what? But it's a little concerning to see that warm water through the water column. I was just curious if the information is collected through the water column for sea temperature, or is it just surface temperatures that you collect?
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, we do have temperatures all through the water column in different places. It depends on where you look. So at some of the like say Newport line, they do a lot of sampling all the way from surface to bottom, and the transect all the way offshore. We have a lot of that information is in there's an appendix that's not the forecast appendix, but it's like the other additional physical variables that we collect. So there's an appendix that has quite a bit of that detail. We also have now a fleet of gliders that have been out there for a decade or more in a bunch of different areas that we have subsurface temperature data for. So yes, we have all that. We just normally don't bring it up these things to the time. But yes, we do collect all that information. And yes, it's been quite warm out there. And as I mentioned, right now, it's actually much warmer for most of the coastline than it usually would be at this time of year. So it's not an absolute temperature very warm right now, but much warmer than it normally would be. It's almost at the stage where if I showed you the picture right now, you would, if you didn't know any better, you'd think we were in an El Nino. It's that warm, right? So we've got a little bit of an unusual condition this year, and we're not really sure how that's going to play out. Unlike an El Nino, these warm temperatures right now in most places are just at the surface, and we expect that they actually will recede back to cooler temperatures as the upwelling kicks in sometime around late March to April.
Follow-up question. Thank you. With the Newport closures, are those related to fish availability, or it seems like some of my processors I've talked to is they really are not being able to meet the requirements for discharge for their plants without spending millions of dollars, and it doesn't seem like the ports themselves are too concerned with trying to assist them. So they've been kind of pulling out at certain places, kind of the same with Bellingham. They tried cooking fish are doing secondary processing, and there's all these new condos along the waterfront. Didn't like the smell of the oil cooking there, so they kind of got squeezed out, I think, and the ports aren't really that interested in helping them continue their operations. So I was wondering if it's more of an economic thing rather than fish availability to them.
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. That's generally the feedback that we've heard, that it is mostly an economic decision. The Newport and Bornstein closure, or sorry, Newport and Bellingham were both at Bornstein closures. So those were the same company that consolidated their processors to Astoria. We don't have, a specific survey that, captures that information, but that is generally the feedback that we've been hearing.
Dr. Lent, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you so much for coming here to present this report that is really such a gift to us, the way I see it, helping us understand and manage our fisheries. I just want to dig a little bit into the idea of diversification. When I was able to take a couple field trips and speak with fishing communities, I understood that many times a fishing year is, okay, crab here, then I'll switch over to this and I'll switch over to that. And a lot of diversification. And it struck me that might be in part because you reach a quota, or you've got a choke species or whatever you're adjusting to fishing. And it seems like those struggles are not getting any better. So you wouldn't necessarily expect diversification to be reduced. Maybe it should be more obvious to me. Are you, I think you're only looking at diversification within the fishery sector. You're not asking, are people like an Uber driver or something between it? You're just looking at fishing, correct?
Thank you for that question through the chair. In this report, we just look at fishing. There's another survey called the Fisheries Participation Survey that will be deployed this year. It's deployed usually every 3 years. And they look at whether fishers are looking at or diversifying with other sectors. And it also looks at what threshold they would need of a payment difference to change sectors.
Okay.
So, we have found in the surveys in the past that they would need to make nearly double the income outside of the sector to consider switching out of fisheries. From what we hear with these participation surveys is that fishers really do want to stay in this sector and prefer to diversify their income within fishing rather than outside of fishing.
Thank you for that. That's really interesting. I look forward to more information on that. And can you explain, maybe again, this should be obvious, the relationship between diversification and connectivity that have to do with participating in the same fisheries? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. The diversification looks, so we have a couple of different diversification indices in there. There is the one diversification index that is composed of an effective Shannon index, and that is looking kind of across vessels, how many fisheries they're participating in and what proportion of the revenue that comes from. So you get a different value if it's split equally between 5 fisheries versus if it is one fishery that does the majority of the revenue and a couple of small fisheries. And then we have our fisheries participation networks, and that counts both the number of fisheries that an individual vessel is participating in, and it also is looking at how many vessels are participating in which fishery. So if they are fishing in shrimp, are they also likely to be doing DTS, or are they more likely DTS groundfish, or are they more likely to be doing shrimp and crab? So kind of the strength between those individual fisheries is the connectivity measure. So in a perfectly diversified port, you would have many different fisheries, and each of those connectivities would be kind of equally long. But as we all know, there are different trade-offs to which diversified fisheries you're participating in, and different costs and switching. So we see differences there. Thank you.
Chairman Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to all of you for the report. It's always incredibly interesting, full of information. Answer to my question might be somewhere back in the appendices. There's a lot of stuff, but it's related to heat waves and what's going on. In the early part of the report, it mentions the 2025 heat wave re-emerged, which I sort of read that as it wasn't expected, and then it showed up. I didn't go back to the prior year's report, but then a couple pages later in here, it talks about 2026, and it says the heat wave is forecast to return. So now there's a look forward that, one of my questions, maybe this is just more scientific opinion, is are heat waves the new norm? That it's not an anomaly anymore, that expect it. And then the piece that because you're able to predict it, the database isn't very large, but what should we anticipate as impacts from that? And I wouldn't want to make that prediction, but in terms of fisheries and resources, there's a sense it's going to happen. So what's the resource response to this heat wave that's going to happen next year? So,
Okay, well, thank you for the question. So yeah, if I can clear that up. So yes, it almost at this point is like the new normal, I would say. We've had these major heat waves almost every year since we had the first big one, the blob. We called it back in it lasted basically from fall of 2013 through almost 2016. It was multi-year. The difference, though, has been these other heat waves, other than blob, usually are a more summer and fall event, at least in terms of their impacts in our coastal regions. And so the other part of that is that these other heat waves that we've had recently usually don't penetrate nearly as deep as that original blob did. And so they tend not to have the impacts. Okay. So when I said that they could have reemerged, the typical pattern for the last several years has been that these heat waves form really far, I mean, thousands of miles offshore. They form in the spring, they gradually grow in size and eventually reach the coast sometime after the upwelling shuts down in the fall. And this tends to be after the productive season. So the impacts have been somewhat limited. Now, this last year, when I talked about it reemerging, what tends to happen after the fall, it hits, but then usually during November, December, they recede back far offshore again and don't stick around on the coast. So the reemergence, in a sense, this year, thinking of sort of December of 2025, was that instead of shifting back offshore, major parts of it stayed inshore. And that's something a little bit different that we don't normally see. And that's why I'm talking about that for 2026, even right now, as I was saying, it was really warm, much warmer than normal up and down the coast. But the predictions for this coming year follow essentially the same phenology that we've seen past years, where it's going to be mostly offshore and probably come in the fall. So I don't really expect to see impacts from the summer and fall any different really than we've had the last couple of years. And again, our system, because we've got the upwelling system, that's really what drives all the productivity, and it also saves us from these heat waves. As long as we've got good upwelling going along the coast, we'll have a productive system, and things will be okay. It's a question now, I think it's an open research topic, is these impacts in the fall, are there other carry-ons through the next year? And particularly this year, we'll be watching carefully to see if this early season heat has additional impacts as we go through this year. So I guess, stay tuned for next year's report and see if we can see if there's been some impacts of the slightly more unusual situation that's happening right now.
All right. Are there any? Oh, Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thank you, IAEA team, very much for this. I just reiterate how helpful it is, and every year just really look forward to this. So thank you very much. And it sounds like there's just so many people working on it. So thanks to your entire team. My question is regarding, I'm not sure what slide it's on because we have different slide decks here, but a note about revenue concentration increased last year. And I was wondering if we could just get a little bit more texture about that, if there's any takeaways that, are not obvious from the report or the slides, or any insight into that. And also, I think that's for you, Dr. Amanda Phillips. And I think maybe this is your first time at the table.
Yeah, thank you. This is my first time presenting.
Welcome.
My second year on the IEA team.
Okay, amazing. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to expand on that. That is our tile index, and it measures revenue concentration along the coast for different species groups. In general, we saw kind of a continuation from the past couple of years for coastwide revenue for all species groups combined, and that's been pretty standard for the entire time series. The area where we're seeing two big differences is within the HMS sector, where we're actually seeing revenue concentration spread out. So it's becoming more distributed along the coast. And then with our groundfish fisheries, that's where we're seeing increased revenue concentration. So in that case, there's been general revenue concentration over the years, but last year was the highest revenue concentration we have seen on record. This is, we're trying to put the pieces together because some of this is fairly new, but it is likely due to those processor closures. That's reducing the number of ports that are fishing for groundfish, so the revenue concentration increases.
Thanks for that. Can you, that's interesting that HMS is actually more distributed. Can you talk a little bit about that as well?
That is not, HMS is not my area of expertise, but my understanding is just that the spatial coverage was just of the species was a little more equal this year compared to usual. It's also a little bit more variable of a species, so we don't see, groundfish is really the only group where we're seeing just a really steady gradual incline year over year instead of annual variability.
Ryan Wolf. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think you can see by the questions and comments you've received from around the table how relevant this is for the work that we do here at the council and from the management perspective. So really appreciate that. But I also wanted to take the time to acknowledge the significant effort. I know this was just a snapshot of the full report. There's a lot in there. And just like we're looking at on the screen, it really is a Herculean effort of folks involved. But I wanted to also acknowledge you did that this year while having to deal with the largest shutdown and furlough in history. So that is no small feat also to get this still on time and as thorough and in-depth as it was. So just a big thank you.
All righty. Oh. Jamie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you very much for this report. So I just have a couple of things to touch on. I really appreciate it. I believe it was slide 20, well, in the larger slide 22, really capturing the recruitment event that happened for Rockfish and showing the young a year in there. Last year, I had lobster fishermen from the Channel Islands area sending me pictures of rockfish this big, and I said, throw a gauge next to it, send me the picture, and I'll, because we need to capture that because it doesn't always get seen in an assessment. And like when it was so big, I was like, this has to be captured. So it was captured, and I'm really grateful for that. And for this series that when it's able to capture that, it's really important for our projections for out years. And same with anchovy. We definitely saw an abundance of anchovy this last couple years, but this last year especially in the live bait fishery. And so that was, seeing it's like, okay, we're not crazy. And so, but also it's kind of like a touchstone and a sounding like, okay, like, yeah, that's lining up. This matches what we're seeing. I had, let's see here, page 25 of the big deck, the krill survey. Was it 25? Yeah. Just a question because I don't know. I noticed that was it that there was none seen or no transects done below 35 north latitude in the.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I believe they do sample further south there. I think they just saw, to the best of my knowledge, I can double check that too, but I think the krill abundance was just lower, so it didn't show up as much. But off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly where they start that survey. But overall, the trend was they saw higher krill abundance off Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia, and lower observations off California. I will say that the Rockfish Ecosystem Assessment Survey, they saw, which samples off Central California, and they saw sort of like average, a little bit below average krill abundance. So it wasn't super, those surveys weren't capturing like a super low abundance of krill.
Okay, I'm trying to align what we're seeing with what you're seeing and how it all comes together. And is it just trying to understand, like, is it that just that part of the survey doesn't really capture it, or the effort on it is not down there? Maybe just because we have such an abundance of whales in the Southern California bight there that it's like, and they're krill type whales. So just trying to line that up and better understand that. And then a question, and I apologize for my ignorance on this, but page 43 in the main deal, it was social vulnerability and fishing engagement for commercial and recreational, a kind of like heat mappy kind of situation. In recreational for Southern California, in the gray, so it has the top 5, and then it has like a lot of gray dots. It points out an area called Hamul, and I'm just wondering how that's inland of San Diego, and I'm just trying to understand how that fit. Like, where is this, just where people are coming from, or like where are these places? Like, is it where the effort is happening, or is it where people are coming from? Because I'm trying to understand how Hamul would end up on there.
Through the chair, thank you. That is a fairly common question with this index, and it can sometimes pull up communities. It's at the CDP level, and it can sometimes pull up unexpected communities. It looks at things for recreational fishing. It looks at things like where bait shops, fishing shops are located. It looks at the addresses of people who hold recreational fishing permits. So sometimes you'll have like a cluster of people that are living inland holding these permits, or shops that are supporting fishing that are outside of the area.
Very cool. And then I just want to give a shout out to the work that you guys do. October, we had MREP, Marine Resource Education Program, and we had Dave Checkley from Scripps came and give us a talk. So I feel like I had a little bit of a sneak peek of some of this because I had like some pre-published data type of thing. And so it was neat to kind of see some of that pop up in here. So thank you.
I believe, Corey, you do have your hand up, Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Looking through this, I really appreciate the work that you all have been doing to think about how can you take this really amazing core ESR and turn it into spin-off products or other products that the council can use in sort of a single FMP context or a habitat context or a marine planning context. It's great. I realize that a lot of the science that you do is already informing all of that. But in terms of sort of specific products where that's brought forward for the council process itself, that's really helpful. So kind of along those lines, 2 questions. One, I noticed there in the Appendix D, the near-term climate and ecosystem forecasts. Really interesting. So I was wondering if you're thinking about just getting some thoughts on how that could be used by folks in the council process. And then 2, if there's any other sort of spin-off products that you all have been marinating on or thinking about or have ideas around that we could give you some feedback on here that might be helpful. Looking ahead in the briefing book a little bit, I see like mini ESRs are pointed out, and that does seem really exciting. So, yeah.
Sure. Thanks, David. Thank you for the question through the chair. So, all right, there's a lot there. First, in terms of other products, yes. So we tried for the first time this last year to do sort of this mini ESR, sort of a semi halfway through the season report, just as a trial to see how that would work. It was just a 2-pager, and the thing is, for those kind of midterm reports, we get the physical data almost up to near real time, but the biological data is always not even close to really real time. In fact, we got some of the biological data for this year's report from, like, say, last year. We got it maybe a week before we handed in the report, right? Because especially things were very delayed with the furlough. So there's only some things we can provide in these sort of midterm reports, but I think this year it was kind of a successful pilot of doing this midterm report. And our idea for the future is we'd like to coordinate with the council on potentially providing exactly what you said, perhaps these smaller sort of mid-stage reports that might target particular meetings of the council and target whatever decisions are being made there, and have sort of a tailored report that will provide the most relevant information that we have available towards decisions that are being made at that. It's an issue too of our workload, of course, that we would do that plus this large report. But we found this year that it actually kind of saved our bacon a little bit doing the midterm report, because then we already had a bunch of our ideas and our data and thoughts together at that midterm report. The shutdown hit, and we weren't able to have our normal meetings that we would have to rally the troops and think about the story that we were going to present. So it was really fortunate this year that we'd actually done that ahead of time. So in terms of our workload, it actually, even though it will spread us out a little bit more work during the year, hopefully it will also alleviate a little bit of our work that we have at the end of the year. Do you have more comments on that? Okay.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. We have some other exciting things we also want to share. So as Amanda mentioned, we're expecting to receive more short-term forecasts of ocean conditions in 2026. And our hope is that we could include some of these short-term forecasts in that appendix starting in next year. So forecasts on subsurface temperature, sea surface temperature, other types of indices. We would love input from the council, its advisory bodies, from the fishing community about what type of ocean variables that they would like to see in terms of these short-term forecasts. Also, as Amanda mentioned, in Appendix E, we have the synthesis of long-term projections of the spatial distributions of groundfish, CPS, and highly migratory species. So the CCIA team is working to develop a dashboard that will allow the council and the advisory bodies and others, fishing community, to produce their own summaries across species, across different types of distributional indices, and at different spatial scales. So multiple regional or jurisdictional scales. So hopefully that would be useful to the council. We also have other efforts going on at the center to develop more of these types of dashboards to let people explore the data. For example, another effort is called the Pacific Survey Explorer, which some folks at our center in collaboration with students at the University of Washington and elsewhere developed, that allow people to explore a lot of the groundfish data that we're collecting. Mostly right now it's the biological data, so that people can explore that data and produce their own summary reports as well. So I just wanted to mention that there are a lot of these efforts to produce these forecasts and to develop these dashboards that let a lot of people explore the data themselves and produce the types of reports that will be useful to them.
So thank you. I think the interest of time, we'll get to the sub-panel reports, and then don't go very far in case there's some more questions. I might bring you back up, but just want to say, I think you can tell by the interest and the comments from the council that we appreciate what you and your team are doing, and keep up the great work, because I believe it's an invaluable tool that we have already started using for indication and stuff. So thank you very much, and we'll, but don't go far. You could be called back up. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So I'd like to call up Dr. Jason Schaffler, please, for the SSC report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler, and I will be reading Agenda Item E1B, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on California Current Ecosystem Annual Status Report. The SSC met with representatives from the CCIEA team, Andrew Lysing, Mary Hunsaker, and Amanda Phillips, The SSC's discussion covered the 2025-2026 California Ecosystem Status Report, which I'll refer to as just ESR, and the proposed topics for SSC review during 2026. For the review of the 2025-2026 CCIEA ESR, the ESR includes important information on environmental, biological, social, and economic indicators to provide an ecosystem and socioeconomic perspective on U.S. West Coast species, fisheries, and coastal communities. The SSC commends the CCIEA team's report and found the summaries and infographics particularly relevant to informing the council community on recent findings. The SSC raised no major issues with the report or presentation and made a small number of suggestions to improve clarity of findings, which were provided to the CCIEA team. The SSC discussed how information contained in the ESR can be used in the council process. The ESR provides a broader ecosystem context for considering uncertainty associated with estimates from stock assessments and other analyses that support council decisions. The SSC recognizes the value of the ecosystem information within ESRs, which inform the risk tables for the 2025 groundfish stock assessments, and supports continued development of the risk tables as one additional mechanism for using ESR information. Through the risk tables, ESRs may inform changes to Sigma and/or P-star. Short-term forecasts contained in the ESRs could also be used to inform other tactical management decisions, such as ramp downs and in-season adjustments. ESRs could also inform long-term strategic decisions of the council. For review of potential topics for the SSC CCIEA meeting in fall of 2026, the CCIEA proposed 3 potential topics for review by the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee in fall 2026, including changes to fishery diversification indices and potential implications for other human well-being indicators, recent changes in Pacific Decadal Oscillation expression and PDO ecosystem relationships relevant to the council process, and consideration of additional indicators to support groundfish management. The SSC expressed support for all 3 topics, and the CCIEA indicated material for all topics would be ready for review. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Dr. Schaffler? Corey, I think you got in first. Go ahead.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question is regarding the 4th paragraph at the bottom. It says short-term forecasts contained in ESRs could also be used to inform other tactical management decisions, such as ramp downs and in-season adjustments. Can you tell us a little bit more about the conversation that the SSC had around that? I think that's of high interest to the council generally.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yeah, the SSC discussion on that focused on some of the short-term forecasts that the CCIE was able to provide. One of those would be having the CCIEA provide an additional report later in the year. There was a lot of discussion about when those short-term forecasts really start to improve. Right now, I think from what the CCIEA told us, a model initiated in January doesn't provide the same level of confidence on whether we're transitioning from La Nina to neutral to perhaps an El Nino conditions, but perhaps a model initiating after March or April, the quality of that forecast radically improves. So perhaps additional touch points for the CCIEA to the council would help inform council's discussion of in-season actions or just different risks associated with certain actions.
Dr. Litt.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schaffner, for the report from the SSC. I want to talk about the data collection that will likely be no longer available for future reports. Just yesterday, we heard in the GAP in their discussion of the Widow Rockfish stock assessment that there had been a helpful, optimistic report about how fishermen could contribute to voluntary data collection to better understand widow rockfish. And here we have a report that a voluntary program with recreational commercial fisheries in HMS as well as sea lion diet, those are being discontinued. Apparently lack of funding or personnel. Can you speak to what information we lose when we don't have those stomach contents or the scat diet? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Lent. Yeah, a number of recent interactions with advisory bodies and the public have indicated a real desire for the fishermen to be able to provide that information and provide their perspective on what information is available and what might be useful for assessment scientists or for managers to take into account. So losing those types of information, that's a real net negative. And I think that we didn't have specific conversations on that during this agenda item, but we have had conversations related to that in the past, and particularly in like the recent widow assessment that you just cited. And getting together with industry, with user groups to find out what information can be collected and how we collect it and how we integrate that into assessments is a very important continuing conversation that the SSC would like to be a part of. And like, I think those user groups would also, that they simply want to know how can they help the process.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Seeing none. Next will be Jessica Watson for the EWG. Ms. Watson, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I will be summarizing our Ecosystem Work Group report. The EWG commends the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team for producing another excellent report. The report continues to improve each year with input from the council, advisory bodies, the public, and the dedicated efforts of the ESR authors and many contributors. This was particularly impressive following the significant challenges of 2025. Particular appreciation is extended to the team for the effort that went into developing automation tools that allowed the team to produce this year's timely ESR, despite, as Mr. Wolf said, a 6-week federal furlough in fall of 2025. Diet data is a critical source of information on species abundance and interactions, and the Council has long recognized its importance of understanding the forage dynamics within the California current ecosystem and has taken precautionary steps over the years to help ensure a strong forage base. The Highly Migratory Species Diet Program was a hallmark example of collaborative research with industry, where HMS fishermen collected and submitted stomachs to scientists in the Trophic Ecology Program at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Unfortunately, capacity and funding for the systematic collection and analysis of this diet data, including but not limited to HMS diets and California sea lion scat, has diminished. Despite its particular utility in understanding our highly variable ecosystem and its productive fisheries. The EWG highlights this issue to ensure council awareness and potential future impacts. The EWG notes that the value of diet data we note the value of this diet data and could see additional value with bringing back the aforementioned data and expanding diet data collection in the future. The EWG recommends that the Council support all the SSC review topics detailed in Agenda Item E1 Supplemental CCIEA Report 2 with the EWG's suggested priority order for these topics listed below. Our priority order is Topic 2, which is the review of the PDO index and its utility as an ecosystem indicator. Second, Topic 3, revisiting indicators to support management of groundfish stocks. And note, this is given that the harvest setting cycle of this topic should be conducted during an even numbered year, so just for future consideration. And then number 3, Topic 1, review of changes in fishery diversification indices. We also recommend the Council support the CCIEA team in providing mini ESRs as informational reports at times that align with appropriate Council agenda items.
And you can see in our appendix, we provide what these mini ESRs look like as they were presented to the EWG at our September 2025 meeting. And we suggest the council refer to the ESR in the future council agenda items related to special projects, as it can serve as a valuable source of synergistic information. We then provide details and recommendations for future consideration and discussion and feedback directly to the IEA team. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Watson? Okay.
Thank you.
Next up, I believe the person is online is Ms. Vanderberg. You out there? And hey,
good morning. Can you hear me?
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Deb Wilson Vandenberg. I will be reading from agenda item E1A, supplemental EAS report number 1. I'm going to read a summarized condensed version of our ecosystem advisory subpanel report on the annual California Current Ecosystem Report. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel is again impressed by the comprehensive and forward-looking ecosystem status report, and we thank the CCIEA team for their work. We would like to highlight specific sections of the report, voice our support for the science topics identified for next year, and provide some suggestions for future ESRs. We find significant value and have consistently recommended expansion of the species diet data to better understand predator-prey relationships, and are very concerned that the HMS diet data will not be available for the foreseeable future. Monitoring HMS diets complements forage surveys, offering insight into how forage varies in space and time, and provides direct measures of use by predators. We note that the characterization of the change in humpback whale entanglements could be done in a more positive manner to highlight the reduction in entanglements in relation to whale population size. We appreciate the multi-species synthesis to project how a changing climate may shift the future distribution of species, as shown in Appendix E. However, we found the resulting projections of species shifts difficult to believe, and we would like to better understand which mechanisms that can affect species distributions were included. For the future, we would like to see projected shifts in species-specific stock biomass throughout their range rather than being constrained to the EEZ. We appreciated the inclusion of additional data streams, such as the diver surveys that are important for understanding young of the year rockfish, and we look forward to the expansion to include additional diver surveys, such as the PISCO kelp surveys. In addition to the HMS diet data, we are concerned that the other areas highlighted in Table W2 are also at risk of being excluded from future ESRs, including the cutie and beauty nutrient information, the Thiel index, which is used to assess the geographic concentration of fishing revenues, and the sea lion pup data. We continue to appreciate the inclusion of socioeconomic information on fishing communities. In particular, we note that the reference to increased fisheries revenue overall can be primarily attributed to certain large-scale fisheries, e.g. hake and squid, but that many of the smaller boat fisheries have seen reductions in income, which may be overlooked or missed by inclusion of these larger volume fisheries with the smaller vessels in the same metrics. We encourage examination of fisheries production and revenue, both with and without these fisheries, to better understand the effects on smaller scale fisheries. We have concerns about the shifting demographics of the broader fishing community, such as barriers to entry, retention of new fisheries participants, changes in fishery businesses or capitalization, and encourage the IEA team to identify metrics that can be tracked over time to identify and assess important socioeconomic trends. We also encourage increased collaboration with the fishing community to integrate on-the-water observations. We would like to refer to the suggestions in our reports from 24 and 25 to find more pathways to integrate on-the-water observations by the fleet. The CCIEA team produced brief 2-page reports this past fall to complement the comprehensive nature of the ESR and provide ecosystem information in near real time, which we appreciate. And we see these out-of-cycle reports as one opportunity to leverage on-the-water observations from some segments of the fishing fleet, allowing inclusion of near real-time information. We noted that in Section 5.1, fisheries production was placed in the context of ecosystem services provided by the marine environment, and we suggest expanded use of an ecosystem services framework in future iterations as a tool highlighting the connections of the many components of the ASR. We also suggest that the Council consider a retrospective, cumulative analysis of the ecosystem changes across all the ESR reports, now that we have more than a decade of ESRs in hand. This could help inform how the ecosystem has changed over the past decade and how these changes compare to prior years and historical periods. In turn, this can help us better understand the overall health of the ecosystem and guide future analyses for future ESRs. Finally, we note that this ESR represents a significant advancement despite the loss of key staff, and want to emphasize that ecosystem-based management requires continuous investment. The California current is unique in its response to changing ocean conditions and is fundamental to fisheries, critical to our coastal communities. And we encourage the Council to continue to reinvest in the science that has improved our understanding of the connections between ecosystem health and sustainable and productive fisheries. Thank you. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for that report from EAS. I just want to underscore a couple of things that you said. This is more of a comment. First of all, thank you for pointing out, given trends in population levels of humpback whales and flat level entanglements, that's a net positive. It's a good piece of news, as several of us on the Council are headed into a take reduction team in 3 weeks. And second of all, thank you for paying attention to trends in gross revenues. I think those are important indicators. At the same time, I hope that it might be possible in future reports to look at net revenues, where we do have fishing costs available. I know that's limited to some fisheries. That gives us a truer picture. Some things are going to go up in terms of costs, maybe fuel, I'm just guessing. And higher gross revenues could mask actually lower net revenues. So I look forward to that for next year. Thank you again for the careful read and report to our friends on EAS. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will ask, thank you for your report. I will ask Justin Alvarez to please come to the table.
Good morning, Vice Chair and the Council. My name is Justin Alvarez. I represent the Habitat Committee today. I'm going to read Agenda Item E1A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. The Habitat Committee attended the California Current Ecosystem Annual Status Report and 2026 Science Review webinar. The Habitat Committee appreciates the continued effort and high-quality synthesis provided by the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team and contributing scientists. As discussed during the webinar, much of the work supporting this current report was completed in 2024 prior to the implementation of federal furloughs and program reductions. Looking ahead, future CCIEA reports may be significantly scaled back due to these constraints. The Habitat Committee encourages the exploration of new strategies to sustain this important work, as it remains vital to supporting the Pacific Fishery Management Council's mission. The Habitat Committee also made some additional observations from the report. Under the topic of changes in report structure and indicators, the salmon stoplight table, figure 3.9, differs substantially from previous years due to a shift from standard deviation-based summaries to quantile-based methods. While the report notes the ongoing refinements of indicators, the HC suggests acknowledging this methodological change to support interpretation across previous CCIEA reports. Habitat Committee appreciates ongoing work to track both candidate habitat indicators and those that were selected for analysis due to the demonstrated persistent importance as represented in Table J1. The discontinuation of diet data collected, or the discontinuation of diet data collection means it will no longer be available to inform predator-prey studies for future reports. This represents a major loss, as these data have proven to be important indicators for multiple species groups. The absence of prey information will also affect essential fish habitat reviews and future ecosystem assessments. Under habitat compression off central and northern California continues to be an issue. As noted in the report, the marine heat wave contributed to compression of cold water habitats toward the coast. Limited suitable habitat for managed species will force them into a smaller area where nearshore activities are more concentrated, potentially increasing competition for resources and predation. This may also increase spatial conflict among fisheries, marine mammal interactions with fisheries, along with non-fishing ocean use activities such as cable routes and marine aquaculture. In upwelling dynamics, marine heat wave and harmful algal blooms, although the 2025 marine heat wave was spatially extensive, strong upwelling effectively shielded the ecosystem from what could have been a severe heat wave-driven decline in productivity and shifts in species distribution, despite it being a shorter-lived, shallower, and less intense event than the marine heat wave of 2014 to 16. However, the strong upwelling may have contributed to harmful algal bloom development. Ecosystem indicators and ocean-based interactions. The Habitat Committee sees potential value in the framework presented in Appendix U for evaluating interactions among ecosystem indicators and ocean use sectors. The Habitat Committee supports continued development of this tool and its potential application in future analyses. In drought and snowpack considerations, while parts of California emerged from a long-term drought, warm precipitation limited snowpack recovery. Members noted that this pattern may have implications on the late summer and fall flows and long-term watershed and habitat conditions. This concludes the habitat report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the Habitat Committee? Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Alvarez. My question's regarding the bid on the salmon stoplight table. And it sounds like there was a methodology change. I'm kind of sort of gleaning with from the report that that's okay. But I wanted to see if the HC had any other suggestions or concerns about that methodology change or how it was communicated to the council. If there's anything missing that the HC sort of wanted put back in, just digging down a little bit there about that change and if there's any recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. No, there wasn't any concern about it. It was just in looking at the previous ones and then the fact that a lot of the colors in previous years had shifted. And so it was just a recommendation for highlighting that had changed so that if you were familiar with the previous versions, that in the time series that was presented this go round, that it would be an explanation for that.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. This leads us to public comment. I believe we have two. Is that correct? Okay. So, Michelle Conrad, or are you on? Suggested that we take Caitlin and maybe go back to Michelle. Ms. Birch, thank you. And thank you for staying over.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Council members. My name is Caitlin Birch, Marine Scientist and Campaign Manager with Oceana. Once upon a time, I was a fish sampler with ODFW's Ocean Sampling Project. I've previously worked at UCSU's Pinniped Cognition Lab, and I also did my master's at USD using IATTC fishery-dependent data on the Tuna Dolphin Association in the tropical Pacific, Eastern Tropical Pacific. It's good to be here. Thanks for all the work you all do. Today, we wanted to thank the ecosystem team and continue on the Love Fest for an appreciation for producing this year's California Current Ecosystem Status Report. This report remains an extremely valuable scientific product presented to the Council each year. It provides a comprehensive snapshot of the environmental, biological, and climate conditions shaping the California current ecosystem and sets the stage for many of the management decisions the Council makes throughout the year. There's a lot to unpack and digest in this report. It does a great job of synthesizing a treasure of ecosystem and climate indicators and translating them into information that can inform management. A few sections of the report really stood out to us: the continued tracking of marine heat waves, upwelling, habitat compression, and the pilot synthesis, looking across multiple species to project distribution shifts within the West Coast EEZ. This research indicates shifts in species distributions due to changing ocean conditions with implications for management. The sections on predator diets and forage species continue to be very informative and important, highlighting how species like anchovy, juvenile rockfish, and hake are supporting predators such as tuna, swordfish, salmon, seabirds, and pointing to some emerging ecosystem trends. Understanding changes in krill and other forage species abundance and distribution helps illuminate how conditions may cascade throughout the system. We want to also acknowledge the significant effort that went into producing this report under very difficult circumstances. We understand the ecosystem team lost 11 of its members this year, not including consultants and data support. This impacted data availability and analyses across multiple disciplines, including oceanography, habitat, biology, and human well-being. These losses will continue to create data gaps that disrupt these long-running monitoring efforts, such as the HMS diet study, which has been previously mentioned, and we risk losing the continuity that makes these long-term studies and indicators immensely valuable. Despite these losses, the team still delivered an incredibly valuable product to the Council this year. We appreciate the great work that went into this report, and we also want to emphasize the importance of sustaining scientific staffing and capacity needed to produce it. These data sets and analyses are foundational to ecosystem-based management, and maintaining them over time is essential for understanding long-term trends in the California current, our fisheries, and for our coastal communities. So thank you again to the ecosystem team and for the presentation today.
All right, are there any questions? Okay. So did we find Michelle? Okay, 1 minute. Michelle was one that was here yesterday ready to testify and had to leave, so we'll give it just a minute to see if we can get a hold of her. Corey, fill the dead space.
Vice, you read my mind. I was going to make sort of an unofficial request of the IEA program. I'm just channeling this report a few years ago, and I recall someone who left the agency this year, Dr. Chris Harvey, as well as Dr. Toby Garfield, who left, I believe, a few years ago. And their reports and presentations to the Council all had haikus in them. And I'll make a personal pitch and request to bring the haikus back.
Okay, well, Michelle appears to be on an unsupported browser, so we can't get to her, so we'll have to move on. Apologies for that. So now I think we come to council discussion. We'll open the floor up to discussion. Corey?
Thanks, Vice. It's actually a question for council staff. As I was looking through the briefing book this morning, and I noticed that there actually weren't reports from some of the advisory bodies. I didn't see one from the GAP, HMSAS, CPSAS, or SAS. And so I'm wondering, that seems to be fairly intentional and must have been built into the agenda. So I'm wondering why that is. We used to hear from those folks in the past.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Ms. Ridings. I would be happy to try to answer that. It's true that the ESR was not on the advisory body agendas for those teams at this meeting. However, there was an all advisory body briefing scheduled last week in advance of this meeting to encourage folks to be able to attend outside of this meeting so that they could see the IEA team's full report presentation and engage in a Q&A discussion there. And that that portion of that webinar was recorded, and I believe, as I think Dr. Lysing mentioned, it is posted on the council's YouTube channel. However, there was not a separate set of discussions scheduled for the advisory body meetings here. And I would, I guess, maybe certainly defer to those advisory bodies as to whether maybe anything came up in discussion at their meetings, even without that agenda item scheduled. But yeah, I think that was sort of an attempt to kind of consolidate the opportunity to interact with the team across all the different advisory bodies. Thank you.
Okay. Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I mentioned it when they were speaking, but I really appreciate the work that goes into this. It provides a really good broad overview of what's going on in our larger ocean conditions. I know a lot of us can get focused on our key species or our key fisheries, and this brings out, lets us dive into all those things deeper, as well as some of the socioeconomic stuff. And as a policymaker now, I used to be a biologist, and I enjoy reading it. I learn something new every time. I am guilty of copying a couple of your summary slides and using them in my own presentations, giving you all credit. So I just really appreciate the effort, and I hope we don't lose this information. I hope there's ways we can continue to work within the means we have to obtain this information so that we can have that broader look, that broader context of where our fish species that we manage fit in the ocean climate with the economic climate, et cetera. So, thank you.
Corey?
Thanks, Vice. A couple points I'll put out for discussion. First one being just in response to sort of, thank you, Ms. Lyons, for answering my question. I think something that I have witnessed over the years watching this report come to the council floor has been that feedback from the sort of single species advisory bodies, if you will, is really important. I think the IEA team in particular has been sort of an example of NOAA excellence in responding to feedback that the council has given them over the years. I've seen them respond, I guess it's a one-year cycle, but coming back with the information that we have requested. And as they attempt both within their program and larger NOAA and NIMS to make their work and their ecosystem information more available for single species and management applications, I think having those single species advisory bodies have a direct path to tell those folks what they want and need is really important. So I realize that kind of butts up against sort of scheduling and efficiencies and other things that happen at the council, just noting that I think that's a critical part to the ecosystem process that we're doing here. I will sort of reiterate that we heard from a couple folks about this loss of diet data and how that's going to impact our ability to understand forage and sort of the trophic pyramid, if you will. And that's a big concern. I'll just personally say I echo that. I'm thankful for folks bringing that up. It's something to keep eyes on. I would at some point like to learn sort of the longer term ramifications if that data set is not sort of reopened, what that means for the data streams that we rely on for our management. So again, just appreciate the groups who brought that up. And two more quick bits here, the focus on human dimensions and bringing more and more information back about how the fleets are doing, how the communities are doing, how those two things fit together is really important. So a special thanks to the folks at IMPS who are doing that work. And also, Ms. Mattis talked about it earlier. I think there's some really good work going on in Oregon, it sounds like, in terms of how on the water and fishermen knowledge is being incorporated into the work that they're doing and trying to bring that forward to the council. So appreciate that work, appreciate the fishermen who engaged in that, and hope we can continue and support that. I've had some good conversations in the last year with folks about specifically how we do that. How do we bring some fishermen observations into the work and the science that we do here? And someone actually said to me, oh, I wish we could just do like a fisherman ESR, an ESR that specifically looks at on the water data and knowledge and how we bring that in. And that is a very uncooked noodle in my head, but just sharing what I thought was a creative idea about that. And it's really nice to see the IEA folks sort of moving ahead in that direction.
John, is your arm getting tired yet? I see their hand is up.
Thank you, and just do a mic check because it's the first time I've spoken.
A little quiet, but we hear you.
All right, well, I just wanted to voice my shared support for long-term data sets like the HMS diet data, sea lion scat data, things that NOAA scientists have been arduously collecting for a long time, sometimes in not nice conditions and sometimes doing disgusting work. It's those long-term data sets that are so important to what we do and so often overlooked when it comes to funding. And so I just really want to say thank you to the NOAA staff who have done those for so many years, and to encourage the council and anyone else to voice support for continuing long-term data sets that when you just cease to collect the information, you lose a huge benefit to management.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm following up on the thread about the fishermen roundtables and wondering whether the council might consider having an in-person roundtable in March associated with this report in the same vein as the Oregon Fishermen Roundtables. So having, instead of just the webinar, which is great opportunity, it's really important. I don't want to dismiss that effort, but just the in-person dynamics of having the advisors here with some of the leaders who are in the room today, I think could be an add, and just that in-person dynamic that I've observed in the Newport roundtables, just fantastic. It's really a great opportunity for exchange that's less formal. So just something to consider next year.
Thank you. Great suggestion. Jamie, and then.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Ridings, I really appreciated your thought of like the ESR of fishermen, but that what I've been mulling around for probably 5 years now and trying to understand how to do it is essentially a stock assessment of fishermen and where we are, where we were and where we are. What is the status of fishermen, and a stock assessment of like the life history and our I don't know how to say unfished biomass in relation to fishermen, but really because if we look, that is a very pragmatic way I think of kind of looking at it, and it's important, and that plays in that is a very clear picture of the remaining world of fishermen that is continually getting smaller. I want to touch on something Ms. Lent brought up, which is when it comes to the whale entanglement information. I think its perspective is incredibly important. We have more whales now than we thought we would ever have in our lifetimes already, and that's a success, and it's amazing. But with more whales, despite the fact that there are fewer lines in the water and better gear types in the water and things like that, there will be entanglements. But the level at which that is happening is it needs to be recognized, like what the reality is and the perspective on that. And so yeah, I think there's other ways of, now we're no longer in this, like, it's still, we don't want it, we still don't want that to happen, but perspective on how that's presented, I think, is incredibly important. And then also something Ms. Lent brought up is the idea of the small boat fisheries that are lumped in with these larger scale fisheries, and it kind of muddies what effort really is like. So, for example, and I think this last year especially will be really interesting because of the role that tariffs and counter tariffs played on our fisheries. I know a lot of small boat fisheries out of my area, there were less people, the price got driven down to where it wasn't worth it for them. They couldn't make what they needed to do in certain fisheries, so a lot of folks just didn't fish that particular fishery. The price was low, and the guys that still stayed in had to just do it that much more and put in a lot more effort to maintain something similar to last year as far as revenues. And so, or they were just more successful, but the price was lower, but it kind of leveled out and looked like it was about the same. And so there was this last year in particular, there was a big difference. And so, but that won't get seen or really as picked up as well when it's lumped in with larger scale fisheries. So the idea of parsing that out a little more, I think would be really great. And then Chair Hasmer, you brought up the frequency of heat waves and that idea, and I just, as I mentioned from MREP, we had Dave Chuckley give us a little overview on the Pacific Decadal Oscillation and looking at the trends there, and I think it's on trend in a decadal fashion. Last year was kind of the beginning of when we're supposed to come into warmer waters, and it's cyclical and it's doing what it's doing. I think we have had, at least 2015, 16 was more extreme but I also think that, we know that this happens, and we should start, I think, thinking forward more to that this is going to happen about every 10 years. And so what are we doing to anticipate that? Instead of, oh, it's here and it's changing all these things in our fisheries. Like, we know it's going to come. So just how we respond instead of react, I think, is something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Heather?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Really just wanted to chime in and offer my appreciation for this information. It's really remarkable. I also appreciate the different ways that we're able to access and even interact with the data, which is really neat. I wanted to follow up on Ms. Braby's comment about, Dr. Braby's comment about the roundtable, because I was thinking about that pre-meeting opportunity that Gilly mentioned, and heard that the attendance was a little bit lower on that, and wondered if maybe that more interactive opportunity might boost that back up. I know our ABs and management teams are super busy too, but maybe more in-person opportunity might help with that. And then the idea of a fisherman stock assessment is super interesting at my work back home and the work I do when we're trying to think about how do we improve from the fisherman's point of view, the way we manage a fishery, and in particular Dungeness crab, I think about, we often don't, I mean, that dynamic of who's participating and why and what else are participating in is part of it. And we don't have a good understanding of it really. So interesting idea. Thanks.
Thank you. All righty, so I think we're coming to, Corey.
Thanks, Vice. A couple quick comments, and then I do have a very short motion. I just wanted to endorse the idea of a fisherman stock assessment. I think that that's great and something I've thought about before. As a epidemiologist and a public health professional, you know, that's how we think about the world. We think about it people first. And so I love that idea. Also agree, I think a roundtable at the council meeting next year would be great. I'm thinking about the roundtables that the rec folks, I'm forgetting the gentleman's name at the moment, but the folks that have come and done the rec roundtables in the last few years have been really great. And so sort of reproducing that, I think, would be amazing if we could make that happen in the future. Yeah, and I'm happy to offer a motion if folks are done with discussion.
Good.
Thanks, Vice. Tower of Power. Thanks. I move that the council endorse recommendations made by the EWG and supplemental EWG Report 1.
Does the language accurately reflect what you motion? Okay.
It does.
All right. I have a second. Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Vice. Yeah, I thought the EWG addressed the needs that we had here at the council and their recommendations to the council. They provided guidance and information about how the SSC review topics can be tackled. And I think the recommendation reflects ongoing council discussion and needs as part of our through line and annual discussions around the ESR, as well as other agenda item needs. As part of this motion, I assume that all the advisory body reports under this agenda item would be forwarded. I think that happens most years anyway, but expect that to happen. And again, really appreciate the IEA program continuing to listen closely to what the council asks of them and come back to us. And of course, reflecting the discussion that we've had here today.
Any questions of the motion maker on the motion? Okay. Council discussion? Council discussion or question on the motion? Okay, go ahead, Dr.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Riding, for this proposal. The only thing I would note, just for information, and so we'll all remember this, is that it was in EWG that the priority of the topics was flipped around. We were sitting here talking about fishermen's roundtables and status of the fishermen, but the priority in these recommendations has as last priority changes to fishery diversification indices. So just in the hope that we will keep that topic as important as the others if we can, because that is an indicator of how the fishermen's health is. The diversification index is kind of a compilation of everything that's going on and how people decide to move or change. So just with that note, I sure support it and hope we can make good on the future actions that we're discussing here today. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any other council discussion? Okay, I think I'll call for the question. All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Gilly, are we done our job with this topic?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, you've had a robust discussion and consideration of this year's ESR and have provided guidance on the selection of science review topics for 2026 through the motion that was just adopted and a couple of other recommendations from the EWG report. And with that, I would say that your work on this agenda item is complete.
Righty, terrific job by you and the council. Thank you. I think we're now today, we finished yesterday, so next on the agenda is salmon. And I think we'll take a 12-minute break here for the salmon people to come, an extra minute for my friend Asia. And so we'll have a break and come back in 12 minutes. Thank you. All right, we'll start getting underway. If we can get to our seats, please. Recognizing we have some new people sitting in. We have John North and Susan Bishop. We have, it's like Marcy just got back from a ski vacation. Their coat is a little chilly in here. And if I miss somebody, we got Angela. Why don't you get us started, please?
Thank you. This is agenda item C3, identify management objectives and preliminary 2026 management alternatives for salmon. Using the Salmon Advisory Subpanel management recommendations that will be brought forward under this agenda item, the council should identify a range of management elements in the alternatives for public review. The STT will collate the council's identified management elements and coordinate them into coastwide's alternatives for the council to review at subsequent agenda items this week. The STT will provide adjusted management alternatives based on council guidance as the meeting progresses. And it is anticipated that at the end of this meeting, the council will adopt for public review 3 alternatives. There is guidance for developing and assessing alternatives included in attachment 1 under this agenda item. Any alternatives considered for adoption that do deviate from the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan will require implementation by emergency rule. And if that is deemed necessary, the council must clearly identify and justify the need for such action consistent with the emergency criteria established by the council. And this information is included in attachments 2 and 3. The timing of the March and April council meetings does make it impractical for the council to recommend fishing seasons that begin prior to mid-May. Therefore, the early season fisheries for this year, those scheduled to occur prior to May 16th, were established as a part of last year's regulations. And NIMS may take in-season action as needed to adjust the commercial and recreational seasons prior to May 16th, and that may occur during the course of this or the April council meeting. Before defining alternatives, the council should be briefed on any pertinent management constraints resulting from actions of the Pacific Salmon Commission, California Fish and Game Commission, and NIMS constraints for stocks listed under the ESA. Under this agenda item, you will be getting a presentation about the Pacific Salmon Commission and information coming out of those meetings from this year. You will hear from the NIMS regional office as they provide their guidance letter. There's also space for any tribal and state agency recommendations. For management and advisory body reports, you do have a statement from CRITFIC as well as the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. There are 5 individuals signed up for public comment. And then the council's task under this agenda item is to use the SAS proposals and other agency and public input to define basic management elements and alternatives for the STT collation into coastwide management alternatives, and then consider the need for any in-season action to address any of the pre-May 16 fisheries for this year.
Thank you. Any questions of Angela? Okay, seeing none, we'll call up Mr. Phil Anderson to read the Pacific Salmon Committee report. Mr. Anderson, you're up. Oh, I was asked to make sure when you testify, whoever it is, to pull the mic close to you so we can hear clearly. The farther you keep it away, the less we can hear you. So please put the mic fairly close to your mouth.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council, thank you for that advice. I'll try to adhere to that and get the mic close to my mouth. Pleased to see everybody again. My intention here this morning is to provide an overview of the Pacific Salmon Treaty and the Commission hopefully at a relatively high level. A few new faces around the table, so I thought it might be worthwhile to give you a little bit of a reminder of how the commission is organized and how it all fits together with your work here on the council. So I'm here as in my role as a member of the Pacific Salmon Commission. I'm currently serving as chair of the commission in the U.S. section. There are a number of people in the council process that participate in the Pacific Salmon Commission process, and I, at the risk of leaving someone out, I thought I'd at least call to your attention a few of those individuals. Kyle Addix, John North both serve on the what we call the Southern panel. Susan Bishop is what we call a shadow for Jennifer Kwan, who's one of our commissioners. Danny Evanson is a policy advisor to Doug Vincent Lang, the commissioner for Alaska, as well as the commissioner for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. She's also on the Chinook Technical Committee, and she also does a lot of other things that keep us running. John Carey, we're fortunate to have John Carey as our co-chair, one of the two co-chairs of the Chinook Technical Committee, and it works great, and at least in my perspective, to have him here on the STT. That coordination really helps. Christine Millette serves as a shadow for my alternate, which is Rick Klump, and I believe she's here today. There are a number of tribal members that serve critical roles on our panels and committees, and in addition to the Commissioner Ron Allen and his alternate McCoy Oatman. Next slide, please. So many of you are aware that this treaty was negotiated and agreed to back in 1985. It was consummated in Vancouver, British Columbia at a Four Seasons hotel that I remember. There really are two critical functions of the treaty. One is conservation, ensuring that we share the burden of conservation in our two countries, given the fact that we have stocks that are migrating from waters of one nation to the other, that sharing of the burden conservation is a critical component of the treaty, as is the equitable sharing of the harvest and the harvestable numbers of fish, with a particular focus on the proportion of the harvestable fish that come from each party. So that we call that our equity principle. Next slide, please. So there's these overarching, what we call treaty principles that are, I think, common in a lot of different fishery management forums. Obviously, conservation and sustained yield, prevent overfishing, provide optimum production, fair sharing, that equity principle I mentioned, avoiding undue disruption to existing fisheries, and reducing interceptions. And obviously, the reducing of interceptions is a big one for each country, as these fish know no boundaries, and a large portion of the fish that originate out of Washington and Oregon have a habit of taking a right and swimming north into Canadian waters and beyond. Additionally, the Canadians are, among other things, very interested in their Fraser River sockeye stocks, and as they migrate, to ensure that the United States is controlled in terms of its interception of those stocks, as well as a number of others. Next slide, please. We also have these general obligations, as we call them, managing to achieve our bilaterally agreed to escapement goals for Chinook and Coho and sockeye stocks, So we have a very deliberative process by which our escapement goals are reviewed by our technical committees and then come to the commission for approval. We also have a number of stocks where we don't have agreed to escapement goals, and we have special provisions in those cases in our management. We want to ensure that we're managing consisting with our catch sharing arrangements and ensure that we have strong bilateral coordination and cooperation. Next slide, please. So this is just a cool picture. This is Danny helped me a lot with putting this presentation in, and this just demonstrates the geographic scope of the migration of the fish that are involved in the Pacific Salmon Treaty and the commission process. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of the Pacific Salmon Commission and how we're organized. It's a 16-person body with 4 commissioners. We each have, and there are four alternates from each country. The U.S. commissioners are Doug Vincent Lang from Alaska, Ron Allen representing the tribes, Jennifer Kwan representing the federal government. Her alternate comes from the State Department. I represent the states of Washington and Oregon, and my alternate, as I mentioned, is Rick Klump. We also have a number of panels that you'll see there, and that's the point at which we get additional people coming into those positions. These are bilateral panels that are populated with both Canadian and U.S. members, and they provide us valuable advice, much like the advisory panels that serve this council. And then we have a number of technical committees that you can see there along the bottom that provide us technical advice. If everybody comes together at one meeting, and we have 2 general meetings a year, one in January, one in February, we number about 200 people. Next slide, please. So we have what we call these 8 different chapters. These are in Annex 4 of the treaty. They contain detailed fishing regimes that are set forth in each one of these chapters. The chapters are renewed every 10 years, and the current agreements for all of these 8 chapters will lapse in 2028. We have an intensive process meeting schedule that has already begun to renew these chapters. And we have I was going to say we have a target, we have a goal, we almost have an obligation to have these completed by December of 2027 before those agreements then go out to our individual governments for approval. It generally takes up to a year to get approval out of DC and Ottawa, out of our 2 administrations, so that we can have something that's in place beginning in 2029. We have about 14 weeks of meetings. Some of those are within just the U.S. section. Many of them are bilateral sessions with the Canadians that will be taking place over the next year and a half or so to get us to our goal of having agreements consummated by the end of 2027. Next slide, please. This is just an example of some of the investments that have come about as a result of having a treaty with Canada and the Commission and our agreements. We've been able to invest about $30 million for habitat restoration for at-risk stocks in Puget Sound. We have some conservation programs that are not part of either one of these 2 bullet points that we've also been able to maintain during the tenure of this current agreement.
And then we've been able to enhance our Chinook salmon abundance through increased hatchery production. That's accounted for about an additional 20 million more juvenile Chinook salmon released from our hatchery programs in each of the past 6 years. That's come from these, obviously, funds come from our efforts to receive federal funding for these initiatives. We have been successful in getting these, in particular, the increased hatchery production monies each one of these 6 years. We're hoping that we'll be able to continue to do that for the remaining 4 years of these agreements. These are primarily released for the benefit of increasing the prey base for southern resident killer whales along the Pacific coast. Next slide, please. So as you may have noted in the National Marine Fisheries Service guidance letter relative to the Pacific Salmon Treaty limits, we have a number of limits that need to be complied with that are specified in our treaty and in these individual chapters, particularly for Chinook and coho in Pacific Council areas. As always, you'll want to be paying attention to those. As a result of our current agreement, we've again this is since measuring against the 2009 through 2018 period. We've seen catches in the southern U.S. that are 31% less than occurred during that base period. We've seen a reduction of 24% in the Southeast Alaska fishery and 17% less in Canadian fisheries. Next slide, please. Sorry for the busy slide. We've used this in a couple of times, but so if you'll see in the center, that's where you all come into play, the Pacific Fishery Management Council and your annual process that begins in February, and here we are in March. And as you all know, we're working toward a completion of your process in April. There's a couple of other processes that are really important that are going along at the same time. One of those is on the right there, the North Falcon process that you're all fairly familiar with, and as it feeds into the Pacific Council process, both here when we get to March as well as April. And also didn't want to overlook all of the work that the tribes and the state do in terms of feeding information and preseason forecast information into your process that occurs in January and February. And then over on the left there is the Pacific Salmon Commission, where we have our process that has a postseason review meeting that occurs in January, followed up by what we call our annual meeting in February. The Chinook Technical Committee will be conducting their exploitation rate analysis and providing it to the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and I would anticipate that to occur in April 1, and I believe the next slide provides some of that information as well. So just in terms of what's up next here, what you'll hear from us, from the commission, is our Chinook Technical Committee will be doing their work. It's ongoing right now. Hopefully we'll provide the memo that the CTC provides the commissioners to the Pacific Council by the 1st of April. That calibration will provide the 2026 preseason abundance indices for our annual catch limits for Southeast Alaska, Northern British Columbia, and the west coast of Vancouver Island aggregate abundance managed fisheries. And again, you can anticipate receiving a copy of that memo on or around April 1. My presentation in April, if I'm asked to give it, will be relatively short, and we'll draw attention to that memo itself. So if I remember right, that should be the last slide, and the questions should be next. And there it is. So I hope this presentation has maybe provided you a little bit of reminder of how the Pacific Salmon Commission is organized and works, how it feeds into the Pacific Fishery Management Council process. I view the treaty as one of the most important components of salmon management that we have for our stocks that originate in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions of Mr. Anderson? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate this overview as I'm not involved in the process, so it does help me to understand some of the inner workings and the interchange between the PSC and our council. On slide 8, this is the habitat and hatcheries slide. You mentioned that these were investments that have come about from the treaty, and you mentioned on the hatchery production increases that a large driver for the rationale was to enhance prey production for southern resident killer whale. Help me understand the process that went about here. Did the PSC make a recommendation for funding to the U.S. government and then they responded to that, or how did that actually come about?
Thank you for that question. And I'll probably look over to Susan and Danny here in a minute if they'd like to augment what I have to say about that. So, we have an ESA, Endangered Species Act review of the agreements as we develop them. And one of the concerns that we needed to address was the effect of our agreement, including all of the fisheries that go with it, on southern resident killer whales. And so as a point of mitigation for the effects of fishing and our ability to ensure that our fishery doesn't adversely impact the well-being of southern resident killer whales, as part of that, there was a requirement that we augment our prey base, and we did that through the increase in hatchery production. And so we have hatchery genetic management plans for our hatcheries in Puget Sound along the Washington coast and the Columbia River. And so we had to make sure that as we looked for places where we could increase these hatchery programs, we did it in a manner that was consistent with the hatchery genetic management plan. So that's how one of the selection criteria that we use to go through. And then what we call the non-federal commissioners from the United States, which was myself, Ron Allen, and Bill Auger from Alaska. Then we went back to Washington, D.C. and advocated for these funds to augment the funding for the Pacific Salmon Commission so that we can meet the terms of our ESA requirements. And Danny can probably help add a few things that I may have missed, if that's okay with you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Danny, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'll just add to that a little bit. Part of the negotiation process, we can't come up with a U.S. agreement unless we meet muster with the ESA. So because we need biological opinions for our fisheries in order for them to proceed and be consistent. So the original biological opinion required that no less than 5.6 million be provided annually for southern resident killer whale prey production. Costs have gone up since then. We're dedicating over 7 million or so a year now to maintain that production level. And Mr. Anderson went through some of the hatchery selection process, but the priority was on getting a combination of hatcheries that would are components of the killer whale diet and would also get a lot of the time and area so that we were feeding them across the year. Additionally, we were required to invest $31.2 million initially in habitat projects in Puget Sound. We met that requirement in the first 3 years, and we have continued to invest $3 million annually in that because it's important to us to maintain that work. And there's a lot of phenomenal tribal activities that are restoring habitat in and around Puget Sound. So we're now, I think, well over 40 million. We also were required just upwards, I think 3.06 million a year to support Puget Sound conservation hatcheries. So that's also supported by the U.S. commissioners. That's now up around cost increase, inflation, 3.7 million. And I'm pleased to say that we have been very successful. Congress has been very supportive of our appropriations. We seem to be flat funded again this year, flat funding being a win. So we look forward to be able to continue to provide these investments that not only support the biological opinions for our state waters fisheries, but also for the council fisheries to continue to occur, particularly for the southern resident killer whale component.
Thank you. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The only thing, a couple of things that I would add is the mitigation activities that Danny and Mr. Anderson described are all sort of interconnected. So we're using hatchery production in the short term while we hope that the habitat investments that we've made pay off in the watersheds and increase the salmon production in those systems, making both more food for the killer whales, but also healthier salmon runs overall. So it's kind of a short term and longer term strategy as well. I would also point out that the biological opinion that we've done on domestic actions associated with the Pacific Salmon Treaty Agreement are one of several biological opinions that we've done along the coast. So as you all are familiar, we have Amendment 21 for killer whales in the council process. We have, I've lost count of the number of biological opinions we have for all of the salmon populations. We're also working on one for Puget Sound, and we have similar biological opinions that and hatchery opinions in the Columbia River. And all of those are sort of form a net to make sure that we are managing our salmon stocks for their viability, but also for the killer whales holistically up and down the coast.
Thank you. Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, I'm actually looking at slide number 13, which comes after the question slide. There we go. And certainly, as you indicated in your discussion, U.S. catches, I'm looking at the U.S. AABM catches have declined from one treaty period to the next. What did catch my eye is that incidental mortality just minorly actually went up. Is that really more a function of just improvement in reporting between one treaty period and the next? Was it a change in actual fishing gear? I'm just kind of curious because you'd expect it all to go down. So it just caught my eye. Just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
I knew I shouldn't have left this slide in the stack, but but the calculations that I referenced in an earlier slide came from the numbers that are here. But one of the things is that you will see here is that if you look at the landed catch, you look at the second entry, the Canadian AABM fishery dropped by 135,000 or 45%. But conversely, you'll see their ISBM fishery, and sorry for the acronyms, but individual stock-based management. So those are the fisheries that are in particularly Georgia Strait, Juan de Fuca Strait, those areas, they have shifted their fishery away from coastal fisheries, ocean fisheries, in what we call West Coast Vancouver Island and northern BC, and they have shifted their fisheries to more inside waters, and primarily for their sport fisheries. And they've also are transitioning to more mark selective fisheries. So as those two things have occurred, we have seen their incidental mortality go up. And that's the reason that you see that. So we track and we have limits on incidental mortality in both U.S. and Canadian fisheries. So they're still within their limit here, but it's because of that transition and that movement of their fisheries that you see those changes.
Makes excellent sense to me. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much.
Up next is Miss Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be reporting on agenda item C3B, Supplemental NIMS Report 1. This is sort of our annual guidance letter. As you might have noticed, the letter in quotes is 23 pages long. So I will just be hitting the highlight. I'm happy to answer questions on any part of it, either during council discussion or afterwards. I'll be around on the floor. As Mr. Anderson mentioned in his presentation, there are 8 chapters in the Pacific Salmon Treaty Agreement, and 2 of those provisions and 2 of those chapters are of most interest to the council. In Chapter 5 of the agreement, those are coho provisions in Chapter 5, and as Mr. Anderson mentioned, there are limits on the level of exploitation rate on both Canadian and U.S. stocks. But either country can request an increase in those stocks over their exploitation rate cap, but there's a process to do that. So as part of the agreement, the U.S. and Canada committed not to change the status or associated caps for a management unit after March 31st. Any requests for modifying the exploitation rate cap necessary to complete a party's domestic process will need to be exchanged in writing. So in some years, again, one of the principles of the treaty is not to be overly constraining or disruptive of each country's fisheries. So there are provisions built into the agreement to allow for flexibility. So the request in writing with information supporting that request for resolution by the parties prior to May 31st of 2026. In the absence of the agreement by that point, the rates would remain unchanged. The 2026 preseason planning manager to manager meeting between the U.S. and Canada will occur on March 16th, 2026. U.S. representatives that attend the meeting will share information on anticipated Canadian fishing levels and structure in 2026 with the Council's salmon technical team for consideration in planning our domestic fisheries largely through this process. The affected states and tribes should apprise the Council of the status of requested changes to ER caps in U.S. fisheries for the 2026 season. Council fisheries, together with other southern U.S. fisheries, must be managed to stay within the agreed to caps under the PST agreement. The STT should report both the U.S. PST coho salmon management unit obligations and expected exploitation rates for 2026 during the preseason process so that we can track the shaping of our fisheries relative to those limits. For Chinook, which is under Chapter 3 of the current PST agreement, it contains obligations regarding the management of Chinook salmon stocks from Southeast Alaska to Oregon that are caught in both countries' salmon fisheries. Under the agreement, southern U.S. salmon fisheries are managed to limit the total adult equivalent mortality for a subset of Chinook salmon stocks in Puget Sound, the Washington and Oregon coasts, and the Columbia River that are not meeting agreed escapement goals or do not have agreed escapement goals to no more than what's called in a calendar year exploitation rate. If a party anticipates that it may exceed its calendar year exploitation rate in a given year, it shall advise the Pacific Salmon Commission before the fishing season, provide reporting rationale, and explain how the limit shall be achieved on an average over a 3-year period. So that is something that we typically track through this process. There is a provision in the chapter that allows a party to request flexibility in unusual circumstances, similar to what was in the Coho chapter, to avoid undue disruption of fisheries while managing consistent with the conservation provisions of the agreement. Council fisheries, together with other southern U.S. fisheries, must be managed to stay within those CYER obligations. The affected states and tribes should apprise the Council of the status of any additional requests to Canada for flexibility in U.S. fisheries for the 2026 season as early in the Council process as possible. Where possible, the STT should report both the U.S. PST obligations in southern U.S. fisheries and expected exploitation rates for 2026, again, during the preseason process. And there are provisions for doing that in our various preseason pre-documents. With regard to stocks managed by the Council, starting with Sacramento River Fall Run Chinook, returns were higher in 2025, so that's a good news, some better news than we've had in a while, compared to escapements in recent years that have been very low, have been low and below preseason expectations. But based on the history of the stock and some of the environmental conditions that you all discussed just previous to this agenda topic, the caution remains warranted. The 2025 escapement was 164,763. That was above the preseason prediction of 147,733 and above the escapement floor of 122,000. So very good news compared to what we've been working with in most recent years. However, fisheries were severely constrained in 2025 and closed the previous 2 years because of low abundance. Spawner abundance, as I said, has been below the escapement floor of 122,000 associated with the FMP objective in 6 of the last 10 years. In 2023 and 2024, despite the fact that fisheries were closed, escapements of Sacramento River Fall Chinook were 133,782 and 99,274 respectively, with 2024 well below the MSY goal of 122,000, with 55% of preseason expectation. Of note for this year, although I hope it doesn't turn out the same way, but it is a cautionary tale. In 2022, although the forecast was similar to the forecast of this year, it was about 396,000. The escapement was one of the lowest in the data series. It was only 61,000 that year. Forecasts of the Sacramento Index have been higher than the postseason estimates in 7 of the last 10 years by an average of about 30%. Exploitation rates estimated postseason have been consistently higher than projected preseason. Recent habitat conditions suggest returns of Sacramento River Fall Chinook in 2026 and 2027 will reflect a mix of favorable and unfavorable conditions, including some novel combinations whose effects are difficult to predict. Escapement of natural area spawners for this stock were also poor for much of the past decade, limiting the stock's ability to take advantage when stream flows were favorable. On the other hand, jack returns are a predictor of adult returns in the subsequent year to hatcheries in 2024 and 25 were stronger than in recent years, suggesting stronger returns of Sacramento River Fall Chinook in 2026. Another note of caution is that thymine levels in eggs from these broods indicate high levels of deficiency that could cause upward of 25% egg to fry mortality in natural spawners. So that just underscores there's a lot of sort of mixed indicators, and it's not clear exactly what to do with those. So it's celebratory that we've seen some good things, but we don't know if those will continue, and we've had some poor contributing broods. Finally, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group presented a progress report to the Council at its November 2025 meeting. Recent work focused on methods for determining updated SMSY and the conservation objective. 4 different approaches were evaluated, which resulted in a relatively wide range of SMSY values, with the estimate for the preferred approach substantially higher than the current objective. The Council has instituted a peer review process for the derivation of the updated SMSY value for the stock. focused on the work of the work group in conjunction with an expanded work group formed to explore alternative management frameworks for the stock through the FMP amendment process. And this would occur beginning in the summer. We want to make sure we don't get ahead of that. The conservation objective for the stock in the FMP specifies a range of 122,000 to 180,000 combined hatchery and natural adult spawners. The forecast is for 392,349 fish. Application of the forecast to the control rule results in a maximum allowed exploitation rate of 52%, consistent with the new FMSY value, and a minimum hatchery natural area escapement of 122,000. Given that the indications for the stock in return in 2026 are mixed, the 2026 forecast is the highest since 2022. The 2025 escapement exceeded expectations and was well above the escapement floor, and the stock status is above the overfish threshold. However, the escapement in the previous 5 years were projected to be above the escapement floor and generally fell well short of the preseason projections, although fisheries were closed or severely constrained in 3 of those years. The pattern of low recent year escapements combined with higher than anticipated exploitation rates returns in hatcheries in 24-25 were relatively strong. Management in 2026. The peer review and FMP processes need to play out. Therefore, NIMS recommends that the council develop alternatives for 2026 ocean salmon fisheries that result in escapement at or above the high end of the escapement goal range, i.e. 180,000 Chinook salmon spawners, and provide enough difference among the alternatives to meaningfully inform the public, council, and stakeholders regarding the trade-offs in resource use and conservation. Moving to Klamath Fall River Chinook, the stock was declared overfished in 2018. The status of the stock has improved to rebuilding, not overfished, but fisheries continue to be managed under the rebuilding plan adopted in 2020 until the stock is determined to be rebuilt. The council's rebuilding strategy includes the current KRFC harvest control rule to set maximum allowable exploitation rates and minimum escapement values based on forecasted abundance. The council may recommend lower exploitation rates as needed to address uncertainties or other year-specific circumstances, and the FMP requires the council to consider a set of factors in setting an allowable de minimis exploitation rate, and those factors are summarized in the guidance letter and also outlined in the FMP. The stock harvest control rule specifies a maximum allowable exploitation rates that vary with abundance, but generally seeks to provide for an SMSY escapement level of at least 40,700 natural area adults. When the stock potential spawner abundance is projected to be less than 54,267 natural area adults, fisheries are managed under the de minimis portion of the control rule, which allows for some fishing opportunity, but results in the expected escapement falling below 40,700 spawners. The 2026 Klamath River Fall Chinook potential natural area spawner abundance prior to fishing is predicted to be 40,111 adults, which is below the escapement goal of 40,700. Application of this forecast to the harvest control rule results in a maximum allowable exploitation rate of 25% at the upper end of the de minimis zone, and a minimum natural area adult escapement of 30,083 adults. Just giving a little background, natural area adult escapement of the stock in 2025 was 39,860 natural area adults. So it was well above the projected 2025 escapement of just over 19,000, but it is still continues to be below the SMSY of 40,700. Spawner abundance has been on average 29% below the escapement goal of 40,700 associated with the FMP objective since 2016. Spawner abundance has been well below the goal in 8 of the last 10 years, including, again, some years when some fisheries were closed or severely constrained. Forecasted ocean abundance was higher than the postseason estimates in 6 of the last 9 years, for which information is available, with improved performance in recent years. The exploitation rates estimated post-seasons were substantially higher than projected in 2 out of the most recent 3 years, when fisheries occurred and above the de minimis level allowed by the FMP and our rebuilding plan for those years. Post-season estimates of escapement have averaged close to expectations over the last decade, with both over and under predictions. Environmental indicators for KRFC are consistent with low returns in 2026 and 2027, consistent with the forecast of the de minimis exploitation rate. Removal of the 4 lower Klamath River dams has been completed, opening several hundred miles of new habitat. Restoration efforts are underway. However, considerable uncertainty exists over how removal of those dams might affect adult recolonization, spawning, juvenile productivity, and subsequent returns. Finally, the use of in-season management, a total allowable catch and landing and possession limits required under the management measures to address California coastal Chinook salmon for California ocean salmon fisheries, recommended by the Council and approved by NMFS in the fall of 2024, should provide greater certainty that fisheries will stay within their estimated impacts on Klamath River fall Chinook. Council ocean salmon fisheries in 2026 must be managed consistent with the rebuilding plan for the stock, which incorporates the harvest control rule. Applying the forecast abundance to the control rule results in a maximum allowable of exploitation rate of 25%. And as I said, a minimum expected natural origin adult escapement goal of escapement of 30,000, just over. Given the stock remains under a rebuilding plan, the additional factors described above, and the outlook for the stock in 2026, NMFS believes that the Council should carefully consider whether the factors described in the FMP warrant managing the fisheries to achieve a reduced exploitation rate. Given the low abundance forecast and resulting low level of allowable fishing mortality, NMFS expects that harvest opportunity on Klamath River fall Chinook will be constrained to a maximum allowable exploitation rate of no more than 25%, consistent with de minimis mortality levels of the control rule in the region between Cape Falcon, Oregon, and Point Sur, California. NMFS does note that consistent with the FMP, the Council may recommend lower exploitation rates as needed to address uncertainties or other year-specific circumstances. The precautionary approach applied in 2024 and discussed in November of 2025 is consistent with application of de minimis provisions of the current control rule with varying levels of additional constraints. For example, in 2024, the Council recommended a maximum allowable exploitation rate of 20% rather than 25% in that year to increase Klamath River escapement into newly available habitat after removal of the 4 Klamath River dams. Moving on to ESA guidance for ESA listed salmon species, starting with the California coastal Chinook salmon ESU. The ESU has been listed as threatened under the ESA since 1999. The ESU is comprised of 17 populations in 4 geographic areas. Data on the populations is extremely limited, but it indicates most populations are well below their recovery threshold, with escapement for many populations essential to recovery in the single or double digits. The current consultation standard for the stock is described in the FMP as based on the reasonable and prudent alternatives described in the 2000 NMFS biological opinion and has been affirmed in subsequent opinions. Because data are currently insufficient to determine an ESU-specific conservation objective, NMFS uses age 4 Klamath River fall Chinook as a surrogate for California coastal Chinook salmon. This consultation standard is a limit of 16% for ocean harvest rate of age 4 Klamath River fall Chinook. Following several years in which the consultation standard for the stock was exceeded, the Council developed and NMFS approved a set of management measures intended to ensure that exceedances do not continue. I would like to say the management measures were developed in collaboration with CDFW. That they provided a lot of help, and I want to express my appreciation for that. It was done over a 2-year period, and there were a variety of supplemental reports that were presented to the Council on that topic for discussion. The management measures adopted include a buffer applied to the conservation objective based on performance error and other relevant factors, an allowable harvest level, landing and possession limits, and in-season management for the commercial troll fishery. The framework is the basis of the 2024 biological opinion for which NMFS determined that implementing the salmon FMP, including those those management measures and conservation objectives would not jeopardize the ESU. It's important to note that NIMS adopted those management measures by regulatory amendment in the fall of 2024. So that framework and the management measures are in regulation. Therefore, consistent with the regulations, ocean salmon fisheries in 2026 should be managed for a buffered preseason age 4 Klamath River fall Chinook harvest rate of 8.6%. Also consistent with the codified regulations, management measures for the commercial fisheries should include an allowable harvest level, weekly landing and possession limits, and provisions for quick reporting. In-season actions should be used in combination with the landing and possession limits to ensure that harvest does not exceed the allowable harvest level. For Sacramento winter run salmon, the preliminary 2026 forecast of age 3 escapement in the absence of fisheries is 9,883. Much higher than it has been. Applying this abundance forecast to the control rule results in a maximum allowable age 3 impact rate of 20% in fisheries south of Point Arena, California. So council salmon fisheries in 2026 should be designed not to exceed a 20% age 3 impact rate on Sacramento River winter Chinook, along with continuing to require minimum size limits, seasonal fishing windows specified in the FMP south of Point Arena, California, for both the commercial and recreational fisheries as specified in the FMP. Moving on to the Columbia River, Lower Columbia River Chinook salmon ESU was listed as threatened under the ESA in 99. In 2011, the council recommended implementation of an abundance-based framework for limiting fishery impacts on this ESU. NIMS determined that the abundance-based framework for the Thule component of the ESU, coupled with the escapement-based management for the spring and bright components, would not jeopardize the ESU and continues to provide the basis for our guidance. So for the Cowlitz, Lewis River, and Sandy River hatchery populations, the spring component, we understand the states of Washington and Oregon will manage the main stem Columbia River spring Chinook salmon fisheries, along with salmon fisheries in the Columbia River tributaries to ensure the escapement to the Cowlitz and Lewis River hatcheries will meet requirements for the 2026 fishing season. The Sandy River spring run Chinook salmon population is meeting its recovery planning harvest objective, and NIMS does not anticipate the council will need to take specific management actions in the ocean to protect the spring component of the ESU in 2026. We again anticipate that management agencies will manage in-river fisheries, coordinating between main stem and terminal tributary fisheries towards meeting hatchery escapement goals in 2026. For the bright component, the council should continue to manage ocean fisheries such that when combined with fisheries in state waters, the escapement goal of 5,700 Chinook to the North Fork Lewis River is met. We anticipate the states of Washington and Oregon will continue to monitor the status of the bright populations to take specific actions necessary through their usual authorities to deliver spawning escapement through the in-river fisheries they manage sufficient to maintain the health of those populations. Finally, for the lower Columbia River Thule segment of the ESU, the 2026 forecast for Thule Chinook is 118,600. Consistent with the matrix described above, the council fisheries in 2026 should be managed such that the total mortality of lower Columbia River Thule Chinook salmon in all ocean fisheries and all main stem Columbia River fisheries below Bonneville Dam combined does not exceed an exploitation rate of 41%. Moving down to Puget Sound Chinook salmon ESU, with respect to the salmon ESU, management of that ESU, NIMS acknowledges the importance of and continues to strongly support the integrated management structure between the council and North of Falcon planning processes. The conservation objectives for Puget Sound Chinook salmon stocks that NIMS includes in this letter are described in terms of total or southern U.S. salmon fishery impacts rather than council salmon fishery impacts. Under the current management structure, council salmon fisheries are included as part of a suite of fisheries that comprise the fishing regime negotiated each year by the co-managers under the provisions of the USV Washington to meet management objectives for Puget Sound and Washington coastal salmon stocks. For 2026 fishing season, the council salmon fisheries should be managed such that exploitation rates on Puget Sound spring and fall run Chinook salmon management units do not exceed 3% and 6% respectively. consistent with the rates evaluated in the 2004 biological opinion. Additionally, the council should determine that its fisheries, when combined with the suite of other fisheries impacting the Puget Sound Chinook ESU, meet the conservation objectives identified in this letter for populations within the ESU. Southern U.S. management actions taken to meet the conservation objectives listed below will occur primarily in Puget Sound fisheries because impacts in Puget Sound Chinook, salmon, and council fisheries are low. However, since impact in both fisheries contribute to meeting these objectives, any delay in reaching the necessary agreements through the North of Falcon process by the end of April 2026 will complicate NMFS's ability to approve regulations for council area fisheries and to complete the biological opinion for Puget Sound fisheries by mid-May 2026, when the ocean fisheries are scheduled to open. To avoid such complications, we strongly recommend that the council provide assurances that the final option adopted at its April 2026 council meeting, when combined with Puget Sound fisheries negotiated during the North of Falcon process, results in harvest impacts that are consistent with the conservation objectives for each Puget Sound Chinook management unit included in the table in the guidance letter in the Puget Sound section, based on those 2026 abundances. I do have a couple of corrections to the table that's in the Puget Sound section of the guidance letter. For the Snohomish Management Unit, the applicable exploitation rate or critical exploitation rate in 2026 should be 8.3% Southern U.S. as opposed to, rather than the 9.3% Southern U.S. bolded in the table currently. And for Lake Washington, Green, and Puyallup management units, that pre-terminal Southern U.S. rate should be 15% rather than 14%. And I would look to Kyle and Dave to concur with those corrections. We're getting there. The Oregon Coast Coho Salmon ESU is currently ESA listed as threatened. Amendment 13 and from the Salmon F&P specifies the harvest management matrix for managing fisheries that affect the CSU. And NMFS had concluded that Amendment 13 was not likely to jeopardize the ESU in its biological opinion. Under the matrix, the total exploitation limit is set each year based on measures of parental escapement and marine survival for 3 sub-aggregates of stocks within the ESU. For all 3 sub-aggregates, parental escapement in 2022 was high, and the marine survival index for adult coho salmon returning in 2026 was medium. Therefore, under these circumstances, the total exploitation rate in marine and freshwater salmon fisheries is limited to no more than 30% for the northern, north central, and south central sub-aggregates. For lower Columbia River coho salmon, again, the control rules is specified through a harvest management matrix that NMFS has determined is not likely to jeopardize that ESU. Under the matrix, the total exploitation rate limit for the stock is set each year based on measures of parent escapement and marine survival. The total exploitation rate on the stock in all marine areas, fisheries, and fisheries in the main stem Columbia River below Bonneville Dam must not exceed that year's specific limit. Parent escapement for the stock in 2023 was in the normal category. The marine survival index is in the high category. Therefore, council salmon fisheries in 2026 should be managed such that the total ER in all salmon fisheries on lower Columbia River coho salmon below Bonneville Dam does not exceed 23%. For Southern Oregon, Northern California coastal coho salmon ESU, the biological opinion on the stock on the effects of ocean fisheries on the ESU is managed under the F&P was completed in '99. The Rogue Klamath coho salmon hatchery stock is used as an indicator of fishery impacts on the ESU in the FRAM model. In 2020, under a stipulated agreement with the Hoopa Valley Tribe, NMFS conferred with the council on completion of a new harvest control rule and a timeline for ESA consultation as warranted on the effects of the control rule. That control rule was completed, and a biological opinion was issued, and the control rule has been adopted into the FMP by FMP amendment. The provisions of the FMP or the harvest control rules include exploitation limits of 16% for the Trinity population and 15% for each of the remaining individual populations within the ESU for which sufficient data is available, as represented by the Rogue, the Scott, the Shasta River, Freshwater Creek, and Bogus Creek. The exploitation rate limits include all ocean and inland sources of fishery mortality on age 3 adult sunk coho salmon, including landed and non-landed mortality. So this is consistent with the other stocks that I talked about their control rules as well. Coho-directed fisheries and coho salmon retention in Chinook-directed fisheries remain prohibited in the EEZ off of California in order to limit impacts to the ESA-listed stock. Let's see. Therefore, in 2026, to be consistent with the FMP, including Amendment 23 and the 2022 biological opinion, the stocks must manage ocean salmon fisheries such that total exploitation rate limits do not exceed 16% for the Trinity population and 15% for the remaining 5 populations. Finally, with regard to the ESA listed provisions for the ESA listed southern resident killer whale, which is listed as endangered under the ESA. In 2021, NIMS approved Council's Amendment 21 to the FMP, which added provisions to limit the effects of the fishery on Chinook salmon prey availability for killer whales. After concluding a biological opinion that fisheries managed consistent with the FMP as revised through Amendment 21 would not likely jeopardize killer whales or adversely modify their critical habitat. Amendment 21 to the FMP identifies a low abundance threshold of Chinook salmon in north of Falcon waters, below which the council would implement additional management measures in the ocean salmon fishery, coupled with commitments from the state to implement control zone measures in state waters through state regulatory processes. The low abundance threshold is calculated using the FRAM model as informed by Chinook salmon stock distributions provided by the Shelton model. During its March meeting, the council should follow the process outlined in the FMP to estimate and report the pre-fishing adult Chinook salmon abundance based on 2026 forecast for each of the 5 spatial areas defined by the ad hoc killer whale work group. The council should compare the 2026 abundance estimate for the north of Falcon area to the recommended low abundance threshold. If the abundance is less than the low abundance threshold, the council should implement the management measures as described in the FMP. We also acknowledge the state's commitment, as stated in the FMP, to implement management measures in state waters through state regulatory processes when the projected abundance is below the threshold. In addition to the evaluation of the salmon threshold, NIMS will use the pre-fishing abundance estimates across all 5 spatial areas provided by the council in ongoing monitoring of available Chinook salmon abundance as it relates to available prey and killer whale spatial distribution. Closing, NIMS expects the council's salmon fisheries in the coastal waters of the EEZ in 2026 will meet the conservation objectives for salmon stocks managed under the FMP and be responsive to the abundance of salmon stocks. And that closes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan, for that very thorough report. Any questions of Susan? Probably let her get a drink of water first, but. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan. Back up near the top on Sacramento Falls Chinook, I'm looking at page 5 near the bottom, and you describe the application of the SRFC harvest control rule and the maximum allowable ER of 52%. And then it states that a minimum hatchery natural area escapement of 122,000. But my understanding of the application of the max allowable ER to the SI forecast produces actually a preseason projection of 188,000 minimum returning adults. So I'm trying to reconcile that with the statement on page 6 that says NIMS recommends the council develop alternatives that result in escapement at or above the high end of the goal range of 180,000. So is the guidance to model to at least 180,000 or to 188,000 and above?
Thank you, Mr. Yaremko, for the question. The guidance is to manage for at least 180,000. The statement, the sentence that you referenced, the allowable exploitation rate of 52% and the minimum hatchery escapement, natural area escapement, just emphasizes the fact that the fisheries or the application of the SI forecast would meet the FMSY value and the escapement floor for the range. Our guidance is to manage for 180, at least 180,000 fish. If the results of the modeling indicate that the escapement is 188,000, then that would meet our recommended guidance. Is that your question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Kind of. I guess I'm questioning whether we can have an alternative that would exceed the FMP allowable exploitation rate of 52%. Because if there was an alternative that met only that high end of the goal range of 180, that would equate to an ER greater than 52%. So I understood the way I would expect that the guidance would be that we comply with the FMP control role on the ER. And so that's why I'm just questioning what is our minimum escapement goal that we should be modeling to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Yaremko. You are correct. We should be managing to meet both conservation objectives. And so if whichever of those is controlling. So if what is controlling is the FMSY value, then we should be managing, that would be the limiter.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you. That helps a bunch. Looking forward kind of to the next statement in the guidance about the alternatives and developing alternatives that provide enough difference among them to meaningfully inform the public, the council, and stakeholders regarding the trade-offs. If the floor minimum is, or resulting escapement from the application of the ER is 52%, and that kind of most allowed exploitation alternative is 52%. What are you looking for in terms of the alternatives and the range of those projected escapements to provide that meaningful evaluation of the trade-offs? Do you have a numeric idea in mind? It would just help us, I think, as we think about developing the three alternatives. Thank you.
Thinking back to this was kind of a result of in past years, we've had a couple of years where our options were very limited. And in at least 1 year, all the options were the same. And under NEPA, and as you recall, the 3 pre-documents all together form our NEPA analysis for the fisheries. Under NEPA, you really need to have alternatives that are different, that allow the public to make selections among those alternatives. And so I don't have numbers in mind for you. That would be up to the council, but the alternatives need to be different enough that the public has some choices to make and some meaningful input.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions of Susan? Sense a little huddle going on.
I'm just checking with my attorney to make sure that I answered the question, Mr. Yaremko's question completely and accurately.
Did you? Yeah, John, go ahead.
To the Vice Chair, just
she's still conferring if she's right. Hold on a second.
Yes, it's correct answer.
I wasn't worried about that at all. Go ahead, John North.
I just wanted to say thanks to you and your staff for putting together a really thorough report, and thanks for the guidance. Thank you.
Susan?
Thank you, Mr. North, for that. I just want you to know that next year's will be longer, and it's not my fault at all. The SAS requested longer to keep up with the trend, and so make sure that the guidance letter is longer next year. So I just want to kind of put in that holder.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Mr. Sones, I understand we have some tribal business we're going to take care of.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, I have two reports. I have the Columbia Rivers tribes come up, and following them, Mike Orcutt from Yurok.
Oh, did I say Yurok? Sorry, he's going to punch me for that.
Thank the council for listening to us and listen to what we have to say all the time. But introduce Wilbur Slakish. We have two other members. The next person, Umatilla, also online. We have Stuart Ellis and Roger Dick also taking part, and Warm Springs Tribal Council member that is here with us today. So I'll commence to read the testimony of the Columbia River Treaty Tribes. Good day, members of the council. My name is Bruce Jim Sr. I am the chair of the Warm Springs Fish and Wildlife Committee and a commissioner of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. I am here to provide testimony on behalf of the four Columbia River Treaty Tribes, the Yakima, Warm Springs, Umatilla, and Nez Perce. In the 1850s, our tribe signed treaties as sovereign nations with the United States, which, when they were ratified, became supreme law of the land and are protected by the Constitution. In these treaties, the tribes specifically reserved hunting and fishing rights. These rights were not bestowed by the United States, but were rights that have always been held by our tribes. These rights are meaningless if there is no fish, and it's incumbent on the United States to ensure there are fish for the tribes to harvest. We come to you each spring as the council develops salmon fishing plans for the ocean fisheries. We do this because we have always been stewards of our natural resources, which include salmon and all other plants and animals in their ecosystem. We view our resources through the lens of our first foods, which includes water, salmon, deer, and other game, roots, berries. These foods nourish us spiritually, especially this time of the year, as the world renews itself after the winter. Salmon are key to our spiritual and cultural needs. Without them, we will not survive culturally. Therefore, we must participate in these processes that divide up the use of our resource to ensure that our resources are protected for future generations. The ocean fisheries need to be set conservatively to ensure, even if runs come in less than forecast, that there's a reasonable escapement of Columbia River, upriver fish to meet our treaty needs. While the forecasts for Columbia River stocks are not very different from last year's returns, these returns are only a small fraction of the historic levels, and we must remember that the returns projected for this year are for all West Coast stocks are simply too low to meet everyone's needs and desires. We will be watching carefully as the Council plans ocean fisheries to ensure that impacts on the Columbia River stocks are held to the limits that meet both the letter and intent of the case law in U.S. versus Oregon Management Agreement. But we also need to remind everyone that we need to keep the focus on the real causes of the decline for salmon. These include predations by birds and introduced fish species that consume large numbers of smolts. We expect the constraining stocks of ocean fisheries to be stocks other than our upriver stock. But we need to be cautious when planning fisheries that affect our stocks. While historically fisheries played a significant role in the decline of salmon, our current fisheries pale in comparison to the major causes of the decline of salmon, in which include habitat destruction, development of hydro systems, which also flooded our historic villages and fishing sites. The Columbia River Treaty Tribes have worked very hard with our co-managers in an effort to restore and rebuild Chinook and coho stocks, which are both important to council fisheries and tribal fisheries. These efforts have made some progress in some areas, but there is still much more that needs to be done. We will discuss more in later statements about some ongoing and emergent threats facing our salmon stocks that include predation, change in environmental conditions, and new types of development as data centers, avian and sea lion predation, and the effects of warmer water that are some of the most serious things we need to deal with. Uncertainty, especially uncertainty about the federal funding, which is also a serious issue for us. We all need to work carefully together to ensure that the fisheries are planned in such a manner that they do not force the tribal fishery to face the conservation burden alone. And we need to keep a focus on the things we need to do to protect and enhance salmon populations for the future. And this includes a tribal statement, but there's a lot of things that we come to this council for, is try to bring things out and show an actual meaning of what's going on in the environment today. And what we've done to create this ecosystem that we face today, all for the benefit of certain entities, be it farmers asking for more water, but yet the most polluters of the rivers. Then we have the hatcheries, National Marine Fisheries, Fish and Wildlife Service, trying to help the tribes maintain salmon production. And then when we do and not follow guidelines, the tribes are threatened in a way that some of our monies are there may be taken off. We've always brought up the issue of marking. That's a main concern that we have on there. I have, especially watching our fish in the hatcheries. I don't see any other entities, no sports entities, no commercial entities, no ocean fishery entities, trying to help the tribes in this production of salmon, but yet want to share a lot, maintaining and demanding a fishery on the salmon that they don't help produce. The tribes do a lot of hard work to where the burden upon conservation have fell upon their shoulders. And we have to sit back. And the bad thing and sad thing about the whole thing is that we're the last user groups to get to fish on this salmon that we produce. And we get kind of tired of that when we listen to whether they're recreational, whether they're sports, demanding that they have a right to fish on the salmon. There's only one right that is guaranteed, and that's with the treaty with the tribes, with the United States government. That is a right that is guaranteed. The other is just an opportunity for you to recreational fish on there. This has gone on too far enough to where years back we talked about this, about the burden shifting on to the tribal deal. I believe Wilbur had something to say.
You heard the PST statement this morning, and we've always had to fight for our access to these salmon. When the treaties were signed, those salmon were in our possession. And we don't know how we lost possession of them. Now we have to come and allow salmon to come into our areas. It's turned around. Since they were our possession before the Euros got here, they should be saying, how many fish can we take so that you guys can harvest? It's turned around. I don't know how we lost possession of our natural food supply. One of the things there is that, you need to listen to some of the history.
that happened that we faced in the young days. A man named John Farley from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, he made the statement there that our fisheries are uncontrolled. No, we didn't harvest everything. There's times we had our own built-in system of conservation. And that word conservation to me means that we can harvest, and then figure out how many we got to let go. The word should be preserving these runs, rebuilding these runs. I had my granddaughter make me a fish medallion because of a new development on my Columbia River where I live. They want to put a big cable under the ground, bury it, that runs through our flooded fishing sites, villages, ceremonial grounds, all the way down. And it's, as you know, electricity generates heat in those lines. The water is too warm for these fish. And that's going to be probably end of the Columbia River stocks, if that gets approval. Our fish have faced many things. Pollution. You heard that Puget Sound. Corporations don't want clean water. They want to use it for their benefit, economic benefit. That's the driving force of everything. And during this time when John Farley made that uncontrolled, there was a meeting of the states, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and all of the mayors and all up and down the river there, all up to Lewiston, Idaho. That Army Colonel Bessie, he said the salmon might have to be sacrificed for the economic benefit of the Pacific Northwest. To me, when those guys say it, uncontrolled fishing, it's best left to science. You know, you guys been using your science, and the runs are still declining. You're not facing the real problems of the water quality. When the new Army colonel came into Portland District, he said he was very proud of that water quality on the Columbia River. My homeland. I asked him to go out and take a look at all of the grasses that are growing under the water that are disturbing. To go out and take a look at all of the algae fields. The water quality isn't that great. Our salmon need cold, flowing water, as the river was designed to be. The river didn't need to be tamed, as the corner said. Tamed for the benefit of the Pacific Northwest. Jobs, opportunity, and then promise us, you will always have fish in this river. We're going to build your hatcheries to supplement and rebuild. You'll have more fish than you currently have. We're still waiting. Still waiting. So we have to come to these Pacific Salmon Commission. We have to go to USV Oregon. Now here to plead with you guys to make a good decision for the benefit of the fish. They're not just profit-making things. Those are our food. My natural food. 4 of them, and we'd have limited access. So when you think about it and realize those hatcheries are very deteriorated, and we have to fight for the funding for that. When the promise was made, they would be maintained. They're not maintained. But yet, when the sports and commercial industries need renovations, there's always money for them. But for our needs, we have to fight for it. To fight for that funding to even maintain our hatchery levels. We need to get science out of the picture because they're the ones that are saying, the federal biologists are saying there that they can't mingle. We can't let the hatchery fish into the wild. Where did they get the eggs? From our natural stock. They will adapt. They're not a dumb fish. They are very smart because they've survived pollution, pesticide, fertilizer pesticide, aluminum plants, fluoride. They've still survived that. But warm water, I don't think they can adapt. So be mindful when you make your decision. Think the preservation of these fish for not only my future generations, but your future generations. Unfortunately, we have to share this planet with you guys. So let's make the best of it in a good way. Think about how the fish would say to you if he could come here and tell you. I imagine he would tell you, why are you destroying my home? Why are you polluting my home? Or my children will grow to go out and replenish land. Let him resume his role that he was intended to do. When you talk about the habitat, let's get it back to where they can get back to the headwaters. So they can do the role that they were given by the Creator to feed the trees, the land, the animals after they spawn, so that the nutrients of those smolts will have food as they go out. So this much I ask of you. Think, instead of thinking with a wallet. Money comes and money goes. Then you got to figure out, what else can I do to get some? But the salmon, he will be here for our role in his preservation. I haven't fished for a couple of years, but when I got the spring and I pulled my first one in, and he looked at me in the eye and I looked at him, and I got the message from him. I've done my role, now you do yours. Protect my home waters. Protect my environment. So let's look at him in that way, and that's what he would say to you. Preserve my home. This much I say to you today, and I hope you understand the feelings that we have, why do we have to fight so hard to maintain the levels? Let's get them so that they'll be more. And there's more that can be said, but I think that's enough for now. And thank you for listening, but I hope that your decisions are for the benefit of the salmon, not the benefit of industry. That's all that I have to say this time.
There's a few things that we can add on. We'll probably make in a later statement. But I want to tell these people and tell you guys, that sometimes our words are harsh. Sometimes it needs to be said in such a way. Like our elders, when you misbehave, you're sat down and spoken very harshly to. And that's what our job is today. All of us, as we turn older, to start telling our younger children how they need to take care of things, not look at economics and stuff like that over the ecosystem or the things that we were put here to preserve. That was our promise to the Creator, that we would take care of them because they took care of us by the law, by the Creator. When He set it down and asked the creatures how they were going to help the human beings. After that was done, then the Creator turned to the people, the new people. So how are you going to, what are you going to do for these animals that sacrifice themselves? And that was to take care of them. So this is why sometimes our words are harsh. Sometimes they have to be in order to wake that inner person up, because remember, we are all children of the Mother Earth. We all have our, traditions. Be you Indian, black, white, red, yellow, we all share this. So remember that when you guys think of the resource instead of the economic side of it, and how we need to preserve the salmon for more runs, to build them up. That's all.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your words. Are there any questions? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Not a question, but just a comment that I thank you for coming here today as you have in the past, and appreciate your good words. And it's good to remind us of our commitments under USV Oregon, but most importantly, the part about working together to rebuild the runs. I think that's the only hope we have. So thank you.
Susan Bishop and then Dave. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you guys also. Really you are the stewards of the environment. You understand, what our teachings are, and you go at it about it that way. And we've learned so much from you guys about what is the status of those fish and the environments that they live in. And so many things I've learned that I never really understood about just the algae problems, the bird problems, predation problems, the nitrogen problems, the pollution. I mean, just everything that all adds up to work against this resource, this species that without you, I really don't believe they'd survive. So I appreciate it and continue that work. I do like to keep in touch with you on how things are going with the bird predation stuff. I use that information when I'm talking to other resource managers, marine mammals. So much of this is out of touch with these acts that we have to abide by that were made in the 70s and really don't fit in this day and age. We need to rethink our acts, our Mammal Act, our Migratory Bird Act. Many of these things really need consideration to bring them into the modern world. But again, I appreciate your fights. Because of you, that's why we have the resource remaining in the Columbia River. So thanks for that. Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Wilbur. Thank you, Bruce Jim. It's good to see you again. Thanks for consistently being our conscious and consistently focusing us to where our priorities should be and reminding us and being here every time, not so that we can't forget. Bruce, you mentioned how harsh your words were, but I have rarely been so kindly taken to the woodshed. Your words resonate, and so I just want to thank you for this.
Jamie Dyer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Gentlemen, I just want to say thank you as the new kid on the block at the table here. This is my first salmon season, but it's not my first time I've heard you talk. I've been in the back of the room as an observer before. And I feel like the things that you've said here have been said before. This is not the first time that these notions have been brought up. And like Mr. Stone said, some of the things are, at one point in time, there was an issue with birds and sea lions, but that issue is no longer. And how do we address that? Those are things that, aren't necessarily something that I myself but we as a council can provide input into how sea lion predation is a problem. And I'm guessing these are California sea lions that you're dealing with up there. Yeah. Yeah, so they're my problem, technically the Royal California problem. And so, it's with, like Mr. Sohn said, the Marine Mammal Protection Act and things like that. We need to move forward and figure out a way forward. And it's a tough discussion because people don't like the idea of hearing, we need to remove felines because people think they're cute and cuddly. But these are really important things that you bring up, and I appreciate you and your time and taking the time to share this with us. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, gentlemen, and I'm sure we're going to see you throughout the week. Go ahead, Dave.
Yes. Next, we have Mike Orcutt from Hoopa. I think I called him, said Yurok before. That was a mistake, but come on up, Mike. Thanks.
Good afternoon, or morning yet, I guess. For the record, my name is Mike Orcutt, Fisheries Director for the Hoopa Valley Tribe for 35 plus years now. With me is Carl Seitz, Fish Management Division Biologist for our department. I want to start by saying, at first, thank the Columbia River tribes. It's always a really, really respectful, well thought out elders' perspective, and I think I really have always learned a lot from hearing elders speak, and very eloquent, and yet a lot of the commonality extends down into our area, Klamath and Trinity River Basin. So I'll start by saying I'm going to use some words here. Heyang, the Quinta Ante, Willie. And the interpretation of that is greetings, how are you? And my name is Mike Orcutt. I'm really, I guess, somewhat proud of it. I'm a descendant of all the three local tribes, the Hoopa Valley tribe, the Yurok tribe, and the Creek tribe. The tribe I am enrolled in is the Hoopa Valley tribe. We have the distinction of being the largest land-based reservation in California. I think we just added 10,000 acres, sorry. 100,000 plus acres, largest land-based reservation in California. We just had a general meeting on Saturday. There's 3,664 enrolled Hoopa Valley tribal members. And I'll begin, my perspective here is the tribe for a long time was one of the early tribes in the Klamath and Trinity to be involved in management. Many, many years ago, one of my colleagues and mentors, Danny Jordan, was here earlier in the week, started the whole process for the Klamath Basin tribes in the 80s. And so we have made strides, a lot of it based upon precedent and law and treaties in the North. We have an entitlement of 50% or harvestable moderate standard living or harvestable surplus. And the land base there is from the headwaters down to the ocean is the Klamath tribes of Oregon, the Creek tribe, the Hoopa Valley, and Yurok tribes. As far as today's discussion, I'm leaving today, and one of the things I'm trying to do is impart wisdom and educate tribal members. In our case, we have people going to school, and I think the logic of that, I think, is pretty simplistic. But the folks that spoke there, our people are not going away. We have long-standing issues that affect our livelihood, our survival. And we've been very, very persistent and resilient to survive. And so there's new generations coming along. You hear this a lot, and you hear tribal people, indigenous people speaking 7 years out, 7 generations out. So we have people coming along. We have a number of tribal members. Hopefully some of them are on by Zoom today that are in our office listening to this. And so we have people coming on. And the task before us is not easy. We've made some major strides. It's worth noting that the Klamath River, for the first time ever, way up into the Sprague River on the former Klamath River Reservation, Chinook salmon were spawning up there this year. So with that, a lot of good, hopeful things and thoughts. I was very, very impressed with the discussion yesterday. The industry folks were there. And speaking of a lot of good things that can happen, I'm going to get to my punchline here. I'm sorry, but for the SONCO and the guidance that you're given, but I think some background here is in context is important. a lot of the things HOOPA has worked on have been long-term, well thought out, but a lot of the regulatory areas and often barriers take a long time. In the case of Sant Coho, we have a permit. We started that in 2015, probably 5 years ago now. So we have a 4D tribal resource management plan in place. We've been well under our harvest numbers as far as natural origin coho salmon and the impacts there. And so those are things that are really, in my opinion, progressive. We have a weir that we selectively harvest fish. It's built on one of the things I saw and recall in going to school was there's a Humboldt State University, now Cal Poly University there at Humboldt State has a Humboldt room up there. There's fishing techniques of Northern California tribes. It speaks about weirs. Weirs were the way that fish were harvested on our reservation for centuries. And so our new weir that's in place that selectively harvests is more contemporary design, but the thought is still there. We can release the fish that are unmarked. But again, that then starts to, I don't want to dwell too much on the negative, but things like marking coho, probably 5 years ago now, we do the marking at Trinity River Hatchery as an example, but for many, many years, there was some resistance. To this day, I've not kind of figured out what that was behind it. But so there's some big things that are moving forward. I think the mindset I heard yesterday for the Central Valley, I have some friends I've worked with over the years on SAS. Some of the ideas in the Central Valley that was expressed yesterday are very, very innovative. Hatchery fish are not just bad. There's a lot of things. There's conservation hatcheries, techniques and methodologies that could be used. My hope there is that we can work collectively together and kind of harnessing the energy and the motivation there to recover. We have some major challenges in the upper Klamath Basin. And then in our neck of the woods, we're on the Trinity River. There's a lot of things that are underway. We're a co-lead with the Yurok tribe as the consultation that's underway with the water management in our basin. We're the only out-of-basin transfer water into the Central Valley, and we're making some headway there. So all of that to say, that's the future. We have a lot of challenges before us. In terms of the Sant Coho and the impacts there, we've been well within our harvest impact levels that are in our plan. We look forward for continued productive discussion with co-managers. Had a pretty good conversation with CDFW staff earlier, just recently. I'd also extend the opportunity now that fish are up in the upper basin to work with the state of Oregon. They're in Oregon now, they're spawning there. There's reintroduction plans that the state of Oregon is overseeing along with the Klamath tribes. So that's just, to me, I want to end on a positive note by saying that's the future. We have a lot of challenges, but again, we're not going away. We don't have any other place to fish. Our fishery is on our reservation, and our hope for the future could be really, really the odds of recovery. Maybe sometimes you can get discouraged, but the mindset there, tenacity, resiliency, all of those good things, but those other good C words, collaboration, communication, and coordination are also good words. And so we look forward to working with co-managers as the process moves forward. We will have more directed written testimony before now on Monday. You guys work on the weekends now, so I'll be watching, and we'll have staff here throughout the weekend. And so if there's anything comes up, we have staff here. And as we get more specific in terms of the alternatives, we will talk with our leadership, continue to collaborate and coordinate with co-managers, and come up with hopefully meaningful, livable solutions for the fisheries we see this coming year. Thank you. And I'll just end by saying a lot of the prayers that I've heard in the ceremonies, and I heard it this year from the Columbia, is we were trying to do things in a good way here. So that's what we come for. We try to do things in a good way here. So thank you. If there's any questions, myself or Carl could answer those. Thank you.
Dave? Well, thank you, Mike. I'm really encouraged to hear you've got some young people getting involved. I know you know, even industry wide, the fishing industry is really suffering, bringing young people into fishing or managing resources, and particularly for even within our own tribe. I've really watched the fleet shrinking down and loss of interest, that it worries me that we really do need to focus on getting our youth, you know, into the management and the harvesting side of everything. But they need encouragement. They need, you know, us elders, to consider myself an elder now, my hair's silver, to encourage them to get out and still want to participate in this. I think they're really worried about where the climate's going, where the industries are going that are affecting these resources, and they just don't see a future in it. And we have to keep reminding them that there's more than just fishing. There's an obligation to your ancestors and your future generations, that you get involved and become an important part of where we're going in the future. So I'm encouraged to hear that from your people, that you really are focused on that. And we all need to keep attention paid to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because likewise, before I got my job and did all the other stuff, I was a fisherman, and it's getting harder and harder to, you got a really big boat, the vessel that you own, but mine's not that big. But in the area I fish for spring run, for example, on a reservation there, I've seen some really good fisheries this year, I hope this year, but in the past. And so those are just like memories. But the thing you're talking about, the recruitment into the fishery, is a really, really cause of concern, because we just had a elder pass away recently, and he was fishing all the time, and he's gone there. So who does the next generation? We have to have fish there, because it's a part of the culture, and is the people that importance of that resource. So hopefully we'll keep fishing in when we're retired. So.
It's nice to see. Go ahead.
I served on the SAS when Butch was the chairman there, and I was telling these guys how you used to run those meetings there. But anyway, we could talk later on that one. So
we do go way back, Mike. It's nice seeing you again, and thanks for all the wonderful things you and your tribe have done. Because when we started out those years ago, it didn't look so good at that time, and hopefully it'll be much better times in the near future. So appreciate knowing you as a friend and all you've done for the process. Anyone else? Jamie.
Hi, Mike. Thanks. Hi. Well, great to meet you here across the table, but new California council member, and we're part of the same state here. And I just want to highlight, based on what you're saying, the younger generations, the importance of that. And Alex there behind you participated at MREP this last year. I was facilitating the program, and I got to meet him, and really great guy there that's coming through, and really excited to see that new youth. I have my 19-year-old coming in through the fishery, and so it's exciting, because it's a concern across, I think, everybody is the next generation, and having something for them to do in the fishery, having them, but also the fish for them. And so, yeah, it's exciting when we can see that coming up and coming through.
I'm going to put together a PowerPoint presentation of one of my youngest is 17 years old, and she has a picture. She's pretty good size and pretty good softball pitcher too, but she has a picture. She's holding up the otter ate half of our fish when we finally caught a fish, and she's holding it up like that. And I always remind her that it's pretty. She's really little, but she has it, but that much of the tail got ate off of it by otter. You got a lot of things to navigate out there in the wild, including that. So thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? John North, and then Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Mike, for your good words. I appreciate it. And I think, speaking for the state of Oregon, we'd like to work together. It's a really optimistic time for the basin, kind of exciting. And I think it would be great if we could cooperatively work together and see what we can do to improve things. I hope I hope the basin has a bright future.
Look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mike, I just want to thank you for coming. It's not easy to get here from where you are. So for all the things that you've been doing in your watershed as well, but also just coming here, journeying here to be part of the process, and your commitment to what that means for your stocks and also your commitment to the process and to the communication that you talked about and discussions. I just want to appreciate the effort that you've made, you and your staff and folks have made to make that journey. Thank you.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you coming here today. Appreciate your reference to earlier meetings today with CDFW and that they were productive and successful. I just want to thank you for taking the time and making the trip. Looking forward to more conversation. Appreciate it.
Any other comments? Great. Thank you, gentlemen.
I'm going to use my last words. My kids teach me the words. Satya, thank you. Kushjas, you're up, coming up. Kushja, thank you.
Thank you. Dave, is that in the
Yes, I believe that's the last testimony we have from the tribes, other than what you have next time.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I think this is a great time to break for lunch. Oh,
I think Colville had.
No, we're going to get them after. They're on the.
Okay.
On the. Okay, a little farther down, but we got them. We didn't forget about the Colvilles. Merrick, do you have any words of wisdom before we break for lunch? Okay, I'll see everyone back here at 1:15. 1:15. Thank you.
We enjoy federally recognized and protected rights in fisheries managed by the PFMC on our reservation, adjacent to our reservation, and off reservation in our traditional, Aboriginal, and ceded territories. We rely on the salmon harvest and do not have a commercial fishery because the ceremony and subsistence needs of the Colville tribes and its members are not being met. The Colville tribes has approximately 9,500 members, which today we actually are down to 9,300 members, unfortunately. And the allocation in recent history has been well under one fish per member of for the entire year. This year's preseason salmon run projections and the resulting harvest allocation for Colville tribes are not going to change this. It is extremely unfortunate that contemporary salmon runs do not adequately support the harvest needs of the tribes and escapement needs of the fish populations. The Colville tribes are doing our part with programs to improve habitat, raise hatchery fish, and expand the distribution of salmon to their historical production areas. The Colville tribes have actively participated in this forum for many years as a federally recognized Indian tribe with federally protected rights to the hatchery, or to the fishery, sorry. The Colville tribes are actively working with the federal government, the Spokane Tribe of Indians, and the Coeur d'Alene tribe to continue the Phase 2 implementation plan. We often call that the P2IP, to study the feasibility to implement fish passage above the Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee dams in order to reintroduce these salmon to the blocked areas. The salmon runs that used to support our subsistence and cultural needs were nearly lost and are currently a fraction of what they were. Because of the importance to salmon, not just to the Colville tribes, but to the entire region, the Colville tribes are also working with the Upper Columbia United Tribes, the state of Washington, USGS, PNNL, and the Mid-Columbia Public Utility Districts on this project. Given the forecasts and runs over the last several years, as well as the ongoing pressures the fisheries face, we urge you to be cautious when determining what the management alternatives should be this year. Remember that tribes and sport fishermen in the terminal fishing areas, such as the Upper Columbia, are not able to fish on mixed stocks. When local rivers and hatcheries do not get the returns they need for escapement, then the future of the fish stocks in those rivers also suffer. We recognize this resource is shared among a variety of stakeholders. The Colville tribes are always mindful of the need to take actions that benefit future generations who also share this resource. I appreciate your time today. Lim Lim.
Thank you. Any questions for the chairwoman? Kyle?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. No questions. Just wanted to thank you and your staff for being here again this year. Look forward to talking to you through the week as we develop alternatives, and then I assume we'll see you again in April as we get to our final fishing package. Also, as always, I watch it from afar, but following the Phase 2 implementation stuff's really exciting, seeing fish back into some new areas that they haven't been in a long time.
Yes. Some of our fish that we are putting up above Grand Coulee in the blocked area also are making it to Canada. So it's amazing the geographical memory that these fish have, you know, that once they're in that water, they know exactly where to go and what to do. So they're pretty amazing, and I'm glad we're all here to help in recovering these fish and kind of setting limits so we can have good runs. Also, I believe Casey, our biologist, will be coming up tomorrow or the next day with some more kind of just a technical presentation. So this isn't the end of us this weekend, but thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're at Department reports. And so how would you like to do it? North to south, south to north, start in the middle with Oregon and work which one way or the other? You want to go north to south? Mr. Addix, I think we'll choose you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I'll be speaking to agenda item C3D, the supplemental WDFW tribal recommendations. This document has our tribal and WDFW management objectives for 2026 for Puget Sound Chinook and coho salmon. As provided for in Amendment 14 and pursuant to rules and procedures established under U.S. v. Washington, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the affected Puget Sound tribes have established management objectives for Puget Sound Chinook, salmon, and coho salmon, with the exception of the Mid-Hood Canal Chinook Management Unit. That management objective is the subject of ongoing discussion among the state and tribal co-managers and NOAA. The management objectives applicable to the 2026 regulation setting process based on this year's forecast are presented in the following tables. The management objectives define the maximum impact levels allowed for the 2026 to 27 salmon fisheries and are based on a similar approach and methods as the objectives were provided to the Council the past several years. For Puget Sound coho salmon primary natural management units, the management objectives in Table 1 are consistent with the 2009 revision of the Puget Sound Co-Managers Comprehensive Coho Management Plan. And for Puget Sound Chinook salmon, the management objectives in Table 2 are part of the proposed harvest management plan developed by the tribes and WDFW that is currently under review by NOAA. The tribes and WDFW expect that fishing considered by the Council for the 2026 to 27 season will be consistent with the highlighted objectives. I won't speak to all the numbers in the tables, but as I said, Table 1 is the coho objectives for this year. I should point out these are also consistent with the obligations for coho under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. The Strait of Juan de Fuca stock is at a critical level this year. That's not a stock that's really impacted in ocean or Strait of Juan de Fuca Puget Sound fisheries, but it does have a ER ceiling of 20% this year. Hood Canal is at low this year. That's a stock that was very close to its critical threshold last year and is pretty close this year as well. So our inside fisheries will be paying close attention to that one. Snohomish is also at low abundance and a 40% ER ceiling. It's not as close to the critical status as the Hood Canal stock. Table 2 is the Puget Sound Chinook objectives. I'll highlight the ones that are likely to be most constraining in our fishery planning this year and point out the couple of issues that Ms. Bishop referenced in her report earlier. Nooksack Spring Chinook remain at very low abundance and will be at a 10.9 southern U.S. exploitation rate ceiling. Stillaguamish Chinook are a stock that's been a driver for our fisheries for a number of years. It will be managed for a 9% southern U.S. rate on unmarked fish and 14% southern U.S. on marked fish. Snohomish, as Ms. Bishop pointed out, will be at 8.3%, the lower bound exploitation rate limit, and that's because the Snoqualmie population of that unit is below a critical abundance threshold. And then these central Puget Sound stocks, Lake Washington, Green, and Puyallup, will all be managed to a 15% southern U.S. pre-terminal exploitation rate. That was, I think, identified as 14, but once we had all the forecasts in the model, it shows up as a 15% limit. That's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Any clarifying questions for Kyle? Okay. Seeing none. John North, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, nothing from ODFW at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Marcy, it looks like you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, nothing from California at this time.
Okay. So it looks like we're going to move into the SAS report. I believe that's Ryan Johnson and friends.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As traditionally, we'll start the top of Table 1 with commercial and then transition to the recreational alternatives. My name is Ryan Johnson, the North of Washington Troll representative. I'll be reading and summarizing Table 1. The overall non-Indian Chinook TAC is 120,000 Chinook, and 130,000 mark coho. The troll tack is 62,000 Chinook and 20,800 marked coho. A trade may be considered in April, and these options may be adjusted to meet our conservation constraints. May 1 through 15 is subject to current regulations and in-season action. May 16 through the earlier of June 29th, or 41,300 Chinook. Catch limits in the following areas: from the U.S.-Canada border to the Queets River is 8,260 Chinook. From Ledbetter to Falcon, 6,190 Chinook. There'll be weekly landing limits evaluated weekly on a Thursday to Wednesday week. The landing limit per week from the U.S.-Canada border to the Queets River is 80 Chinook. From the Queets River to Ledbetter Point, there's no landing limit. And from Ledbetter to Falcon, it's 80 Chinook. And then I'll read across the page the alternative 2. The total tack is 112,500 Chinook, 120,000 mark coho. The troll tack is 57,500 Chinook, 19,200 mark coho. May 16 through earlier of June 29, 38,300 Chinook. From the Canada border to the Queets River, it's 7,660 Chinook. From Ledbetter to Falcon, it's 5,740 Chinook. And the landing limit from Canada to the Queets is 70. Queets to Ledbetter is 100 Chinook per week. And Ledbetter to Falcon is 70. In alternative 3, the overall tack is 97,500 Chinook, 90,000 coho. The troll tack is 48,750 Chinook, 14,400 mark coho. May 16 through June 29, 24,400 Chinook. From Canada to the Queets, 4,880 Chinook. Ledbetter to Falcon, 3,660 Chinook. The landing limit from the Queets to Canada is 60. From the Queets to Ledbetter is 80 Chinook. Ledbetter down to Falcon is 60 Chinook. I'll turn the page and read the summer alternatives. Sorry, I missed one paragraph there. In 2027, the season will open May 1, subject to in-season changes at the March and April meeting in 2027. The summer will be July 1 through the early of September 30th, 20,700 Chinook or 20,800 mark coho. The landing and possession limit of 100 mark coho per vessel per week, Thursday to Wednesday. Alternative 2 is July 1 through September 30, 19,200 Chinook, 19,200 mark coho. Landing possession limits, there'll be a calendar date challenge here with the open period July 1 through 8 is 60 Chinook, 60 mark coho. Then every regular week after that will also be 60 Chinook and 60 mark coho. Alternative 3 is July 1 through September 22 or 24,350 Chinook, 14,400 mark coho. Similar dates as an alternative 2, and the landing limits of 50 Chinook and 40 mark coho in that alternative. That completes Washington. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the troll options or troll alternatives, as given? Okay. Next, and if I could ask you, John, to pull that mic close to you. So, yeah, thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. John Alto, I'm the Oregon Troll SAS. Get the glasses on here. Okay, I'll be reading the 2026 commercial troll management alternatives for the area from Cape Falcon, Oregon to the Oregon-California border. Starting off Alt 1, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, April 14th through May 15. See 2025 management measures and 2026 in-season actions. Dates may be subject to further in-season action. May 16 through August 29, September 1 through October 31. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho. C4, C7, except during the non-mark selective coho fishery as described below. C5. Chinook minimum size limit 28 inches total length, coho minimum size limit of 16 inches total length. B, C1. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. Sea gear restrictions and definitions, C2, C3. Beginning September 1, all salmon until the earlier of September 30 or at 8,000 non-marked selective coho quota met. If the coho quota is met prior to September 30, then all salmon except coho season continues, C4, C7. No more than 100 coho per vessel per landing week when retention allowed, and no more than 100 Chinook allowed per vessel per landing week, Thursday through Wednesday. Vessel limits may be modified in season. I'll read some more of this boilerplate language also at the bottom, but I won't reread it for every option. So continue on here. Oregon state regulations require all fishers landing coho salmon into Oregon from any fishery between Cape Falcon, Oregon, and Humbug Mountain to notify ODFW within 1 hour of delivery or prior to transport away from the port of landing by either calling in the phone number or sending notification via email to North Falcon Patrol Report. Notification shall include vessel name and number, number of salmon by species, port of landing and location of delivery, and estimated time of delivery. In 2027, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit 28 inches total length. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. Gear restrictions, same as in 2026. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2027 meeting. Move on to Alt 2, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, April 14 through May 15. See 2025 management measures and 2026 in-season actions. Dates may be subject to further in-season action. May 16 through August 7, September 1 through October 31. The language on the coho season is the same other than the quota would be 7,000 in Alt 2 rather than 8,000. The coho per week landing limit would still remain 100. Chinook also would be 100 per vessel per landing week. Moving on to Alt 3, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, April 14 through May 15. May 16 through July 31, September 1 through October 31. Coho fishery in this option has a quota of 6,000. The landing, the no more than 75 coho per vessel per landing week are allowed in Alt 3. The Chinook would stay at 100 Chinook per vessel per landing week. We'll move down the coast now to Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border. April 14th through May 15th. May 16th through June 30. Alternative 2, Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border, April 14 through May 15. May 16 through May 29. June 1 through 30 or the earlier of a 600 Chinook quota. June 1 through 30, the weekly landing and possession limit of 30 Chinook per vessel per week, Thursday through Wednesday. All vessels fishing in this area during June must land and deliver all salmon within this area or into Port Orford, Oregon, and within 24 hours of any closure of this fishery and prior to fishing outside of this area. Alt 3, April 15th through May 15th, May 16th through May 31. That concludes it. Thank you.
Any questions of the Oregon Troll? Okay. Mr. Bradshaw?
Good afternoon, Council. I'll be reading from the same packet, Table 1. I'm the California Commercial Troll Rep. We'll be starting Alternative 1, Oregon-California border to Humboldt South Jetty, the California KMZ, May 1 through 15. C 2025 management measures, which are subject to in-season action. The rest of the period would be closed. In 2027, the season will open May 1 through the earlier May 31 with some kind of Chinook quota, minimum size limits 27 inches, landing possession limits of something will be put in place. Open 5 days a week, Friday through Tuesday, all coho except salmon. Fish landed in the area or caught in the area need to be landed and reported within 24 hours. Moving over to Alt 2, same area, the California KMZ, May 1 through 15 and closed for the rest of the period. And then over into Alt 3 for the California KMZ is May 1 through 15, May 16 through 31 or a 2,000 Chinook quota, June 1 through 30 or a 2,000 Chinook quota, July 1 through 31 or a 2,000 Chinook quota, August 1 through 31 or a 2,000 Chinook quota. Landing possession limits will be set, per vessel per landing week, Monday through Friday. Same gear restrictions, landing restrictions, and size limits. The area from Humboldt South Jetty to the 4010 line is closed for all three alternatives. Switching the page, moving down the coast, alternative 1 for the 4010 line down to Point Arena, the Fort Bragg zone, is April 16 through May 15. See 2025 management measures subject to in-season action, July 1 through 5, July 12 through 17, or attainment of a set harvest Chinook limit, August 1 through 5, 11 through 15, and 21 through 25, or attainment of a harvest limit. Landing possession limits will be set per vessel per week. All, again, salmon caught in the zone need to be landed in the zone, reported within 24 hours via electronic fish tickets. Moving over to alternative 2, the same Fort Bragg zone is April 16 through May 15, and the rest of the period would be closed. That's subject still to in-season action. And moving over into alternative 3, the same Fort Bragg zone, April 16 through May 15, May 16 through 17, June 1 through 5, 12 through 17, July 1 through 5, and 12 through 17, August 1 through 5, 12 through 17. Those all, again, or that period or until harvest limit is attained, there will be landing possession limits set at some point. Switching the page, moving down the coast farther, down into the Point Arena to Pigeon Point zone, San Francisco zone. Alternative 1 is May 1 through 15, July 1 through 5, 12 through 17, August 1 through 5, 11 through 15, and 21 through 25, and September 1 through 15. Again, there will be some Chinook quota implemented and a landing possession limit per vessel week as well. Moving over into alternative 2, the same San Francisco zone, May 1 through 15, May 16 through 18, 23, through the 28th, June 1 through 7, 13 through 18, and 23 through 28, July 1 through 7, 13 through 18, and 23 to 28. And then into August, again, 1 through 7, 13 through 18, and 23 through 28. Again, we'll have some kind of landing limit and vessel limit applied. We in this zone have a September 1 through 30 point raised to Point San Pedro fall target area fishery. Again, some harvest limit and vessel limit will be applied per landing week. Moving over to alternative 3, same San Francisco zone, May 1 through 15, May 16 through 17, June 1 through 5, and 12 through 17, July 1 through 5, and 12 through 17, and August 1 through 5, and 12 through 17. Same as before, landing limits and vessel limits will apply. Further down the coast, getting down into Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border in the Monterey zone. Alternative 1 is May 1 through 15 and May 16 through 17. June 1 through 5, 12 to 17. July 1 through 5 and 12 through 17. August 1 through 5, 11 through 15, and 21 through 25. Again, the landing limits and vessel limits will apply. Moving over into alternative 2, the same zone, May 1 through 15, and May 16 through 18, 23 through 28, June 1 through 7, 13 through 18, 23 through 28, July 1 through 7, 13 to 18, and 23 through 28, and August 1 through 7, 13 through 18, and 23 through 28. Same landing limits and vessel limits, weekly limits will apply. And lastly, over into alternative 3 in the Monterey zone, we have May 1 through 15 and May 16 through 17, June 1 through 5, 12 through 17, July 1 through 5, and 12 through, it says 1, but it should read 17. And then August 1 through 5 and 12 through 17. And again, vessel limits and boat limit, weekly limits will apply.
Any questions for Mr. Bradshaw? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, George. I'll just use the Monterey cell as an example, but I think my question pertains to language kind of throughout the California alternatives. You use language about the landing and possession limit per vessel per landing week. And then I see a definition of landing week in some places that says Friday through Tuesday. And then in other cases, I see, well, when I look at the open dates, for example, June 1 through 7. I'm not looking at a calendar, but that open period includes 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to reconcile what the landing week would be in that scenario.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Remco. My understanding, which is going to be rather vague here, we're getting into uncharted territories with our California troll fisheries, with these landing limits and vessel limits and all of the stuff. We did, however, have this methodology in the KMZ, which did have, those set days of the week openers. It's unclear to me if that's going to apply to south of there, or if we are going to have, a week structured potential openers like the dates on paper, that aren't set by the days of the week per se, but, that week long in duration. I would expect further conversation to, come to a clear conclusion on that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I will say, George, in my 35 plus years of doing this, is the first time I heard the phrase "some kind of quota." So, yeah. Just don't know how to model that, but I'm sure Marcy's got her all figured out. But I just thank you, George, for all your hard work.
And
I know you guys
again, thank you.
Amen.
And Mr. Smith, I'm excited at the same time, right? I mean, there is days on paper here for the first time for a while. But it is, like I said, uncharted territory. It's kind of uneasy at the same time. But the good news is there are days on paper.
Hopefully translate to days on the water. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan, you want to bring your next crew up?
Sure. Yeah, we'll have the recreational representatives.
I realize there's only 2 mics on that table. I don't know if we got a remote mic, but if we don't, just make sure we get that fairly close to our faces, please. I know.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair Smith. That's hard to say, and members of the Congress Council. I'll be reading Table 2, Recreational Management Alternatives. And for the record, my name's Dave Johnson. I'm the Washington Sport Rep. Overall non-Indian TAC of 120,000 Chinook, 130,000 marked coho with a heeled adipose fin clip. Recreational TAC of 58,000 Chinook, 109,200 marked coho. All retained coho must be marked. Various daily limits and species combinations of 1 or 2 salmon will be considered, including 1 fish, 2 fish only, one of which may be a Chinook, and 2 fish only, which one may be a coho. Trades may be considered at our April council meeting. No Area 4B add-on fishery. Buoy 10 fishery opens August 1st with an X marked coho allotment. Overall Chinook and or coho tax may need to be reduced or fisheries adjusted to meet NIMS ESA guidance FMP requirements upon conclusion of negotiations in North of Falcon Forum or upon receipt of preseason catch and abundance expectations for Canada and Alaska fisheries. Moving on to alternative 2, overall non-Indian TAC of 112,500 Chinook and 120,000 marked coho. Recreational TAC of 55,000 Chinook, 100,800 marked coho, same as alternative 1. Alternative 3, an overall non-Indian TAC of 97,500 Chinook and 90,000 marked coho, with a recreational TAC of 48,750 Chinook and 75,600 marked coho, same as alternative 1. Flip the page and go to U.S.-Canada border to Cape Alava, Nia Bay subarea. Open June 20 through earlier of September 30, or 11,360 marked coho subarea quota, or a subarea guideline of 14,080 Chinook. Open 7 days per week, all salmon, except coho June 20 through July 5th, 1 salmon per day. Beginning July 6th, all salmon, 2 salmon per day. No chum retention beginning August 1. All coho must be marked with the heeled adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is 24 inches. See gear restrictions and definitions. Beginning August 1, Chinook non-retention east of the Vanilla Tatoosh line during council-managed ocean fisheries. Moving to alternative 2, June 27 through earlier September 30th, or 10,480 marked coho, with the sub-area guideline of 13,360 Chinook. Open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, June 27 through July 5th. 1 salmon per day beginning July 6th. All salmon, 2 salmon per day, no chum retention beginning August 1st. All coho must be clipped. Minimum size limit 24 inches on Chinook. Alternative 3, June 20 through earlier September 30, or 7,860 marked coho, with the sub-area guideline of 11,840 Chinook. Open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no chum retention beginning August 1. All coho must be marked. Moving south to Cape Alava to Queets River, La Push sub area, June 20 through earlier September 29, or 2,840 marked coho, with a sub-area guideline of 2,210 Chinook, open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, June 20 through July 5th, 1 salmon per day. Beginning July 6th, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no chum retention beginning August 1. All coho must be marked with a clipped adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is also 24 inches. See gear restriction C2, C3. September 30 through October 3rd, or until 150 Chinook quota in the area north of 4750 north latitude and south of 4800. Chinook only, 1 Chinook per day. No minimum size limits. See gear restriction C1, 2, 3. Fishery may be closed if extreme freshwater temperature and or flow events occur in the Quileute Basin in September. Moving to alternative 2, June 27 through earlier September 30, or 2,620 marked coho with a sub-area guideline of 2,090 Chinook, 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, June 27 through July 5th, 1 salmon per day. Beginning July 6th, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no chum retention beginning August 1st. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin, Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches. October 7 through 10, or until 150 Chinook quota in the area north of 47.50 north latitude and south 4800. Same as alternative 1. Alternative 3, June 20 through earlier September 30, or 1,970 marked coho sub-area quota with a sub-area guideline of 1,980 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day. No chum retention beginning August 1st. All coho must be marked with healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches. Moving south to the Queets River, the Ledbetter Point, Westport sub-area, June 20 through earlier September 30, or 40,400 marked coho sub-area quota with a sub-area guideline of 23,540 Chinook. Open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit in this area is 22 inches. Moving on to alternative 2, open June 20 through earlier September 30th, or 37,300 marked coho with a sub-area guideline of 22,310 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, June 20 through July 5th, 1 salmon per day. Beginning July 6th, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit 22 inches. Alternative 3, the following seasons will be managed for a total sub-area quota of 27,290 marked coho, or a sub-area guideline of 19,780 Chinook. June 28th through earlier of July 30th, or until sub-area guideline quotas are met, open 5 days per week, Sunday through Thursday. All salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit 22 inches. July 31 through September 30th, or until sub-area quota and guidelines is met, open 7 days per week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 of which may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook must be 22 inches. Moving south to Ledbetter Point, Cape Falcon, or the Columbia River sub-area, June 20th through earlier September 30th, or 54,600 marked coho sub-area quota with a sub-area guideline of 18,020 Chinook. Open 7 days a week, all salmon, 2 salmon per day, no more than 1 may be a Chinook. All coho must be marked with a healed adipose fin. Chinook minimum size limit 22 inches total in length. Columbia Control Zone closed C4, restrictions and definitions C2, C3. Moving on to alternative 2, June 27 through earlier September 30th, or 50,400 marked coho subarea quota, or subarea guideline of 17,090 Chinook, same as alternative 1. Alternative 3, June 27 through earlier of September 30, or 37,800 marked coho with a subarea quota guideline on Chinook of 15,150. And that concludes north of Falcon.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions for Dave? Okay, assuming we'd be going to Mike, south of Falcon.
Mike Sorensen, Oregon Charter Rep on the SAS, Chairman or Vice Chairman Butch and Council. I'll be continuing on reading Oregon's alternatives. Alternative 1, Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, March 15th to May 15th. See 2025 management measures and 2026 in-season actions. Dates may subject to further in-season action. May 16th to August 31st. Open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, except as provided below during the marked selected coho fishery and the non-marked selected coho fishery. 2 fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches, coho minimum size limit 16 inches total length. Marked selective coho fishery, June 6th through the earlier of August 30th, or the 50,000 marked coho quota. Open 7 days a week, 2 salmon per day. All retained coho must be marked with the heeled adipose fin clip. And then you have your minimums. Any remainder of the marked selected coho quota may be transferred in season on an impact neutral basis to the September non-marked select fishery from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. In 2027, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches. Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, open 7 days, September 1st through October 31st, open 7 days a week, all salmon except coho, except as provided below, to the non-marked select coho fishery, 2 fish per day. Non-marked selective coho fishery, September 1st through the earlier of September 30th, or a 30,000 non-marked select coho quota, open 7 days per week and may be modified in season. Moving on to Alt 2, Cape Falcon to the Oregon border, March 15th to May 15th is same as Alt 1. Marked select coho fishery, June 13th through the earlier of August 23rd, or 45,000 marked coho, open 7 days a week. All retained coho must be marked with the heeled adipose fin, and there's only 1 Chinook in that from there on. Then we have the same as Alternate 1, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, except as provided below in the marked select coho fishery and the non-marked coho fishery, 2 fish per day beginning August 24th. Only 1 may be a Chinook minimum size limits. Non-marked select coho fishery, September 1st through the earlier September 30th, or 27,500 non-marked select coho quota, open days may be modified in season. Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border, open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, except during the marked select coho fishery, 2 salmon per day, except beginning August 24th, only 1 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches. And moving on to Alt 3, Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, March 15th to May 15th, same as Alt 1. Marked select coho fishery, June 20th through the earlier of August 23rd, or 40,000 marked coho, open 7 days a week. All salmon must be marked with a heeled adipose fin in the minimum size limits. And then same Has Alt 1, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, May 16th to August 31st, open 7 days per week. All salmon except coho has provided during the marked select coho fishery and the non-marked select coho fishery. One fish per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches for coho. In the non-marked select coho fishery, September 1 through the earlier September 30 or 25,000 non-marked select coho open 7 days a week. And 2 fish per day, only one may be a Chinook. And that's it. I will take questions because I'm sure there are some.
Any questions for Mike? I see a hand up. John North, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sorensen, for the reading through all that. On page 18 in alternative 3 for that Cape Falcon, Oregon, California border, I think as described, it's open March 15th through May 15th, but I think I understood that this morning you caught that as an error and you actually wanted it to be see an alternative where Humbug to the border was closed March 15th through May 15th.
Yeah, that's right. During the initial reading after we got the handout that from down in Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border, that should have been closed, but we were informed by Angela that you will be taking care of that in a motion.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I just want to make sure I was on the right page, and I'll try and add that to my motion later when we get to it. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're going into the zone now. Next.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair, Council members. I'm Kevin Gaddis, California Sport Rep. I will be reading Table 2, 2006 Recreational Management Alternatives for Non-Indian Ocean Salmon Fisheries. I will try to spare you some of the repetitive boilerplate language. Alternative 1, Oregon-California border to latitude 4010 north, California KMZ. May 1st through the 15th, the 2025 management measures and 2026 in-season actions. Dates may be subject to further in-season action. May 16th through August 31st, in-season action may be taken to close open days when a total harvest approaching statewide harvest guideline of TBD Chinook. September 1st through October 31st, also with the language in-season action may be taken to close open days when a total harvest is approaching a statewide harvest guideline. All salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches total length. See gear restrictions and definitions in C2 and 3. Klamath Control Zone closed in August. See California State regulations for additional closure adjacent to Smith, Eel, and Klamath Rivers. In 2027, the season opens May 1st for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day. Chinook minimum size limit of 20 inches total length. Same gear restrictions, harvest guidelines, bag limits may be considered in-season action to close fisheries, modify season dates, and modify the bag limit may be considered when sport harvest is approaching a harvest guideline. Alternative 2, May 1st through the 15th, it's the 2025 management measures. May 16th through August 23rd, September 1st through October 31st, and everything else same as alternative 1. Alternative 3, May 1st through the 15th, also refer to 2025 management measures. May 16th through August 16th, and September 1st through October 31st. Moving southward to latitude 4010 to Point Arena, the Fort Bragg area. April 4th through May 15th, the 2025 management measures. May 16th through August 31st. September 1st through October 31st.
And in 2027, the season opens April 3rd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 20-inch total length. Moving on to alternative 2, April 4th through May 15th, same 2025 management measures apply. May 16th through August 23rd, and September 1st through October 31st. And the 2027 language is the same. On to alternative 3, April 4th through May 15th, May 16th through August 16th, and September 1st through October 31st. Moving down to the Point Arena to Pigeon Point area, San Francisco, April 4th through May 15th, see 2025 management measures, May 16th through August 31st, September 1st through October 31st, and the language differs here a little bit. In 2027, season opens April 3rd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit of 24 inches total length. On to alternative 2, April 4th through May 15th, May 16th through August 23rd, September 1st through October 31st, 2027 language is the same. Alternative 3, April 4th through May 15th, May 16th through August 16th, September 1st through October 31st, 27 language is the same as well. And finally, moving southerly to Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border, the Monterey zone, April 4th through May 15th, same 2025 management measures apply, May 16th through August 31st, September 1st through the 30th, and in the 2027 season opens April 3rd for all salmon except coho, 2 salmon per day, Chinook minimum size limit 24 inches total length. Alternative 2, Pigeon Point to U.S.-Mexico border, April 4th through May 15th, May 16th through August 23rd, September 1st through the 30th, 2027 language is the same. Alternative 3, April 4th through May 15th, May 16th through August 16th, September 1st through the 30th, and the 2027 language is also the same. I would just like to add that we ran this wide open model run to assess area impacts from the numerous stocks of concern as a starting point to help us guide in planning some of these seasons for spreading out that effort and more efficiently using those impacts. So, thank you. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Any questions? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate first you describing your thinking behind the development of this particular set of alternatives. I'll look forward to hearing more about how your thoughts change and your and how that reflects as we continue this week's process. I noted that in 2 places, I believe you read dates that appeared differently than what's printed on the page. Specifically in the KMZ cell, page 20, alt 1, the boilerplate language for 2027, as I read it on the page, you indicated, I think verbally, the season opens May 1, and the page says April 3rd. Is that?
Well, that is correct. I said that, and it does state April 3rd. However, we had an error in entry, and we confused those start dates. So what I did say was correct. I have that written down. I just don't know that it has been translated through and recorded yet. So May 1st for the start for the KMZ is correct, not April 3rd. And Monterey is... And Monterey is April 3rd, as opposed to
in alt 1.
May 1st, on page 23.
Thank you for that. So noted. Next question, if I may. pertains to language throughout the recreational alternatives for California, where you've described harvest approaching a statewide harvest guideline of unknown number of Chinook. I just want to talk a bit about the concept of a statewide harvest guideline, since that language is used numerous places. As I understand the discussions, and we're in an early stage here in the week, but there is perhaps some interest in looking at regional harvest guidelines. Is that correct?
That is a framework that we are considering, but all of that would still be derivative from the total, what's the language, from the statewide harvest guideline. So we would still need the statewide harvest guideline in order to work out any sort of division of that among different areas. So.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All right, so I take from that we will likely expect to see some evolution in this language as discussions continue. Is that correct? That would include regional as well as statewide harvest guidelines?
I would say yes. My experience isn't vast enough to really speak from anything that's happened in the past, but yes, I would expect that if we are starting to look at sort of these alternative formats, that we will need to craft specific language that will be unique to that. And I'm sure that there will be help offered to us in doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, is that your report?
Yes, Mr.
That's a wrap.
Yes, that
Thank you.
concludes the SAS report.
Right. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, for all your hard work, except for Dave. All right. All right, so now we move into public comment. Looks like I have 5, is that correct? Okay, first one is Parker Mead. Are you with us?
Can you hear
sir?
me? Hi there, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's weak. We get a little
Okay,
closer to the-
I'll speak up. Is that better?
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Parker Mead, and today I'm speaking in support of stronger salmon conservation and the reforms being advocated by the campaign Let Our Salmon Come Home. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the testimony shared earlier today by tribal leaders, including Bruce Jim Sr. Hearing those perspectives is deeply meaningful, and tribal nations have stewarded salmon since long before modern fisheries management existed, and the relationship with these fish stocks go back thousands of years. Listening to those voices reminds us that salmon are not only a resource to manage, but something deeply cultural and ecologically meaningful that deserves our respect and our careful stewardship. Across the Pacific Northwest and along the West Coast, salmon are far more than just a fishery resource. They're a foundation of entire ecosystems, cultures, and economies. Tribal nations have depended on salmon for thousands of years. Communities across this region have built their identities around them. And the forests, rivers, and wildlife of this region, from bears and eagles to the endangered southern resident killer whales, are deeply tied to salmon runs that are historically have returned in extraordinary abundance. Because of that importance, people across the region have invested enormous effort and public resources trying to bring them back. Taxpayers have spent billions of dollars restoring habitat, removing dams, fixing culverts, protecting streams, and improving river conditions so that salmon can migrate and spawn successfully. Tribes, conservation groups, and local governments and volunteers like myself have worked for decades to restore the rivers where salmon begin and end their lives. Despite all of that work and investment, too many salmon are still being caught in mixed stock ocean fisheries before they have the opportunity or the chance to return to rivers that produce them. And the reason is well known. Once salmon enter the ocean from thousands of different subgroups or regions, they mix. Fisheries targeting abundant stocks inevitably catch fish from weaker or threatened populations at the same time. That means that salmon from struggling runs, whether from the Puget Sound or the Columbia Basin, can be harvested far from home before managers or communities even know which fish they are. For communities working to restore salmon in their rivers, this creates a frustrating contradiction. On one hand, people are asked to make sacrifices, accepting river fishing restrictions, investing in expensive restoration projects, and changing how we manage our landscapes in order to help salmon recover. But on the other hand, large mixed stock ocean fisheries can still intercept those same fish before they ever have the chance to make it home. Nowhere is that tension more visible than in the Puget Sound. Many Puget Sound Chinook populations are listed under our ESA listed, and local fisheries have faced significant restrictions for decades in order to protect those fish. At the same time, enormous efforts are underway to restore habitat across the region, removing barriers, restoring estuaries, etc. Those efforts only matter if salmon are actually able to make it back to those rivers. There's also a deeper issue at play that I think people are beginning to realize. Over time, our expectations for what a healthy salmon run looks like have quietly shifted downward. Each generation grows up seeing fewer fish than the one before and assumes that what they see today is normal. Scientists call this shifting baseline syndrome. We celebrate small improvements because the baseline has already dropped so low. But historically, salmon runs on the West Coast were almost unimaginable in their abundance. The point is not nostalgia, but it's perspective. If our management goals are shaped by already diminished expectations, we risk locking in long-term decline rather than restoring true abundance. I'll speed up a little bit here. They're also critical to the survival of southern resident killer whales, which rely heavily on Chinook salmon as their primary prey. Just this February, 2 new southern resident killer whales were born and will desperately need Chinook salmon to sustain their lives and make it so that they can reach adulthood. At a time of climate change, at a time when climate change is adding new pressures, from warming rivers to changing ocean conditions, it's ever more important that our fishery management systems work with salmon recovery rather than against it. One of the core responsibilities of the Pacific Fishery Management Council is to protect both resource and communities that depend on it. Conservation is sometimes framed as being at odds with business or being at odds with fishermen, but the truth is that protecting salmon populations is the only way to protect long-term future for fisheries and the people whose livelihoods depend on them. This council has an important role to play. By reducing the interception of vulnerable salmon populations in mixed stock fisheries and allowing more fish to return home to the rivers, you can help align fisheries management with the massive investments that are already being made in habitat restoration and recovery. In closing, I'd like to leave you with one simple idea. If we truly want salmon to recover, we have to give them the chance to finish their journey that defines their entire life cycle. Please let salmon come home. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Parker? Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Corey. I'm sorry, Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Mr. Mead, for your comments. Looking through some of the public comments that we had in the briefing book, I see there is this let salmon come home theme to a lot of those comments. And I'm wondering if you can share with me a little bit more about yourself, if that is an organization or a campaign or something. Just curious a little bit more why you're here today, and appreciate your presence. Thank you for coming to the council.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question, and I really appreciate the time to speak at all. I don't work in fisheries. I'm not related. I'm not a biologist or anything. It's just something that I'm very passionate about. Let Salmon Come Home is a movement or is a campaign that I was brought aware of from some of the other volunteer organizations I work with. I volunteer with Mid-Sound Fisheries Enhancement Group, which does a lot of habitat restoration in the Puget Sound. And I've volunteered a couple other places. But the idea being that mixed stock fisheries make it difficult for us to know how we support salmon populations in locations where maybe they've been overfished in one particular subregion. And I've done a lot of reading this year, and I've become more acquainted with salmon biology, and have had a big interest in it. And so some of the books that I've read have talked a lot about how salmon are genetically adapted to the individual rivers and streams that they go home to. And so the genetic information and the genetic diversity of salmon populations is greatly affected by mixed stock fisheries, where we can't treat each individual population as something to manage, but rather as a greater whole. So that's why I came to talk today. And thank you very much for your question.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony today. So everyone knows I'm going to butcher your names probably, most likely, and I apologize. So Travis Simmons. No go? Okay, well, maybe we'll check back. McCarthy. Not McCarthy, yeah. Aaron McCarthy? Nope. How about Adrian? You on here? Oop. All right, well, I got James Stone. Welcome, James.
Thank you, Vice Chair, council members, staff. My name is James Stone, and I am the President and Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. We are an organization that represents hundreds of fishing guides across the state of California, as well as thousands of recreational members that enjoy fishing for salmon recreationally across the inland system. We also represent many members that fish in the ocean, and we also have members that are commercial and charter boat members as well throughout the salmon industry. I wanted to thank the council for the immense work that you've been working on the conservation objective and pushing forward the Sacramento work group the last few years during our closures. A lot of us participated and listened into that process and are appreciative of the work that got done by that work group, and we wanted to thank you for getting that work done. Furthermore, we would like to see, that work complete and be done, as we've been testifying to this council for almost a decade now. That conservation objective of 122,000 to 180,000 needs to be revised. It's old, from 1984, and it was called to be revisited in 2011 when the Red Bluff diversion dams came out. So we would love to see a little bit more work on that. It has been a long 3 years of closure. As I've testified, even though it's only been 3 years of full closure, the Sacramento River has seen some really low escapement numbers and return numbers in prior years that have affected everybody and lots of businesses and the rural communities that are along the river systems. We wrote a letter and put it under public comment about our recommendation of targeting the 180,000 minimum according to the fisheries management plan within the Sacramento system. In November, I testified to you all of recommending that as a very minimum to protect our runs and make sure that we're getting the right number of fish home. I think that the SMSY is going to need to be revisited, and we are going to need to do a stair-step approach of trying to get there rather than just jumping to some higher number that, even though the science supports it immediately. To protect our fisheries and our industries and to make sure that everybody has access to the fishery, we'll have to be responsible on that management, but we do support moving forward with that rapidly as fast as possible. Furthermore, more adults are needed currently in the system right now because of the programs that were testified yesterday by the Bridge Group. Coleman National Fish Hatchery has agreed to a 10-year contract with the Bridge Group to raise 7 to 14 million more fish every single year. So you're talking somewhere between 70 to 140 million more fish are going to be created in the next 10 years. And furthermore, we're working on the new construction of Livingston Stone Hatchery below Shasta Dam, which the Bureau and U.S. Fish and Wildlife will be operating which historically has only had winter run salmon, but will eventually have 3 runs of salmon from that hatchery. So I tell you these things, and also CDFW has been bumping up all of their programs across the board in the Feather and in the Nimbus, American River, and in the McCollum and the San Joaquin system. So I tell you all of this because of the need of needing more adults coming home every single year so that we can get these fish back for brood stock and that we have enough fish back. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. Often fish come back to these hatcheries and they're green, they're not ripe. They have to be either put into holding ponds, and sometimes they get overripe from those situations. So it's not just a 1-to-1. If you need a certain amount of eggs, you need exactly that many adults, which a lot of people believe. So you need a little bit more surplus of those fish coming home. So working with those programs and those numbers, it's going to be important that we get more fish home for that. I don't have time because I'm running out with 45 seconds left. But the other main thing is that we need to do is we need to support our Ocean Salmon Project staff and PBT monitoring and the future program for PBT and what that involves. There's tens of millions of dollars that have already been allocated working towards that program, but we're going to need the support of our friends in the North and Oregon to make sure that we have a program that works for all monitoring. And then I just would like to recommend that we always give all opportunity for the recreational fishery in the ocean to as many sectors as possible. We have members that are up and down the state. And then I'd finally like to conclude with a big thank you to CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and NOAA Fisheries for everything that you're all doing during this collapse. It doesn't go unnoticed, and everyone finally feels that the pendulum's swinging in the right direction for recovery and sustainable fisheries for the future. So I'm very happy to report that to you today. Thank you, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Any questions for James? No fighting. Okay, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, James. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your testimony. On your first point regarding the revision of the conservation objective, I know you've provided copious comment over the years with, elevated numbers, certainly above the current goal range. But I was wondering if you might comment on this year and how the allowable maximum exploitation rate, now at 52%, which resulted in a conservation or a forecast of returns that would be allowed at 188,000. So kind of as the forecast abundance increases with this revision to the exploitation rate, the result of that would be elevating that escapement floor. And I was wondering if you can talk about like how high you think the floor needs to be in light of these additional new needs for increased returns, and how that interplay works with the exploitation rate.
Thank you, Mr. Remco. That's a great question. I could talk to you probably for 4 to 5 hours if you allowed me to, but I know that time is of the essence. We could cover a lot online. I would say that the fact that the harvest control rule has changed of the total exploitation rate for the fall run has basically done what I came to advocate for, which was 180,000 minimum escapement. And so that harvest control rule has already done that job for me. So thank you. To NOAA's guidance, you've allowed me to move my airplane ticket up and make my son's travel ball games this weekend. So thank you to that. And I'll be testifying the rest of the week remotely. So that's kind of interesting how the way that that's worked, but we've never had it in place before like this. So I think that it's a very interesting dynamic of how that's going to control it under these situations. I think moving forward, to really take a deep dive into it, I'd like to look at it at about 6 different escapement or SI preseason numbers. Look at like a 150, look at a 300, a 450, a 600, and start learning where that curve is on the track of where we're going to be in the future and how that new 52% is going to affect each of those preseason forecasts. and how that will change the escapement numbers. I'll say to you that to my best recollection of looking at all runs from 2004 all of the way forward until the closure of 2022 is where I've really analyzed a lot of the runs. And it seems to be that we often miss egg takes at certain hatcheries when we fall below 122,000 fish. And looking at the most recent data from the SAC work group that came out, I think that it was interesting seeing of how we needed to move those numbers over to shift more towards that 200-ish number, to where the hatcheries are consistently getting all of their fish at all of our different tributaries. Because as you're very well aware, sometimes we'll have a banner run on Battle Creek, right? And it could, like this last year, have 40,000 fish in it, but we might not get a big run at the feather like we might need. Historically, I believe at the salmon information meeting, it was reported that the feather was down like 15% of its historical contribution rates. So I think that it's interesting of how dynamically every year those fish return to different basins differently. And so looking at that data, that's where I would want to maybe come back with a more prepared answer. But I would love to look at that and report to you in April, if that's okay, with kind of like some scientific based numbers that might be more acceptable to most. However, I think that, my early predictions when we first asked for the work group and the conservation objective to start being revisited was 2019. And I think at that time we had recommended somewhere between like 180 to 225,000 would probably be a more realistic number of where we consistently will get our fish home. They will be distributed throughout the diversity of the Sacramento River system, the tributaries and hatcheries, and provide some sort of recreational fishing that would be at least attractive to sell more fishing licenses. If that hopefully is a good enough answer for today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the question.
Oh, Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, James. My question is regarding your recommended stair-step approach. It sounds like you're recommending some slower move back into our fisheries or some sort of methodology to get there. And I'm just curious if you could expand a little bit more on what that is you'd like to see.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I would recommend it. The reason that we would recommend it is that the point of raising the conservation objective and SMSY as well is not to try to put any strain on anyone's fisheries, including ocean fisheries. As you all know, we just came out of the 3 years of closure and we've had very low abundances. So trying to raise the SMSY right now to like the recommendation of the SAC work group of 290,000, for example, would crush fisheries. It would close fisheries. It would hurt all of us, and it wouldn't be productive for the salmon industry or for the future of fishing. Because I think that if we destroy any sector, we're all pieces of a pie. As our great vice chair always mentions, is that we're all pieces of this pie, and we all need to make sure that we're supporting one another and we're getting to the goal together of where we need to be in recovery, harvest, and sustainability. So I would say that my stair-step approach would be at a minimum of a 180 number, I think, is where we would start, and then work towards, as the work group and council move forward through the process of where you think that those necessary steps would take place. But I would say that they would start at 180, and then you would start moving forward as our production numbers are up, our return numbers are up, and that we can sustain a commercial fishery, a recreational fishery in the ocean, and an inland fishery as well. I think that it's very important that we continue to connect ourselves as people to these iconic fish, and that we're all here in this room connected because of these fish. And so I think that it's important that we respect that and that we make sure that we're constantly working for the better good of all of us at the same time. And so that was why the recommendation of the stair step was to not hurt any other fishery and try to punish anybody, if you would. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I'd like to say something. James, once in a while our passion, we get a little over our skis. And I think you have come a long ways and a big reason, along with your coalition, why there's a chance to fish. And I truly appreciate you guys sitting with those water users. I don't think would have happened unless you guys all work together. And I think that's a great thing. And I think because of your coalition, Bradshaw and Johnny and you and others, you guys will get out of this together. And I think you'll be a big part of this. And I really appreciate what you do. I don't always like to look at my Facebook trying to relax. And there he is, James Wildman Stone, live from somewhere. But anyway, I stop and watch, and I appreciate what you're saying, what your message is work together and we'll get out of this thing. And I truly appreciate that. So thank you for all you do and your coalition. So
Thank you, Vice Chair. It always comes from the heart.
yeah, I know it does. So anyway, any other questions? All right, you're off the hook. So now I believe we are in council discussion. And let me get to the right thingy wingy here and an action. So who would like to start? Susan Bishop, lead us to the promised land, please.
No, I'll leave that to others. I just had a question for Mr. Addix with regard to a couple of things on the proposed recreation or proposed regulation or proposed fishing regime for north of Falcon in a couple of areas. I think 6 different areas. There's a mention of trades. And I know that one of the issues in the FMP has to do with port allocation. And this isn't the first time that we've talked about this, but I just kind of wanted to flag it for you. I know it's early days. There's still a lot of conversation happening, but I don't want it to fall through the gaps. And so if it looks like there may be the discussions that are happening may result in a deviation from the port allocation in the FMP, we would need an emergency rule to do that unless there's another way to address it. So I just wanted to flag that early as conversations continue.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Thanks, Ms. Bishop. Yes, as we start to hone in on potential trades and that sort of thing, we'll make sure we're in touch and understand what we have to do to be consistent with the FMP as we move towards a final set of alternatives and a final set of fisheries in April, but we'll be in touch.
Okay. Others? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have a lot to add right now, but I do have a motion for this item whenever we're ready.
Somebody smarter than me once said a motion creates conversation. So I think we could be ready for that motion. Not seeing anybody raising both hands and dancing on the table. So Mr. North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I always have this issue with the glasses. I move that the council adopt for salmon technical team compilation and analysis the proposed initial salmon management alternatives for the 2026 non-Indian ocean fisheries as developed by the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and described in Agenda Item C3E Supplemental SAS Report 1 dated March 5th, 2026 with the following modifications. In Table 2, for the recreational fishery from Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, in Alternative 3, show Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border as closed from March 15th through May 15th. Also in Table 2, for California KMZ sub-area in 2026 2027 boilerplate language change April 3rd to May 1. And in table 2, also Monterey sub-area in 2027 boilerplate language change May 1 to April 3.
Okay, Mr. North, is the language accurate and complete in your motion as you see it?
I believe it is. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to need a second to this motion, and I see Krista Svensson seconded the motion. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. North?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to thank the Salmon Advisory Subpanel members and council staff for pulling these initial alternatives together. They worked so hard. This item represents the first step of many in crafting our ocean salmon seasons across the coast, and I appreciate all the work that has and will continue to go into that during this process. The modifications that I proposed at the bottom there were to represent what I understand are the intentions of the recreational SAS representatives, but wasn't caught until this morning or just now. And it was as we discussed with Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Gaudis, and they clarified that was what they were looking for, I believe. So for Oregon, the commercial and recreational alternatives represent, for the most part, the suite of what we heard as requests and feedback from our Oregon fishermen at last week's Oregon Industry Group meeting. I do anticipate these alternatives will require, multiple modifications going forward as we learn more about where we sit in regard to the various limiting stocks, but this gives us a good starting point to work from for initial public review and as a basis for which to provide additional guidance. And as we move forward through this process, I hope we can find the best approach for maximizing access to our healthy stocks while meeting our limits for our limiting stocks. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. North. Any questions on the motion or discussion? First would be questions on the motion, then discussion. I don't want to get in trouble. Marcy. Discussion? Okay. Well, any questions of the motion maker? Okay. I'll throw it open to discussion. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. North, for the motion. I will be supporting it. Appreciate the discussion that we've had here around the table. It is a bright moment. We have turned a corner with regard to California stocks. It's nice to be on the upward swing. I really appreciated George's acknowledgement that at least there are dates on the page, and so we can now really get to work. I am cognizant of exactly what he is describing with regard to the work ahead with regard to designing our season structure for the troll fishery and our open landing periods and our trip limits and how that shapes up on the page. There's definitely some work to do with regard to how we're setting our landing limits and how we'll be using our in-season tools. So look forward to some discussions in the back room on that. Similarly, Kevin's remarks, he described that this is a starting place. This is perhaps quite optimistic, but we want to kind of just do a test run to see actually what's not possible, see how far over we are on our constraining stocks. So then that gives us an idea of how to shape from here. Certainly this package is a work in progress. There will be, I think, needed changes in quite a bit of areas on the boilerplate language, with regard to harvest guidelines and how that process will work if we look at a regional scheme of harvest guidelines in the recreational fishery for California. There are also discussions yet to come on sport and commercial allocations and northern and southerly distribution of allocations. But I think this first crack at it, it'll give us some idea of where those points are that will need some negotiation. So just looking forward to the next steps in this process, and thanks everyone for kicking us off.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? All right. Well, I guess we'll call for the question then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Angela, have we done what we set out to do properly and correctly and to your liking?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have adopted some alternatives for the STT to now go and analyze and come back and report to the council on tomorrow. So your work under this agenda item is complete. Oh, nope.
My fault. That's the non-tribal side. So now we're going to go to the tribal side. And do you have a motion, sir?
Nice recovery, Mr. Vice
Yeah,
Chairman. Yes, I do.
I have a lot years of doing that, so experience.
I do have a motion. If I can get that up on the screen. Okay. I move that the council adopt for the Salmon Technical Team compilation and analysis the proposed initial treaty troll salmon management alternatives for ocean quotas. Treaty troll alternative 1 is 55,000 Chinook and 50,000 coho. Alternative 2 is 45,000 Chinook and 40,000 coho. Alternative 3 is 35,000 Chinook and 30,000 coho. The alternatives consist of a May 1 through June 30th Chinook directed fishery and a July 1 start date for the all species fishery Chinook and coho. At the end the end date in September is to be determined. The Chinook quota and all alternatives will be evenly split between the two time periods. Season structure is still under discussion among the tribes.
Mr. Sones, does the language look accurate and complete?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Then I will ask for a second. Kyle Addix, second of the motion. Any discussion of the motion maker? Okay. Any general discussion about the motion? All right. Then I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Angela, did we actually do the tribal piece of our packet?
Yes, now that you also have a set of treaty troll alternatives, those will be folded into the package that's brought forward tomorrow.
All righty. Thank you for your hard work, all the advisory panels and the council and the staff. Great job. I think before I turn it over to our chairman, we'll take a 10-minute break. Right? 12-minute break. Why 12-minute break? Sorry. Or two. Yeah, Claude.
Thank you. All right. Make sure we're organized. A few seats have changed, but I think we're all ready to begin. Back to Groundfish. So Katrina Burnhouse, please give us the overview on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item D3, phase 2 stock definitions, remaining nearshore species, final action. This agenda item is a piece of the phase 2 stock definitions process, which was initiated in September 2024 and constitutes a fourth action under the Council's larger stock definitions process. This process was designed to identify and define the stocks of groundfish species in need of conservation and management in the EEZ at a geographic scale sufficient for assessing overfish status and determining if overfishing is occurring. The range of alternatives for this action was adopted at the March 2025 Council meeting and includes Alternative 1, which would identify a species or stock as in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, requiring the Council to adopt a stock definition and remaining in the FMP. Alternative 2, identifying a species or stock as not in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and removing this species or stock from the FMP. And Alternative 3, identifying the species as also as not in need of conservation and management in the EEZ, but specifying the species as an ecosystem component species, remaining in the FMP as such. In June of 2025, the Council considered all 86 managed groundfish species under these three alternatives. And at this point in time, 8 species remain for Council action. These species are listed in Table 1 in the situation summary. They include black rockfish off of Oregon, blue rockfish off of Oregon and Washington, deacon rockfish off of Oregon and Washington, cabezon off Washington, China rockfish off of Oregon and Washington, copper rockfish off of Oregon and Washington, kelp greenling off of Washington, and quillback rockfish off of Oregon. I will note that black rockfish, copper rockfish, and quillback rockfish previously had their stocks defined via Amendment 31. And now this action includes a further investigation into whether these stocks are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and should thus remain in the FMP. The other species have not yet had their stocks defined in the FMP sufficiently to meet the requirements of the MSA. The Council has already reviewed an analysis of the 10 factors at Section 600-305C to consider the environmental, fishery, social, economic, and governance aspects related to each species and to determine whether each species or stock is in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. The Council has also reviewed an analysis of stock delineation options for each of the species under consideration. This analysis, a copy of it is provided under the agenda item as Attachment 1 and is a direct copy with one additional introductory paragraph on page 1, the title page, from September of 2025, and no additional analysis has been completed since. Attachment 1 also includes the draft environmental assessment, regulatory impact review, regulatory flexibility analysis, and MSA analysis for the proposed amendment to the FMP that was presented in September of 2025. In September, the Council determined that additional discussions were required to support a determination of which stocks were in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and to determine an FPA decision on stock definitions for these remaining species. Additionally, the FPA will require the FMP to be updated to reflect the stock definitions of these species, depending on the FPA. A draft of the FMP with redline revisions reflecting the PPA, which was adopted in June of 2025, is provided as Attachment 2. As the Council has taken action on Phase 2 in several steps, this draft shows revisions from the FMP text that has been taken along the way, and it is color-coded appropriately. The council tasks under this item is to adopt an FPA for the remaining 8 nearshore species listed in Table 1 in the situation summary. Adopt an FPA stock delineation option for the species adopted under Alternative 1, if not previously defined, as appropriate. Adopt revised language to the FMP in conjunction with the final preferred alternative as appropriate, and provide guidance on next steps as appropriate. As I mentioned, your reference materials are Agenda Item D3, Attachment 1, which is the draft EA, RIR, RFA, MSA analysis for the proposed amendment, which was a copy of what was provided in September of 2025, as well as Attachment 2, which is the draft language for amendment to the FMP. You also have 2 public comments to review under this item. And council action today is to adopt the final preferred alternative, including a fishery management plan amendment.
Thank you, Katrina. Any questions on the overview before we proceed? Not seeing any, then we'll get into our reports. And the first one in the supplemental materials, there was the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Heather Hall, did you want to speak to that?
Sure. Thank you. I can read this or summarize it. It's been in the briefing book, or I can answer questions. Do you have a preference, Chair?
It's been in the briefing book, so if you can summarize it.
Sure. I'll do my best here. This is number WDFW report on this agenda item. Follows up from our November discussion at the council, where we had talked about the 5 species remaining for consideration under this agenda item. We do really appreciate the willingness of National Marine Fisheries Service to continue the discussions with us. Our first point in the report is highlighting that Washington's recreational fishery is a single management unit and is important to understanding our perspective that we've been bringing to the council on this subject. It's not, we don't view it as just a state fishery or a federal fishery, but both. And the state and federal jurisdiction and cooperation are needed to manage it comprehensively. If the council were to follow the 25% threshold and recommend that the species be removed from the FMP, this fundamental fact wouldn't change. And we're concerned that the analysis to date has not evaluated how coordination would be affected or could possibly be weakened. In September, we also submitted a report that expressed our concerns that the emphasis has on this topic has been on individual stocks without consideration given to fisheries and the connections between them. And we are concerned that some were left with the impression that the 25% criteria identifies distinct fisheries that can or should be managed separately. And this isn't the case for the Washington recreational fishery. We note in our report that the species in question here are not major targets for anglers, but instead they are caught on trips that target more popular species like black rockfish and lingcod. And we show that in Figure 1, that this is the case in over 95% of the trips, except during the pandemic year where it dipped just below that mark for cabezon and blue rockfish. Only a small percentage of trips, just 3.5% on average over 2021 through 2025, caught just the species in question without also catching one or more species for which FMP management is not in question. Also in September, as we mentioned in September, that it's reasonable for the council to seek transboundary cooperation from the states. And WDFW has chosen to follow the FMP goals in state waters because transboundary management is most comprehensive and effective. This cooperation is encouraged through National Standard 3 guidelines. And even absent such cooperation, those guidelines recommend that the council understand the effect its regulations have on fishing in state waters and vice versa. It's a highly sensible recommendation and one the council could not ignore when rebuilding Canary and Yelloweye. Of note, it's the council's role to recommend which stocks and fisheries are in need of conservation and management, not WDFWs and not NIMS alone. We encourage the council to consider holding off making any final recommendations until the broader understanding of state and federal roles and responsibilities can be achieved. The next phase of the stock definition effort, where delegation of management functions to the states will be considered, should bring more light to such roles and responsibilities and could better identify where adjustments to them might be needed or helpful for achieving the council's and WDFW's stewardship mandates. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Hall on the WDFW report? And I see no hand. Thank you, Heather. Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Phil Anderson is here to give us that report. Good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Phil Anderson. I'm on the Groundfish Advisory panel sitting in the Washington sports seat. And I'm here today to provide the GAPS report on agenda item D3A, Groundfish Advisory Report on our Phase 2 stock definitions on the remaining nearshore species. The Phase 2 stock definitions process was initiated by the Council in September 24 when it adopted this process. From the very beginning, the Groundfish Advisory Panel has been concerned about this action and the potential it has of harming the extraordinary cooperative management process that the Council has fostered between state, tribal, and federal management entities. This action was proposed by NIMS and represented as being necessary to align the Pacific Coast Groundfish Management Plan with the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation Management Act and its national standards to enhance the Council's ability to attain sustainability objectives, especially those outlined in National Standard 1. The GAP is on record as supporting most of the decisions the Council has made for the other species up to this point in the process. We know that any stock that is predominantly caught in federal waters and is listed as overfished or subject to overfishing or likely to become overfished or subject to overfishing require conservation and management. We also know that beyond such stocks, councils may determine that additional stocks require conservation and management. We are mindful of the 10 factors that should be considered in making the determination of whether a stock should be in the FMP. The GAP believes the 8 remaining nearshore remaining stocks should remain in the FMP. We make that recommendation after careful consideration of the 10 factors that provide the council with the ability to consider a wide array of considerations to determine what stocks are in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. We acknowledge the council has also considered the analysis of the 10 factors. The 8 species in question are unique to many of the other species in that they co-occur in recreational fisheries off Oregon and Washington, the commercial nearshore fishery off Oregon, and the tribal fisheries in their used and accustomed fishing grounds off the coast of Washington, both in state and federal waters. Separating the management of these fisheries into 2 processes when the complex of species that are taken in the fishery includes species that are clearly in the need of conservation and management pursuant to the Magnuson-Stevens Act is inefficient ignores the benefits of cooperative management under the council process, and creates an undue burden on stakeholders who are trying to participate in the management of their fisheries. We highlight the supplemental Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report on this agenda item. They note that the species in question are not major targets for anglers. Instead, they tend to be caught on trips that target more popular species like black rockfish and lingcod. They go on to note that these species show up in 95% of the cases when they're caught with species that are being determined to stay in the FMP. The council process that fosters cooperative management between the tribes, states, and National Marine Fisheries Service makes the most sense for these stocks. This management regime has proved its value to the conservation and management of these species. In our judgment, there is nothing to be gained by National Marine Fisheries Service by taking these species out of the FMP. Conversely, taking them out will result in an inefficient management process that is a burden on stakeholders, that requires them to participate in two totally separate state and federal processes. National Marine Fisheries Service will still have their trust responsibility to the 4 coastal Indian tribes that have used and accustomed fishing grounds and stations that include 75% of the Washington coastline. In closing, we appreciate the council giving everyone more time to consider this important decision. We encourage you to adopt alternative 1 and define these stocks. The council can revisit this action as needed after some time has been given to the implementation of the stock definition action that is encompassed over 85 different stocks or species. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide the Groundfish Advisory Panel's report. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Any questions for Mr. Anderson on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Phil. My question is regarding the thesis of this. The GAP believes the 8 remaining nearshore stocks should remain in the FMP. And so I'm thinking back to last year, and I'm wondering if you can help me understand why the GAP thinks that these stocks should remain in the FMP while the California nearshore stocks were recommended for removal.
Well, I don't claim to be an expert on California's fisheries. I have spent some time running boats up and down the coast from Los Angeles to Seattle. So I am aware of the coastlines in general. I'm aware of in particular, the breadth of the shelf area off each coast. And there is a very big difference in the topography and depth near shore off California versus that off Oregon and Washington. Our shelf, particularly in the southern 50 miles of our coastline, is about 26 miles wide before you get into the canyon areas and the rocky reef habitats. So the intermixing of these species between the 3 mile line is such at least off the Washington coast, where they intermingle. And I don't believe that is the case off California, but I can't speak to that for certain. But I suspect that that's why that there is a more defined area in which those species reside inside and outside 3 miles versus that same kind of situation and circumstance off the Washington coast.
Any other questions? And unless you see a hand, Bill, I can't see any from here, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
That completes our report. Takes us to public comment. We have 2 signups. And first up is Caitlin Birch. Good afternoon, Caitlin.
Good afternoon. I'll keep this microphone nice and close. Thank you for the reminder earlier. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Caitlin Birch, Marine Scientist with Oceana. We want to start by thanking the Council and staff for the work that has gone into the stock definition process. We know this has been a long and complicated conversation. Oceana continues to recommend the Council adopt Alternative 1 and maintain these remaining nearshore species and stocks within the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. The Groundfish FMP was created in response to the collapse of West Coast groundfish fisheries and established a science-based management system designed to rebuild stocks and prevent future overfishing. Decades of science-based management, coordinated federal and state action, and thoughtful conservation measures have since rebuilt numerous groundfish stocks and supported stable, economically viable fisheries. However, at a moment when the FMP is demonstrating clear success, the Council and NIMS are continuing to pursue actions that would remove stocks and undermine the very management framework responsible for rebuilding these fisheries and ensuring their long-term sustainability. The success came from coordinated management across the West Coast ecosystem and across jurisdictional boundaries. The nearshore stocks being discussed today exist within that same ecosystem and within fisheries that operate seamlessly across state and federal waters. Removing pieces of that system risks fragmenting a management framework that was intentionally designed to function as an integrated whole. Many of these species under consideration today interact with federally managed species through shared habitat, prey relationships, and fishing effort. Maintaining them within the FMP allows those interactions to be evaluated within a single management framework and helps preserve the ecosystem perspective that has been central to the plan's success. As Washington's report and the briefing materials highlights, anglers regularly encounter these species while targeting other federally managed groundfish across both state and federal waters. Carving species out from the federal plan does not simplify management. It introduces additional complexity in monitoring, accountability, and regulatory structure for fisheries that already operate across jurisdictions. This issue also underscores the importance of the longstanding tri-state and federal partnerships on the West Coast. Coordination between Oregon, Washington, and California and the federal government has been one of the defining strengths of West Coast fisheries management. Maintaining these stocks within the FMP helps preserve that coordinated structure and ensures consistent conservation standards across the region. Finally, while our letter goes into more detail on the legal and technical considerations, we do not believe the current record demonstrates a clear management benefit to removing these species from the FMP. This proposed action is inconsistent with the purpose and intent of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and without a clear description and analysis of the management framework that would replace federal oversight, the Council cannot meaningfully evaluate the environmental consequences that would occur from removing these stocks from the FMP. At a time when the Groundfish FMP is widely recognized as a rebuilding success story, this is an opportunity for the Council and NIMS to reinforce the system that produced those outcomes. It has rebuilt stocks, supported resilient domestic groundfish fisheries, and helped sustain coastal economies. Oceana urges the Council to adopt Alternative 1 and maintain these nearshore stocks in the Federal Fishery Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Birch on her testimony? Don't see any hands. Thank you, Caitlin. Next, we have Jiri Nojika. Good afternoon, Jiri. And please correct any mispronunciation of your name.
That's okay. You did great. Can I pass my comment for the next item? Can I pass on my comment on the next item? I think it will be better suited.
Okay, I think so. I probably just need to make sure you sign up. So
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Then that completes our comment. And let's wait till our task list gets up there. So 4 items for you to consider there. As you're reading over that, I'm going to look around to see for anyone to initiate discussion on this. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you. I wanted to take the floor first. I had a number of comments there about potentially asking for more time, and I appreciate that this has been challenging. We last discussed this in September. We agreed to take another 6 months here to have some discussions, and I wanted to take the floor initially just to start by saying that NIMS truly values our collaborative relationship with the council as well as with the states and tribes. We deal with a wide range of issues together, and they are not always fun or easy to get through. And I want to acknowledge again up front that we are aware this issue in particular has been a hard process and a difficult one over the past 4 years since NIMS first raised the stock definition issue overall back in 2022. So we still have work to do, right? We have phase 3 to come. This is phase 2. We can't get there until we complete this action. And I think as we've seen through past decisions on this, the staff has done great work laying out the 10-factor analysis, and I appreciate all the thoroughness and the analyses that we've had before us. They've done a great job. And I wanted to report back to the council, NIMS position remains the same. We continue to believe, as we stated then, that the analysis clearly demonstrates these stocks we are discussing today are not in need of conservation and management in the EEZ. However, we also understand and appreciate the collaborative work, like I said, with the states and the tribes, and note that this is a huge transition to ask to move these out and into state management. And so I really wanted to express my appreciation for the honest, frank, and helpful discussions and dialogue we've had with the states and tribes over the past few months to continue to talk about this and hear each other out. We've also heard concerns through that process, as well as public comment here previously, that if these are to be removed, that an appropriate transition period to develop and implement the framework for state management would be needed, and that a multi-year transition timeline would be the minimum needed, and we think that's a reasonable request. In fact, that's how we've approached this full stock definition process from the beginning, with the understanding that this was going to take us a while to get all the way through all of these phases. So we've heard that. We are ready to continue to commit to that model. We have also been having some conversations related to the transition for other commitments that NIMS would honor, and we've discussed how this might be documented, whether it's an MOU type document or something similar that would help clarify any aspects related to a delay in implementation, but also really highlight, I think, what you've heard in some of the reports just before this, as the importance of continued coordination of sampling, of data collection, of funding and monitoring prior to removing these species from the FMP. And then I've had also some of those conversations have asked, well, you've noted phase 3 and complexes and the next steps. And I did want to note that we don't think from a NIMS perspective that a delayed implementation of effectiveness, if that's where the council chooses, it doesn't have to hold up the work, other groundfish work reliant on these decisions, specifically the stock complexes, delegation management, or anything else where we might go in phase 3. So that's at least a report from NIMS perspective of our discussions that have happened. Again, just reiterate the appreciative for the dialogue. I know that no matter what happens today with decisions, it won't stop there, and NIMS continues to remain committed to that, not only at my level, but with our regional administrator and above. So with that, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to start off before I say anything that I'm going to have some pretty frank, pretty stark comments. And none of these comments are directed at any person. We have had Ms. Kent, Mr. Wolf, all the way up to Regional Administrator Kwan has had discussions with ODFW, with myself, all the way up to Director Colbert, and we appreciate those conversations and want to continue the respectful dialogue. However, speaking of what the agency is doing as an entity rather than the individuals, and I also want to include Ms. Bernaus in this, that she has been doing a great job of herding cats and keeping us on tack. So nothing I'm saying is trying to be personal at any individual. I just want that clear. That being said, ODFW believes that keeping the species off of Oregon in the FMP still fulfills the objectives we adopted under Amendment 31, which we started to clarify the stocks that remain in the FMP that require conservation and management. It ensures consistency with the overall Magnuson-Stevens Act and applying the national standard and identifying stocks that need federal oversight. Mr. Wolf spoke to the analysis, the 10-factor analysis under National Standard 1. However, NIMS has focused almost exclusively on Factor 2 about predominance in the EEZ, ignoring all other critical factors that support keeping these stocks in the FMP. Specific to the species off of Oregon, Factor 1, they are important to the marine environment. Factor 2, an FMP can improve or maintain the stock condition. Factor 4, a stock is a target of a fishery. Factor 5, it is important to commercial, recreational, or subsistence users. 6, the fishery is important to the regional economy. 7, the need to resolve competing interests among user groups. And 9, needs of a developing fishery. This discussion thus far in the analysis has also ignored National Standards 2 and 3. National Standard 2 says that the best scientific information available should guide decisions. To me, that means not NIMS capacity changes nor the whims of changing administrations. Under National Standard 3, stocks should be managed as a unit. For black and quillback rockfish, we have already taken them out of the FMP off of California and left them in the FMP off of Washington, and Oregon is literally and figuratively left in the middle. Oregon is more similar to Washington in terms of geography, habitat, and the recreational fishery effort and catch. However, it is more similar to California in terms of a commercial nearshore fishery that Washington has. But the geography, oceanography, etc., south of 4010 is very different off of California than it is off of Oregon. For the conservation and management need, these species have biological characteristics such as longevity, site fidelity, vulnerability to overharvest that warrant continued management. Retaining them prevents gaps in conservation measures and supports sustainable fisheries. In September, the SSC and JMT both recommended keeping these stocks in the FMP. We've received public input both today in writing for the briefing book and prior to this meeting on the need to keep these stocks in the FMP. Since we adopted Amendment 31, there has been no new information to justify removing these species from the FMP. What new information do we have is something that often comes up when we try to make changes to in-season management, et cetera. So what new information other than Factor 2 of the 10-factor analysis do we have? We've had no new assessments on any of these species. There's no new life history information, and we have no new genetic information to show that there is a genetic break or that these stocks should be separated. Additionally, as Ms. Hall mentioned and the GAP mentioned, Ms. Hall in the WDFW report, this is a mixed species fishery. Black rockfish are the primary target of the Oregon recreational fishery and the commercial nearshore fishery. However, other species are caught on the same trip, on the same drift, on the same set. As an example, a few years ago, my parents and I were on a trip out of Depot Bay on a charter boat. I caught nothing but canary rockfish the entire day. My dad caught black and blue rockfish. My mom caught blue rockfish only. I also happened to catch a lingcod. The three of us were standing shoulder to shoulder. I caught federal species, and they would have been catching what would now be state species, We all had the same license, the same gear on the same trip. How is that going to be managed as we move forward? Additionally, what happens in federal fisheries, the fisheries outside of 3 miles, do have impacts on the fisheries inside of 3 miles. We made changes, closed areas to DLOI rockfish conservation. That moved effort inside of 3 miles. We're running into black rockfish issues, so now we're trying to move anglers outside of 3 miles with long leader gear fishery. Our fisheries are intertwined. Something that is new, and this is a different situation than in Washington, but the state of Oregon has entered into memorandums of understanding with 5 Oregon coastal tribes. And those tribal fisheries are still developing. Those MOAs are only 2 or 3 years old, and we're still trying to figure out how we're going to manage those fisheries, how they're going to be prosecuted, etc. Risk of inaction. Removing these stocks prematurely could create regulatory uncertainty and weaken conservation safeguards. Federal oversight through this body creates a backstop for state measures, ensuring long-term sustainability and that what happens in one state or one area doesn't have a great impact on the other. And my final point at this time is the interconnected management needs. Currently, everything is interconnected. Our assessments, our sampling programs, our monitoring programs, our funding, everything is interconnected. Removal could disrupt these systems and cause the federal or state agencies to have to reprioritize the work we do, where we spend our time, our limited resources. With that, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Lynn. Other discussion? Look to my right here. I see no Corey Ridings. Now I see a hand.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Mattis just read the agency there and read this, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Ms. Mattis, for your candor. I agree with everything that you just said. I don't think I'm going to be able to say what I'm going to say quite clearly, but it's going to be in the same vein. I do not think that these stocks should be removed from the federal FMP. The legality to keep them in there remains, and there's no legal need to remove them that I have seen. The FMP has existed for decades, and NMFS has touted its success in reports to Congress across many years. So I'm still mystified about what has changed and haven't seen any evidence that anything did from a regulatory or legal perspective. I think Ms. Mattis laid this out well in terms of the other factors as part of the 10-factor analysis, as well as the national standard, and that there's no information that this change is based in science or something that's changed environmentally. I'm concerned about the use of government resources and collaboration between states and feds. As noted by the WDFW report under this agenda item, state and federal jurisdiction and cooperation are needed to manage it comprehensively. I think that's a really good sentence that really sums up a huge part of this entire agenda item. In talking to the public, it's overall much easier for the public to engage through the council than piecemeal through state level processes and the council. I think if we have all the commissions or other state processes to manage these fisheries, it makes it much difficult for the public to be able to go to all those meetings, understand those processes, and contribute their views on fishing, their industries, their fishing businesses, their views on conservation, whatever it may be. And so we're adding complexity to the public to be able to participate in their governance of fisheries. There's strong evidence that managing a stock throughout its range and as a unit is preferable. This is best practice scientifically. Nearshore stocks are nearshore, but there is still strong scientific evidence that there is connection across the coast genetically, as well as that with spawning. I'm not a scientist, I can't quite speak to this, but there's evidence and also some uncertainty around how a lot of our rockfish are actually connected. I'm still confused about what the problem is that we're trying to solve. This is going to sound a little flip, but it seems like NMFS just doesn't want to do the job anymore. I actually have more faith in the agency than that, and especially in the agency representatives that we are privileged enough to interact with here. But I still do not see any clear reason for removing these species from the FMP. Also still continue to think that this does not meet our stated purpose and need that we brought forward 4 years ago, as Ryan just noted. If there is a problem here in talking with people over the past years about this, I worry that if there is a problem with the complexity, the depth, the way that our West Coast and our fisheries are so dynamic, which I tend to view generally as a gift as opposed to a problem, but I understand that that makes all of our jobs here harder. So if that's the problem we're trying to solve, I feel like removing them from the federal FMP is, just to use sort of a human analogy, it's like trying to treat a sprained elbow by cutting off the entire arm instead of icing it, buying a sling, or physical therapy if you could afford it, having to wait while it recovers. Does cutting the arm off work? Well, technically, yes. You got rid of the sprained elbow, but is it a good idea? No. You'll be less capable in the long term. You won't be able to do many of the things you used to be able to do, and you'll create problems for the rest of your body. I'd still maintain that this is a short-sighted fix for a problem that the council and NIMS are actually quite capable of fixing, if that is even the problem in the first place. I want to reiterate that this is absolutely not questioning the professionalism of any of the individuals in the Groundfish program that we are lucky enough to work with here. But I did want to point out that this agenda item has engaged some unusual strong arming by NIMS. And I think that is not a good look for the agency and not one that I have appreciated as a participant in this process. This happened last year, and I'm actually going to read from the GAP statement in 2025, the report number 1 regarding this item. They say, it is important to note that the recommendations above are only made in the context of NIMS stating directly that it does not intend to continue the historical practice of shared federal state management of nearshore species. The GAP was informed this process will no longer continue. Therefore, the recommendations above reflect the GAP views only if it is truly not possible for NIMS to retain management of all important groundfish stocks. The recommendations above should not be viewed as the GAP's endorsement of NIMS's new position regarding management of nearshore stocks. They end their report with, the GAP reminds the council that doing so unravels previous West Coast-wide coordinated management and would require states to rebuild that coordination themselves. This task could be quite challenging and indeed potentially not achievable to the previous level. So that's something I've reflected on a lot last year after that meeting, at the September meeting, and thinking about this meeting. I think this has been in my short tenure as a council member, and even not even that long of a tenure coming to this process, but it's a departure in how NIMS has treated this decisional process, at least to my knowledge. And I think I bring it up mostly because I think it threatens the trust of people in this process, of fishermen, of other interest holders, and the viability of the entire council governance process by undermining the council's role as an advisory body that is independent of the agency and government and seeks to inform on behalf of the states, the tribes, and the public.
Thank you, Corey. Other discussion? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just some introductory comments. I will start with the appreciation for the conversations we've had on this subject with our NIMS colleagues. We've put forward 2 WDFW reports, one in September and one at this meeting, and I think they really describe the position that WDFW has here, has tried to bring to the conversation, and that is one that we're very proud of the management approach that this council has taken, this cooperative approach for state and federal management. It's something we're very proud of. It feels like a success story when you consider how we rebuilt canary and yellow eye rockfish, and we did that with management that focused attention on nearshore species that we're talking about today. And so that goes to the point of we can't do this in isolation. And so just wanted to bring that forward. I think our most recent report also speaks to the really neat on the water experience that Ms. Mattis had with her family. We looked at our data and it shows exactly that same thing. These species are caught together. You can't separate them. And it's inefficient to think of stepping back and doing things in a very separate way. So I just want to say that's been our general thought on the subject. It feels very sensible to think about it in that way. Maybe I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. See if there are other hands. Not seeing any for discussion. We need motions at some point. Brad Pettinger?
I have a motion when you're ready.
I believe we are ready.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Asmer. I move the council, 1, adopt as a final preferred alternative, FPA Alternative 2, identifying the following species off Oregon as not in need of conservation and management in the exclusive economic zone and should be removed from the West Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan no earlier than January 1st, 2030, and only after a full benchmark assessment for black rockfish in federal and state waters off Oregon has been conducted and adopted. Those 8 species of fish are black rockfish, blue and deacon rockfish, cabezon, China rockfish, copper rockfish, kelp greenling, fullback rockfish. And 2, request NEPS work with the state of Oregon to develop a memoranda of understanding or something similar for continuing coordination of sampling, data collection, funding, and monitoring prior to the species being removed from the FMP.
I followed along as you read that. The language on the screen looks accurate and complete. You agree?
It is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Asmer. We started this discussion almost 3 years ago when NIMS noted the Groundfish Management Plan was out of alignment with the MSA and National Standard Guideline 1, doing the stock definitions. We spent a lot of time working on this issue for across multiple council meetings. It's been analyzed, discussed, it's been delayed, and now it's time to move forward. Change can be hard, and I think it's and this is not an easy decision for a lot of folks. A lot of uncertainty here. The analysis supports the determination that these remaining stock species are not in need of conservation in the EEZ, and just like the decision we made last year for California, stocks off California. While this decision is challenging, it represents a shift in what this council does with groundfish. It is where we need to go. Even when funding wasn't the issue that it is today, we've never had enough resources to properly assess the 80 to 90 groundfish species that we currently manage. This change will also allow us to focus on a reduced number of stocks in our FMP, allow us to prioritize those stocks that are mainly caught in federal waters where the council has the authority and thus ability to adopt measures that would prevent overfishing and rebuild overfished stocks if needed. As NIPS noted in their remarks, they've been working with ODFW on a flexible transition process. I think it's very important part of this motion to capture that. I believe an Oregon black rockfish assessment is essential for ODFW to have before they transition. I've included my motion that the removal of these stocks from the FMP should not happen until January 1st, 2030, and after a benchmark assessment has been completed. In addition, it is also important for the discussions between NIMS and ODFW to continue in regards to continued coordination of sampling, data collection, funding, and monitoring prior to the species being removed from the FMP.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion for clarification? Katrina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pettinger, for the motion. I just wanted to clarify, kelp greenling and cabezon were adopted under Alternative 2 in September of 2025. Does this motion seek to add to clarification on that action?
They probably shouldn't be included. My bad. They shouldn't be included. I'm sorry.
Is that clear? That is it simply redundant, or is there a problem with it?
Yes, it seems to be redundant with final action that was taken in September 2025, just for kelp greenling off of Oregon and cabezon off of Oregon. Would the motion maker need to make an amendment if that edit is desired?
So with that, this, let me make sure, would this change the prior decision or not? And Brad, maybe I should ask you that. Does it change the September, whatever date it was? Katrina?
Maybe this is a question for Ryan Wolf as well, as the January 1st, 2030 timeline for implementation is added to this motion. And so I think that might be the difference I'm seeing here on implementation for those two species. So I think my question would be directed to Ryan on how that impacts implementation.
Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't quite catch that until now. So yeah, I think it would technically change that. So probably best to briefly amend that to remove those two.
All right. Thank you. Karen Kiefer?
I am glad to hear the confirmation from Katrina, because I was sitting here thinking back and actually trying to compare that to Table 1 in the situation summary, and thinking I thought we had already taken an FPA on a couple of those species, and that has been confirmed. With that, I am not the most scientific. I'm not probably the one who should be making an amendment, but I agree too with the additional language that I believe that would have an interaction with the FPA that the council has already adopted. And I think we want to shoot for something cleaner. So to confirm with Katrina one more time, the two species for which the council has already adopted an FPA for these species off Oregon was cabezon and kelp greenling.
That is correct.
With that, I move the council amend this motion to remove cabezon and kelp greenling as shown by the strikeout below.
Right? It was taking a minute. So we keep all our text straight here. That sentence there, your amendment, simply removes cabezon and kelp greenling from the table that was provided. The main motion was specific to Oregon stocks, so we are clear on that.
Yes,
so was the language that was on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, except my name is misspelled.
All right, now it's all correct. So with that, is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Ryan Wolf. Please speak to your motion.
Mr. Chairman, again, I think we do not need to because we have had an FPA, this is really just trying to be very clean about this particular motion and not conflate a previous action.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion? No, excuse me. Heather Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is a question for the maker of the motion. It was really just the comment about the cost savings that might occur from this action and removing from the FMP, and perhaps it's cost savings to the council, but did you think about, or would it potentially be additional costs for the state management team? So it's just a transfer of work from one agency to another.
So I think we'll hold that question. We're
Okay,
still on the amendment. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
any question on the amendment?
No.
No questions, no discussion on the amendment. So let's, I'll call the question on the amendment that here is to strike cabezon and kelp greenling. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Now we are back to the main motion as amended. And I think the question, there was a question regarding that may be fairly fresh on your mind.
Yeah, yes, it is. Thank you, Chair Rassman. I was more on thinking that the money the National Fisheries Service has that we're getting from them, the council, but also for the resources available to us through stock assessments, and the fact that we've never had enough money to do the proper work to really fully inform us for stock assessments on the stocks that we catch a lot of and we have a lot of information on. And I think there's just, because we have less resources now than we've had last year or 2 years ago, it's just going to get worse. And I just think of myself that what are the costs of a situation like going down what happened to with Coalback in California, where we shut off the coast for the last 3 months of the year for them. I think there's a cost associated there. I think that we have a new world we're operating in. There's less resources available to do the stuff we're mandated to do. So this is basically taking to a system we're not mandated. There's no MSA in understate, right? And there's better ways to assess stocks cheaper under the state purview than it is under the Magnuson Act. The Magnuson Act is very expensive to manage these stocks with what's required by law. I'm just looking at the bigger picture when I'm talking about the cost, the money available.
Thank you. And I simply asked the question too. It just goes back to the request that WDFW had to kind of understand what the states do to support federal stock assessments and age rating and otolith data collection and all of that, and that interrelatedness. So it's part of the picture. Just wanted to thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Karen Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I look at the motion, I note that black rockfish off of Oregon, blue rockfish off of Oregon, copper rockfish off of Oregon, and quillback rockfish off of Oregon were all in the PPA as proposed to remain in the FMP. I guess I'm curious if the motion maker could specifically point to the rationale of that change from the PPA to his proposed.
Agency and National Fisheries Service. So basically the template of basically of what those discussions are going, and whether we're, I don't say agreed upon, but I think that's the path that it's best to take given the situation where we're at right now. I may be wrong, I may be corrected, but I think that's a summary, a pretty good summary of it.
Sharon, a follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Katrina might have to help us here a little bit. So when the council adopted its PPA, and this part of this is my ignorance of the process as well, was there a published of some sort of public comment on that particular action? Was that PPA released to the public for review or anything like that?
Through the chair, I think I can try to answer your question. Maybe you can follow up if I don't answer it correctly. But the council adopted a PPA for these species in June of 2025. So that, including their rationale, was recorded into the record under the June 2025 meeting. The council also asked for additional analysis at that time, and that was brought back in September of 2025. At that time, they made an FPA decision on many species, but not these ones.
Thank you. I was just trying to remember in my mind kind of the sequence and process. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Corey Ridings, then Rebecca Lynn. Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Pettinger, for the motion. My question is in regards to the motion and also just the response you gave to Ms. Kiefer about that. You talked about your thoughts about why this now, and she asked in regards to the PPA, and you referenced backroom discussions. And I'm wondering if you could maybe tell us a little more about what you mean by that, or what the substance of those were, just a little bit more, so we can kind of understand what you sort of took away from those discussions that led you to this point or to this motion.
I wasn't involved in those discussions between the agencies, state and the National Fisheries Service. So I couldn't get into that outside of what my rationale in my motion. So I'm trying to.
Ryan Wolf, you want to answer?
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No,
Yeah, I think if I can help a little bit here, because I've mentioned this in my opening remarks too. I mean, he has there's specific aspects in this motion that are directly related to those dialogues that I referenced that has happened between the meetings and all the way leading up to today. That's very specific as it relates to the delayed implementation and the clause that's in there on it for January 1, 2030. It also directly relates. I didn't speak to the species. I spoke to the importance of an assessment. It was black rockfish. So that is relevant to the discussions, as that is something that is important, just as he noted in his initial rationale for the state to have before anything is removed from the FMP. And then finally, like I noted, we have been talking about, I don't know if it'll be a MOU or what other kind of similarity, but the second part of this motion touches on the additional discussions around data collection, sampling, all the collaboration that we want to continue and make sure is not lost and captured somehow when we transition, before the transition, so that it's there and still in place as we transition. So those were not discussed here on the council floor. The council floor looked at the 10-factor analysis, all of the other factors that were asked, like Katrina said, and that plays into why you choose a different FPA than a PPA, which we do many times. But there are aspects of this component that are very specific to the dialogues with the states have been having that the council asked us to have when we didn't take action in September between now and this meeting. And so those are called out here and may be new to everyone at this point in time, the specifics around this delayed implementation, black rockfish, and the MOU aspects.
Thank you. Rebecca Lynn?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the folks who've been proposing and amending and so forth. I just have a question about point 2. Request NIMS work with the state of Oregon to develop MOUs or something similar for continued coordination of yada, 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 prior to the species being removed from the FMP. So would those MOUs and plans for coordination on sampling, et cetera, only apply to the species in that table? Or does this not rule out that there could be that kind of collaboration on any other species that might be removed? Thanks.
I would say the species in this table refers to that.
Any other discussion? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure if we were still in the questions or if it was time for the council discussion of the motion.
Both. If there's questions, we can clarify, but let's also discuss.
I have some discussion points, as I'm sure nobody will be surprised. Thank you, Mr. Pettinger, for making this motion and getting the place to start. This, in my short tenure on the council here in the council seat, this only pales against gear switching as far as how much time has been spent on this agenda item. The amount of calls, I have spoken more with my agency director in the last 2 days than I have in the previous 18 months she's been in her job. We have had a lot of calls with NIP staff, and some more productive than others, but it's continued the dialogue. And it was very apparent in our last call that the two agencies were not going to come to an agreement on what to do with these species, based on all the talking points I spoke to earlier. Through additional discussions, both here and some of the, not really backdoor, but the agency to agency discussions, it feels like this process is going to happen regardless of what we as ODFW believe or what we think is legal or biological. We feel that we honestly have no choice in this matter, that it was and I mentioned this back in September, that a lot of this process on stock definition seemed to have been predetermined what the outcome would be. To me, then, that leaves a lot of staff time, both NIMS, 3 NIMS, state and council staff time that has been spent, and floor time that is spent on something that we could have far better utilized that time for things that actually impact and benefit our fish, our fisheries, and our fishing communities, instead of what seems like an administrative action. We as ODFW, given all of that, we don't really feel we have a choice in this matter that these species will be removed from the FMP one way or the other. Now I'm going to quote John Holloway, who was a longtime GAP member for Oregon. If you aren't at the table, you're on the menu. Well, we don't want to be on the menu. So we reluctantly are going to put ourselves at the table, and very reluctantly, we will support this motion so that we have some say in how this transition happens and when it happens. Some key components of this are the safeguards and conditions, such as the removal will not occur prior to January 1, 2030 at the earliest. That there will be a full benchmark assessment for black rockfish off of Oregon that will be completed and adopted before any removal. This will give the state of Oregon more information for our key target species of our recreational and our commercial nearshore fishery. And it also provides us a 10-year projection of what a sustainable harvest level will be. This timeline helps ensure a science-based decision-making, and it helps avoid the premature changes. The delayed implementation time is also to allow the ODFW, the state, to ramp up our capacity to manage these stocks, particularly black rockfish, since it is such a high component. We will need to develop a state fishery management plan, which is a multi-year process. The last one took a little over 3.5 years to do, and we had a dedicated full-time staff member. We do not currently have that. As with all agencies, we've got a lack of resources, staff, and funding that we will have to put together, so it is going to take us some time to get that state FMP through our process. In terms of continued oversight and collaboration, the MOU piece that was questioned a few minutes ago, we have been continuing to work and discussed that we would like to have something in writing, a framework developed to continue our collaboration on ongoing sampling and data collection programs, on monitoring and funding commitments to help aid responsible management. These agreements will help maintain continuity in sampling, research, management, even after removal from the FMP. It will also allow us time to determine how and if we can utilize specific states' Marine Fisheries Commission in coordination of data collection, et cetera. We have had some preliminary discussions, but we will need to have some more detailed discussions. And finally, on risk management, the delayed implementation required benchmark assessment minimizes risk to the stock and the long-term sustainability of our fisheries. And we will continue to monitor through continued monitoring through MOUs ensures data continuity and informed future decisions. So again, not happy about it. My leadership is not happy about it, but we feel this is the way we have to move forward so that this gets off of our plate. We can all move forward and move on to things that actually help our fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Other discussion? Pausing and not seeing any hands, so I will call the question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Motion passes. I believe it was Corey Ridings who voted no. Okay. Thank you on that. Karen Braby.
Not wanting to interfere with the motion and the vote on this motion, in following that up, I just want to state that Pacific States has been watching this deliberation by the council. We are anxious to know if there is a role that we can play to ease whatever comes out of these motions today. And so we don't know what that looks like, but look forward to the discussions with the states and with the council on making that transition as seamless as we can help make it seamless. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know that we've covered all of the 8 we're talking about. Is there anything else? Heather Hall.
I have a motion as well.
All right. I think we are ready for that one.
Thank you. I move the council adopt as the final preferred alternative, alternative 3, identify the following species as not in need of conservation and management in the EEZ based on the 10-factor analysis in agenda item D3, attachment 1, March 2026, and redesignate them as ecosystem component species in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. Blue and Deacon Rockfish, Washington; Cabezon, Washington; China Rockfish, Washington; Copper Rockfish, Washington; Kelp Greenling, Washington. Request NIMS continue discussing cooperative management of the Washington recreational fishery with WDFW. And 3, thank you. Adopt the draft language in attachment 2 with changes that reflect the FPA as appropriate.
Thank you, Heather. As that scrolled by, it all looked accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? A lot of room. Seconded by Vice Chair Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Yes, this isn't the motion I was hoping to make today. I really did was hopeful to make a motion to keep these species in the FMP as under status quo in terms of PPA, moving PPA to FPA. This is different in that it redesignates them as ecosystem component species, and as is stated in the motion, really that's based on the 10-factor analysis that just determined that these were not subject to conservation and management in the EEZ. It does keep them in the FMP. It still allows them to be subject to limited management measures and monitoring, but are not subject to federal management or harvest specifications. And it is different from complete removal from the FMP in that there is potential for the council to recommend a limited suite of management measures for EC species. So that's the background for why this motion is different than PPA.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? First, Katrina Burnhouse.
Thank you, Ms. Hall, for the motion. Just one question for clarification on item number 3 on your motion. Does that refer to the entire FPA or just the part specified in this motion? Just if you could clarify.
Thank you for the question. It was intended to cover the entire FPA, so the motion that was just adopted as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Burnhouse got the question I was going to ask. Thank you.
Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And kind of similar, I guess, to some of the questions I asked on the Oregon proposal. Is there something that you can point to specifically in regard to China rockfish off the Washington coast? The PPA was to remove it from the FMP that took you to the proposal of keeping it in the FMP as an ECC.
Yeah, in particular, just the idea of keeping the Washington recreational species together as a unit, and so that does this by keeping them in the FMP together.
Other questions for clarification? Keep looking. No questions. Discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank WDFW for this report. We've had a lot of discussions between the two agencies, and trying to, because of the reciprocity, particularly in the Columbia River and our shared fisheries, we have had a lot of discussion between the two agencies on how to go about things. Similar to on my motion, we'll support this, but again, we don't agree with it. We don't think it's legal or necessary, but just really appreciate the cooperation and the continued dialogue with WDFW on this.
Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Hall, for the motion. I will be voting no. I do not see the evidence or need for redesignation of these stocks as ecosystem component species stocks. These stocks have value to Washington recreational fishermen, and I think taking them out of active management without a much more thorough process that has a rigorous scientific foundation is a mistake. Again, I think the 10-factor analysis is not the right tool for the council to decide if removing from management is the right choice. And as Ms. Hall noted herself, this was not exactly what the state wanted anyway. So, thank you.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you. And again, as I noted earlier, I appreciate that this is not the motion that you wanted to make. I wanted in particular to just reiterate Niv's commitment on your point two there. I know it's still pretty general language because we haven't gotten to, we only had limited time and the ability to start or to continue those, but reiterate that we do want to continue those and flesh that out. And we're, just like I mentioned with Oregon, very happy to get very more specific as needed and look forward to continuing those discussions.
Other discussion? Not seeing any then. Oh, Heather Hall?
Thank you. Maybe just one more thing here too. I just really want to highlight the potential impact to our stakeholders and the value that this council process plays in that role in general, but also speaking to Ms. Mattis's comment about how we work together. This council process facilitates that really well. And with the action that was just taken to remove the Oregon species out of the FMP, and this action to keep Washington in as EC species, I also just want to offer my commitment to continue to work with ODFW, to our stakeholders, to facilitate a process that still accommodates that valuable input that we get on how we manage our fisheries cooperatively across the Washington-Oregon border and elsewhere. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'll look around for any further discussion, and not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion passes with one no vote, Corey Ridings, and Ms. Kiefer abstaining. And as we record the action there, then I will ask you to put the task list up there. I believe this covered at least 1 and 2. And, well, Katrina, what did we cover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've covered a lot, actually. I want to thank everyone for all of their work on this item. I know there has been a lot of work leading up to this being on the floor, so I really appreciate it. You have adopted an FPA for all remaining nearshore species. These species were adopted under alternatives 2 and 3, and so number 2 on your task list does not apply. You have also adopted revised language to the FMP in conjunction with this FPA, which will be revised as appropriate to reflect the FPA. And you have provided sufficient guidance on next steps and how the states and the agency will move forward on this action. So with that, I think your work on this item is complete.
All right, I'll scan the room, make sure I didn't miss any motions, discussion. Lynn Mattis?
Oh, sorry, Chair, to belabor this. I don't have any further motions. I do want to point out there in the supplemental information report on the CCC review, there is a discussion that the larger CCC group has been having discussions about this stock definitions discussion and what's in the FMP, what's out of the FMP, et cetera. I didn't think it was pertinent to the discussion we were going to be having here, but I think it's good to point out that this is a broader discussion that's happening and it's not just us. So thank you for allowing me that for a moment.
No problem. Executive Director Burden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Mattis, thank you for pointing that out. I think that is a very relevant attachment. That's why I put that in your informational reports. I would ask you all to, if you haven't taken a look at that yet, to take a look at that as we think about workload planning We are beginning to plan the May CCC meeting, and this is on the agenda. And so any messages you would like us to carry forward in the CCC meeting would be appropriate. We could take them up at that time.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Otherwise, we'll close this agenda item. Going to be some seat changes here, so let's break for 5 minutes so we can charge forward on our next item. Burden for some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment on our schedule. I lied this morning when I said we could catch up today. And so we will not catch up today. But in consulting with the chairman here and some of my staff, what we're going to try to do is get through the advisory body reports, including the SSC and public comment, of which I think we just have a handful. And I think that should get us beyond about 6 o'clock. And after that point, we have diminishing returns, and I don't think there's much sense in meeting. So I believe that'll be about the rest of the plan for the day, and then turning off on to in season tomorrow morning after we get through the rest of D4. So that looks like our outlook for the next hour plus and then into the morning.
Is there the option to get through it? I think we can.
If you surprise me, there's an
I'm
option
going
to
to
get
surprise
through
you.
it. Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, thank you. As we progress, I know neither Vice Chair Smith nor myself have a bias for one side of the room or the other. People watching a tennis match don't have to put their neck through such a range of longitude as we do to find everybody. So I'll try and catch you all as your hands go up. So Jesse, why don't you start us off here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, council members. This is agenda item D4, Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rule Problem Statement and Range of Alternatives. So as a reminder, in November, you requested that the SSC's supplemental review of the Widow Rockfish assessment, which you considered yesterday and adopted, consider also looking at alternative harvest control rules that would keep the stock above B40, our management target in 2029. So at the meeting, there were two methods that were presented to the SSC, both of which represented a departure from the council's harvest policy. Those included a ramp down method that was based on the council's November 2025 motion, as well as one that looked at the equilibrium maximum sustainable yield associated with our SPR 50 proxy. Based on feedback at that meeting, the stat provided an extended analysis of impacts to the stock under two alternative methods, which are attachment 2, to further inform discussions. And after conclusion of the meeting, council staff have provided additional background and options for the council to consider in attachment 3, based on the understood objectives of the council's motion in November of 2025. Under this agenda item, the council should consider adopting a problem statement and a range of alternative harvest control rules if you wish to depart from the default harvest policy for setting the overfishing limit. Additionally, the council should identify whether there is a desire to depart from the HCR by setting ABCs or ACLs, such as using an ad hoc approach, such as a constant catch, to facilitate the analysis for the April meeting. Council staff, in consultation with NIMP staff, have developed a draft problem statement, which is attachment 1 in your briefing book materials, for the council to consider. Additionally, the National Marine Fishery Service and WDFW have provided reports for the council to consider in their deliberation. If the council chooses to consider a new HCR and adopt a range of alternatives, the council would select a preliminary preferred alternative in April and a final preferred alternative in June. This would align with the biennial specifications and management measures process, which is expected to take final action in June 2026. So your council tasks for today are to adopt a problem statement, adopt a range of alternatives for the harvest policy used to set the OFL, and adopt a range of alternatives for acceptable biological catch or annual catch limits for the 27-28 biennium if desired. In addition to the materials that I have discussed during my situation summary overview in your advanced briefing book, you also have an SSC, a GAP, and a GMT report to consider, as well as public comments. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions on my overview or attachments 1 through 3 in the briefing book.
Thank you, Jesse, for the overview. Questions on that? Or as also she said, on the attachments 1, 2, 3 that were in the advanced briefing book? Not seeing any then. We will move into the other reports we have. There are 2 that also have been in your advanced briefing book. So let me turn first to NIMS, Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been recommended to me to just consider taking questions on this report that has been out there that we also presented to the SSC at their January meeting. So it's had some time out there in the public. So I'm happy to take questions if there are on that NIMS report.
Thank you. Questions on the NIMS report? And not seeing any questions. Thank you. Then there is the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report. I'll look way down. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just speak briefly. It was in the advanced briefing book, this report. We call it a working paper. It's one we've been working on, thinking about for a long time, some of these ideas. For example, like why is the Big C carryover not being deemed not allowable under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and issues like that. And Widow presented some very similar questions to us, so we put this out there now. I'll quickly, as we put in the introduction, yesterday we talked about the stock assessment, which is really a purely a matter of scientific expertise, but what we're considering here also really heavily depends on our scientific advice, but it's supposed to be scientific advice for achieving policy goals, and that's the thrust of the discussion. And then I'll just quickly, figure 2 is also what led us to bring this up now, which was some forecasts run used by updating the catch scenarios in the stock synthesis forecast file. And the pattern I'll point out is that our default harvest control rule actually would produce less yield overall than some of these other scenarios that would transition more gradually. And so seeing that pattern, it just led to desire to spark some discussion, which again, the hope is we were to start that off today and continue in April, June, and later on when we get to the risk management framework discussions sometime later this year. But yeah, I think that should be enough just to give some context for why we submitted this report. And yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has one.
Thank you, Corey. Any questions on the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report? Rebecca Lend.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Niles, for that report. And I found that there was some similar vein in the NIMS and your report in looking at the longer term. In economics, we say in the long run, we're all dead. But I'm trying to be cheerful here. We are not always going to hit F perfectly and BMSY perfectly. It's an average, and it goes over a number of years. It's the amount you'll get in the longer term. So I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that when you take that approach, you may have less of a long run negative impact on your fishing industry, as long as, of course, we're meeting the required limit reference points or whatever it is that gives us the guardrails. So thank you for preparing that. Very imaginative and multidisciplinary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Corey. Next, we will have the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Field. On my watch, it's still afternoon. Good afternoon, John.
Nice to see you all. I'll be reading from Agenda Item D4A, Supplemental SSC Report on Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rules. The SSC reviewed the provide and proposed model projections for alternative harvest control rules for Widow Rockfish and associated documents. Jesse Waller was available to provide context and answer questions. The SSC notes that the proposed alternative control rules produced OFLs and or ABCs larger than those recommended by the default control rule and will be subject to review by NOAA Fisheries for consistency with National Standard 1. The SSC emphasizes that its discussion and the resulting requests are specific to Widow Rockfish in the 27-28 management cycle and do not reflect general recommendations regarding increased flexibility in harvest specifications. In particular, the SSC's discussion and recommendations would differ for a stock estimated below to be below the proxy BMSY reference point, and more broadly, the SSC cautions that the frequent use of ad hoc harvest control rules would add workload and result in the use of harvest policies that have not been tested for their ability to meet management objectives through management strategy evaluation. The SSC's discussion primarily focused on requests for modifying and expanding the projections to more thoroughly compare the alternative harvest control rules in terms of the risk of overfishing or falling below the management target. The SSC recommends that for any alternatives recommended by the Council requests the Northwest Fisheries Science Center to make several additions and revisions to the model projections to better characterize the risk-catch trade-offs among the alternative harvest control rules for widow rockfish. The recommended revisions are the following. First, to help with comparisons, the control rules should be revised to use a constant annual catch limit from 2029 to 2036, where the value of the ACL would be that leads to the stock reaching a consistent target in 2036. For each projection, calculate the annual probabilities of the biomass falling below the target and limit thresholds for rockfish. The latter provides a metric to quantify the risk of substantial economic impacts resulting from the alternative harvest policies, as stocks below the limit threshold would require rebuilding plans. Third, conduct these projections using the base model and the low state of nature model. Projections for the high state of nature are unnecessary because it will be at less risk of overfishing than the base model for any given scenario. And finally, once those projections are available in April, the SSC can determine a method for deriving the OFL if separate OFLs and ABCs are needed. And that concludes our report. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Field on the SSC report? No questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Next, we have a Groundfish Management Team report. Caitlin Lockhart. Good afternoon, Caitlin.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I am Caitlin Lockhart for the record, and I will be reading Agenda Item D4A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rule, Problem Statement, Range of Alternatives. In reference to the problem statement, the Groundfish Management Team agrees with the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, or the GAP, the recommended revisions to the problem statement. Referencing the goal to keep the long-term average stock status at or above the target biomass, the GMT recommends this change because target biomass is a guiding management priority, but we recognize that biomass estimates can be variable year to year due to many factors, including but not limited to fishing pressure or recruitment patterns, and annual point estimates are uncertain. Oscillating around the target, some years with point estimates being above and some below, can meet the objective of achieving a long-term, such as 10 years, average target biomass, balanced against socioeconomic impacts to fishing communities. In reference to harvest policy priorities, the GMT discussed several broad priorities to guide the Council's adoption of a range of alternatives, as discussed below. These include, not in priority order, 1, use a harvest policy that sets a constant ACL for 2027-28 under any alternative except for the default harvest control rule. Discussions with the GAP have indicated that this method would provide relative market stability to offset some socioeconomic impacts. 2, limit the range of alternatives to 3 or 4 specific alternatives, including the default harvest control rule. This will minimize workload between March and June. 3, acknowledge that opting for a higher harvest in 2027-28 is also a commitment to reduce harvest in future biennia, so 29 and beyond, pending any change to keep the long-term average biomass at or above the biomass target. 4, a range of alternatives that characterizes trade-offs of the zero-sum ACL reductions needed over the next 10 years based on best scientific information available, whether delayed, equalized, or otherwise.
In other words, ACL harvest control rule alternatives should include high, low, and one or two intermediate alternatives for the 2027-28 biennium. Additional considerations for selecting preliminary and final preferred alternatives include: 1, the trade-off between higher ACLs in the short term and lower ACLs in future biennia. 2, adverse economic impacts such as loss of income and risk of losing markets resulting from reductions in harvest opportunities. And 3, the Council's risk tolerance for reductions in uncertainty buffers. The GMT notes that the time-varying sigma buffer is not applied to calculate the ACLs in Table 1 of Attachment 3. Some alternatives that meet our priorities are following from Attachments 2 and 3, as shown in Table 1 and Figure 1. We recommend these alternatives, not in priority order, be adopted for the range, or, pending further information from the Scientific and Statistical Committee on the overfishing limit, alternatives that span a similar range of future ACL catch streams. The GMT recognizes that there are likely multiple combinations of alternatives that would yield a sufficient range of alternatives. For all alternatives except for the default harvest control rule, ACLs for 2027 and 28 should be averaged over the 2-year period to calculate a constant catch to improve fishery stability. And we have done that in the table below as a footnote. Our recommended alternatives are: 1, Council Request 2 from Table 1 of Attachment 2, 20% decrease in forecast catch from Request 2 from Table 1 of Attachment 2. The GMT notes this alternative is currently based on a percentage of a percent reduction, and the GMT has provided the calculated total percent reduction in footnotes, again, in Table 1. Finally, Alternative 3, Equilibrium MSY at Spawning Biomass 40 from Table 1 of Attachment 3. The specific alternatives do not need to be characterized or labeled in the way that are currently labeled in the attachments, in other words, based on scientific reference points. Rather, these can be thought of as alternative catch streams for which the Council should compare the trade-offs between risk to the stock's health and short-term and long-term socioeconomic impacts. And below you can see Table 1 and Figure 1 for those examples. With that, I will conclude our report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Lockhart on the Groundfish Management Team report? And looks like there are no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Jeff Lackey and Travis Hunter. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I didn't want Jeff to have all the fun on all matters of widow rockfish at this meeting, so I'm going to read the first part of this report. I'll be reading from Agenda Item D4A, Supplemental Gap Report 1 on Widow Rockfish Harvest Control Rule, Problem Statement and Range of Alternatives. The significant reduction in the 2027-2028 annual catch limits for widow rockfish under the default harvest policy will have major socioeconomic impacts for West Coast groundfish participants and fishing communities. Multiple sectors of the West Coast groundfish fishery are dependent on widow rockfish, including the shoreside midwater rockfish fishery as a target species and all 3 sectors of the midwater hake fishery as incidental catch. Midwater vessels sometimes take mixed shoreside trips, filling 1 or more tanks with hake and 1 or more tanks with rockfish, which adds value for the vessel and processor and keeps more lines running at the processing plant. Bottom trawl participants need widow rockfish quota for incidental catch, and it is a valuable trading species for the entire individual fishing quota program. Widow is an important shelf rockfish species that is sought after by the non-trawl fleet. Amendment 32 has increased opportunity on the shelf, allowing non-trawl fishermen to target species such as widow. In addition, widow targeting has expanded opportunities and added flexibility for recreational fishermen and charter operations coastwide. The GAP acknowledges that the understanding of stock status changes over time with the incorporation of new information and stock assessments. However, changes this drastic cause major disruptions to vessel and processing operations, which is further compounded by experiencing cuts across multiple other groundfish species at the same time. The GAP has previously provided several statements that detail the impacts of such reductions on fishing participants and communities, and has worked collaboratively with fishery managers and industry leaders to find pathways to mitigate these impacts, i.e. Specs Flex, emergency rule, and identify scientific and research opportunities to supplement available information, i.e. collaborative research. 9 groundfish stocks were declared overfished between 1999 and 2002, along with petrale sole in 2010. And while all 10 stocks have either been rebuilt or are very soon to be, our fishing communities and the processing landscape never fully recovered. As described by McCaw et al., quote, the dramatic reductions in catch limits impacted harvesters, processors, and fishing-dependent communities as total non-whiting groundfish catches dropped from greater than 80,000 metric tons to less than 30,000 metric tons. Processors and access to markets were lost as the number of first receivers declined from 113 between 1996 and 2000 to 40 in 2011, end quote. The same authors estimate that an additional $886 million in ex-vessel revenue could have been obtained had an PFMC strategy permitting slower rebuilding rates been adopted. To make matters worse, retrospective analysis indicate that some of these species were never actually overfished, such as Pacific Ocean perch in 2017. The GAP understands that the Council, including advisory bodies and National Marine Fisheries Service, do the best they can with the information available at the time, but West Coast fishing participants and communities paid a severe price, and many of those businesses and markets never came back. We cannot afford to have that happen again. While widow rockfish is not in an overfish status, the drastic cuts resulting from this and other recent stock assessments feels eerily similar to that time when the groundfish fishery lost so much, especially when available information from fishermen indicates that the widow assessment is not based on complete information, and when the assessors acknowledge that spatial assumptions in the current assessment likely don't reflect reality. Additionally, because of the loss of processing capacity in California, we have lost the majority of fishery-dependent data in that region. If there was more fishery-dependent data from California, the stock assessment would likely look much different. This is just one example of how the changes to stock assessments have long-lasting effects to businesses and markets, as well as in meeting the data needs as future stock assessments. How can we resolve that tension and not decimate fisheries and processing capacity like we did in the 2000s? The GAP deeply appreciates the Council and advisory bodies' exploration of alternative harvest control rules, which we felt are necessary to balance data challenges with the current assessment and on-the-water information to prevent further socioeconomic harm.
The problem statement. The GAP recommends minor adjustments to the proposed problem statement in Agenda Item D4, Attachment 1, as follows. Strike through for the text we recommend removing, bold for the text we recommend adding. The most recent widow rockfish assessment showed a substantial change in stock projections and estimated stock productivity compared with the previous assessment. Establishing harvest specifications under the default harvest policy generated from the new assessment could result in significant socioeconomic impacts that are disproportionate to the stock status, which is expected to remain well above target biomass level. With the goals of conducting a full benchmark assessment for widow rockfish in an upcoming cycle and setting 2027-2028 harvest levels consistently with the MSA and National Standards 1, 2, and 8. The purpose of this item is to develop an alternative harvest control rule policy for setting harvest specifications for widow rockfish for the 2027-2028 biennium. The policy should continue to prevent overfishing and keep the long-term average stock status at or above target biomass, i.e. BMSY, while moderating socioeconomic disruption to the fishing fleet, processing landscape, and coastal communities. Stock assessment prioritization will begin under Agenda Item D8 at this meeting and not be finalized until June 2026. Therefore, the GAP recommends less specificity in describing the timing for a full benchmark assessment of widow rockfish. The problem statement describes disruption from the widow rockfish reduction as short-term, which we recommend removing since the impacts are not fully known and could extend far beyond the short term. We also suggest reiterating that the disruption will be socioeconomic rather than solely economic. Range of alternatives. The GAP recommends including the following alternative ACLs for analysis based on Agenda Item D4, Attachment 4. First, modified Council Request 2, forecast catch. Second, modified 20% decrease in forecast catch from Council Request 2. For both alternatives, the GAP recommends that the Council establish a constant catch value for the 2027-2028 period, as in set a steady ACL for 2027 and 2028. The GAP discussed that while the typical projections had higher ACLs in 2027 than 2028 due to the stock declining towards B40 over time based on the control rules, the stability of a constant catch ACL is preferred. Constant catch would allow vessel owners and operators to build consistent business plans and help provide as much steady flow across docks to stabilize and maintain markets. And there are the values in the table, and you can see the constant catch numbers under ACLs and the TBDs and the OFLs and ABC fields. Given that the cumulative catch over the 2027-2028 time period would be the same as the original proposed ACLs under the catch projections, the GAP anticipates that the expected depletions over time would be similar or the same as those shown in Attachment 2. In other words, both action alternatives would remain over the management target over the long term. The GAP notes that the alternatives recommended do not include specification of an OFL and ABC, as those require recommendations from the SSC. The SSC statement under this agenda item notes that in order to specify OFL and ABCs, that a series of projections and additional analysis on catch limits need to be provided. The GAP supports this analysis so that we can understand the trade-offs of the alternatives. However, the GAP also wonders if a harvest policy that uses a % decline on the OFL from recent years, rather than the ACL as shown in Request 2, may be something to consider. This would be a phase-in of the OFLs to set the ACLs. The GAP understands that the two alternative harvest policies we recommend would result in higher ACLs in the short term and lower ACLs than the default in 2029 and beyond. However, the 10-year projections assume 100% catch in each year. We are at the range of alternative stage and would like to see further analysis. And there are other interrelated actions at this and future meetings, such as stock assessment plan for 2027 and 2029 and groundfish harvest policy, that will affect these decisions. And that concludes the report.
Thank you both. Any questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jeff and Travis. Yeah, nice, excellent statement. Thank you. And yeah, I didn't mention in the overview of the WDFW report, but that paper you cite by Kristen McQuaw and et al. That's the very thing we started to wonder about during rebuilding and saw with Petroli about why the best results seem to be had by rebuilding it slower. So just, yeah, very much recognizing that issue, and that's a lot of where our thinking was coming from. This is a question I'm guessing you might not have thought about, but we'll see. Was also kind of not surprised, but a little bit surprised to see that you wanted to have the same ACL across the 2 years instead of a higher one and then a lower one. You know, people, I think the SSC was discussing discount rates and how we value now more than we do tomorrow. But just on that, it made me think of, on the consistency argument, this year's, I don't know what it is, the trial allocation, ACL something 9,000-ish. I'll stop the question here for now. See if did you guys talk about what you thought attainment would be and whether there'd be some benefit in catching more, something like lower than that, to even maybe smooth it out more over 28 and 20, whatever, I'm gonna get my years wrong, 2027 and 2028. That didn't come out as clearly as I could, but I'll see if you got what I'm asking.
So you were talking about, did we want to smooth it out over, I'm not sure if I caught that. Smooth out over 2 years or more?
Well, 2026 is just starting. So like for just using alternative one, the fleet could per se voluntarily only catch 8,400 this year. And then that would make the probabilities higher that some of this would work for 27 and 28.
We didn't talk about that in the gap. It's something I had contemplated before 2026 started, but it seemed like it might be a lot of consternation for a little amount. And so I thought about it, but I didn't bring it up.
Thanks. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you both. That, I believe, completes our report and takes us to public comment. We have some signups here. First, Sarah Nayani. Good evening, Sarah.
Good afternoon, council members. Nice to see you. Been locked away in the gap room, so it's nice to get out. I am Sarah Nayani. I am giving public comment on behalf of Arctic Storm Management Group in Seattle. That's where I work. And as part of that job, I am the vessel manager for our fishing vessel Sea Storm, which is a 123-foot trawler. And we fish for whiting on the West Coast as well as midwater rockfish, and then cod in Alaska as well. So Sea Storm just got back from their cod season, and they are just about to head out in a week or so to start their rockfish season. And I just wanted to kind of speak to you a little bit about how important Widow has become since the great Lori Steele and others rolled out the EFP that we're lucky to operate under. It's really filled a hole in our season where we used to be spending more money in shipyard for Sea Storm, and now the boat is able to get out and be fishing in between seasons. It's been really, really beneficial to have that. It's helped in seasons when we've had lower quotas. It's been a really, really important fishery, become that way since we started. I think it was in 2018 that Sea Storm started participating in the Widow fishery. It's also been really important for our crew and our crew rotations to have a more extended season because basically we like to give crew a break, and then it allows us to have other crew members that we wouldn't normally be able to hire rotate in. When we didn't have the rockfish season, we didn't have as clean of rotations because there wasn't enough work to go around, so we couldn't have as many crew and we couldn't offer rotations. Just everyone had to work when the boat was working. So beyond this action, I just want to kind of let you know from one vessel's perspective how important Widow has become to us. I also do all the quota trading, and it's hard to get Widow rockfish quota. We were allocated some when NIMS did the reallocation of Widow, but we don't have enough to keep our boat going all season. So it takes a lot of work and effort to get enough quota. And one of the things that I'm really concerned about, with seeing the big decline in Widow, and we can talk, I know that was a separate agenda item, so I'm going to try to keep this focused on setting the harvest control or setting the specifications. But basically, quota trading is going to become much harder, and it's going to be really hard for vessels that this has become, we become really dependent on this fishery. And then when the quota is cut in half or further, it's harder and harder to try to get anywhere close to what you used to deliver in the past. And the pounds become much more expensive to lease because there's fewer of them. So those are some other economic and just logistical impacts of when these cuts happen to an individual vessel. That is for the sea storm. And then I'll just say that for Arctic storm and Arctic fjord, which both participate in the hake fishery, sea storm also participates in the hake fishery. Widow is one of the species that we have some incidental catch of, especially depending on where the fishery is occurring. And so any, reductions in widow also affect the fleet's ability to move around and operate in the whiting fishery. So widow's essential to all of our operations. And one thing that was really enlightening in the gap is just kind of, I know how important it is to the midwater fleet. I guess I didn't fully appreciate all, how every sector in the groundfish fishery really relies on widow. It was interesting to hear some of the fixed gear guys and then also like the recreational guys talking about, and bottom trawl, Travis, and others talking about how important widow is to them. So with all of that said, I just want to support the range that's presented in the gap statement. I think it's a really nice range. I like the GMTs. They had that extra alternative, but I don't think you guys need to, I don't think anyone needs more workload. So I would just support going with what the gap recommended. Take our problem statement too. We tried to do as much work as we could. And I would really support you moving forward with those for the range of alternatives. And then we'll come back and see how those look when we have more analysis and weigh in then. So thank you very much. It's the end of a long day, so sorry if that was rambling, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Niani on her testimony. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick comment. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the information. And under the California Current Ecosystem Report, it was noted that diversification in fisheries has been reduced. And I think you're just mentioning the importance of widow rockfish for that diversification, keeping your crew in place and so forth. So thanks for pointing that out and for your work on this.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Elena Novak. Elena, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Hasmer, Council members. My name is Elena Novak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Oregon Trawl Commission on agenda item D4, Alternative Harvest Control Rule for Widow Rockfish. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commodity commission, which was established to support the Oregon trawl fishing industry. Our fleet includes 60 vessels participating in the trawl, groundfish, and hake fisheries. First, I would like to thank the Council for initiating this agenda item. OTC supports the GAP report, including its suggested edits to the problem statement and the recommended range of alternatives. I would also like to thank the SSC, Council staff, and everyone who has been involved in this process. It was very evident during the recent Widow supplemental review how much work has been invested into this. There is, however, frustration with increasing pessimism from the assessors about the health of multiple groundfish stocks, including widow rockfish, which does not resonate with what fishermen report observing on the water, and it disagrees with previous assessments. There is also frustration with process rigidity, so this opportunity is valuable and highly appreciated. The 2025-26 widow assessment would have reduced the trawl ACL by almost 2/3, which would have devastating impacts to the industry. There are no conservation concerns with the stock, as far as I understand, and it is not experiencing overfishing. On the contrary, widow fishing today is considerably more limited than it was in the past. The modern widow fishery exclusively uses midwater trawl gear, is 100% observed, and is concentrated in just a few locations of Oregon because those areas are convenient, provide relatively clean fishing, and are located near processors. Fishermen report that fishing has remained strong in the current widow grounds, which may reflect the stock's resilience as demonstrated by its remarkable recovery from the previously overfished status. Moreover, we know based on the 2014 paper by Stafford et al. That widow rockfish is a highly productive stock that produces considerably more offspring as it ages. The de facto aquarium status, as the GAP describes it, of many unfished or lightly fished areas along the West Coast has allowed widow rockfish in those areas to grow older undisturbed while producing large numbers of offspring. Separately, I would like to highlight and thank Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife for their thought-provoking working paper titled Considering More Flexible Approaches to Preventing Overfishing and Achieving Conservation. The document raises important questions regarding whether there is more flexibility under the Magnuson-Stevens Act to balance and minimize socioeconomic impacts than the Council has traditionally considered. There is a great need for better balancing of socioeconomic considerations in the trawl groundfish fishery, which has been in a poor economic condition as articulated in the Trawl Program Review Report, which was adopted by the Council last November. Some sectors perform slightly better than others, but overall, profitability remains very limited. The report shows that non-whiting midwater trawl vessels, one of the relatively better performing sectors, operate on very thin margins, with about 1/4 of vessels earning around $25,000 in annual profit since 2019. This profit must support fishermen's livelihoods while also funding vessel improvements, purchase of new gear, emergency expenditures, etc. It is not a large profit to begin with, and ACL reductions further erode it. To conclude, OTC supports the Council's consideration of the GAP's recommended range of alternatives as an alternative harvest control rule for widow rockfish, and we truly appreciate your efforts in trying to mitigate the financial disaster in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Yelena. Any questions for Ms. Novak on her testimony? I'm looking around the table. No questions. So again, thank you, Yelena. And now we have Yuri Nojika. Thank you very much, Yuri, for sticking with us and being here.
No, thank you. I really appreciate your time and allowing me to speak. And I know I've been chasing you for 8 months now, trying to go online, and I've never been, I guess maybe my technological skills are not as advanced as I thought they were. I know you're trying to get home real quick or at least get out of here. And I know it's about widows, but I would like to mix in a little bit of everything else in it. So let me read a little bit of statement that I made. My name is Yuri Nojika. I'm a trawl fisherman from Monterey, California. I'm one of the very few trawl ground fishermen left in California. For 4 generations, our family has fished and processed groundfish from waters surrounding Monterey Bay, processed and sell them to our local markets. So I would like to make some suggestions and comments about current elements of our fishery and suggest some regulations that might be changed or my wish list, I guess. First, the catch share program. I know we've been doing some reviews in the last year, and this is kind of in that, and it covers the widows as well. This program has completely devastating effect on the West Coast ground fishing fleet. As you know, there's only 16 full-time or 15 or 16 full-time draggers like myself that don't do anything else and fully depend on the system. The high cost is incredible. It's killing everything. The observer program, even the EM, the electronic monitoring, the leases, just electronic monitoring last year, just the shore monitoring cost over almost $25,000. If I had observers on my boat, and during the last year would be about $60,000 more. Put it together with the leases that I spent on patrolling grounds last year was another $30,000. I have nothing left. So what's the point of fishing? Everything was washed away, all the profits. We don't really have anything left to maintaining our boats. The fish like petrolles are slowly disappearing from our menu. So go to the stock assessment problems that we have here. We had a great discussion regarding the widows or short spine this morning at the Gap, and the petrale is part of it. The stock assessment is an issue that every problem that we had in the last 20 years comes to that bottleneck. always the stock assessment issue, and it's not the fault of the stock assessors. Today I got enlightened by a new term. I knew the semi of how the process works, and the point assessment or point, what is it? I guess it's point estimate, right? And which reduces the range in which the stock assessment being handed to you into a 1 point. But the range of the fish is actually 25% higher, possibly. So none of these fish were ever possibly overfished and needed any drastic steps. You know, it worries me. It makes me worry that, like in the case of petrale, we see, I personally, I've seen the highest abundance of fish that I've ever seen. And I know at one point there will be a downside to that cycle of that species. And if we're cutting back and see reduction because the stock assessment tells us that there's low recruitments, what will happen when those numbers go down naturally? Will we wipe out the rest of the fleet completely because of all this? Anyway, you know, we have to really look at some of these things, including I would like to see your body to direct the NIMS, or I don't know really exactly how it works, but start working on something that can replace the cat shares. My suggestion is to replace it. They've done it in Faroe Islands fishery, which is the heavy fishing nation of Iceland there. And they had problems with the IQF individual quota system in the 90s, and they had to replace it. They replaced it with days at seas and sectors, different fleet sectors, different, and it's very successful. Has you know, full retention, has a maximized retention. It's very, very successful in that nation. And I would like to see if we can start working on something like that, because we do need more flexibility. I cannot survive on fishing 30 days a year and expect that I'm going to make it. I need to fish 100 days a year. But like with the stocks of, or with the limits of petrale, I cannot fish more than 40 days, even if I wanted to. Last year, I've been avoiding petrale most of the year. And still, I was able to catch about 75% of the maximum level of the fish for the year by avoiding them. You know, so if I could have another 2 hours to talk, we can talk.
Well, Jerry, I'd take a couple more minutes if you want, if you had some more there to give us. I know you've driven a long way and have tried to connect. So.
I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it's just I would like to bring some of these suggestions to your mind, you know, like we know we had the flex regs, or the emergency rules for to add the flexibility. I would like to see if there's a possibility to add a flexibility to the stock assessments, this point of assessment, and to bring closer the reality of the ocean's conditions and what we see. You know, one of my suggestions was to incorporate fisherman science, as I call it. I'm a processor as well as the fisherman. I process about 25% of my fish, including the petrale, and I see the composition of species, females, when they have eggs, how much they have eggs, males, whatever, sizes. And since basically for the last 3 years, maybe 10% of my catches when I come in, they barely, maybe 5, have been sampled. We have no samplers. You know, the sampler that we have down there, she has to get another job because there are no boats for her. And so it's very difficult. So basically, if you think about from San Francisco down, or most of California really has no sampling. And we have no idea what's out there. I know there is, you know, we should be, in my opinion, because when biologically, if I look at the size of the stock of the petrale and the way the species works or exists, this fish exists between 10 or 5 fathom to all the way to 200 fathom. It covers the entire coast all the way to Alaska. We should be, and I compare it to other comparable species that live in similar areas like English sole and sand dabs. The petrale are a lot more stable. I can catch them anywhere in fairly large quantities. English I have to look for. Sand dabs I have to really look for to get the large quantities. Petrales are everywhere. So we should be looking at comparatively at least the similar amount of fish. So I don't understand how we can have such a low quotas for them, how the numbers can come up so low for the species, because it's unbelievable how much fish is out there. And I do worry what's going to happen when they will decline. So anyway, some of these suggestions, I'm sure throughout the days I will be talking to and putting these ideas some more in front of you. And I appreciate if you think about them, and because we really need help. And you might be staring at the last generation here, myself, because I cannot see anybody come in the industry as it is right now, because they can't make it. They cannot. It's impossible. Under the catch-share system, it's impossible. And under the influence of the current stock assessment process, it's impossible. It's impossible. We need to fish 120 days a year to really be able to attract the new youngcomers and be able to rebuild our fleet. My boat is 80 years old. How long can I still keep going at it? And what can we pass on to the next generation? It's we're really staring down the black hole. So please consider anything that anyone brings in front of you and take it seriously, because it is deadly serious. Especially when I hear that just during the last comment, when Jeff and Travis said that some of the species might have not been overfished at all for the last 20 years. Now they're coming up with reports, which we knew 20 years ago. So it's tough for you to be in front of a number and say, see, oh, this fish is on 2.5% of historic levels. We need to shut it down. It's very hard for you to be able to say, no, we need to keep fishing. I totally understand that. And that's why I'm saying we need to change the stock assessment process, where you're not staring at that option. Basically, if you don't do this, you're going to get blamed for collapse of complete oceans dying. I understand that pressure. And if the stock assessment people were able to present you with the actual range, what they're working with, what they see, oh, it's not 50,000, it's between 40,000 and 200,000. Those are completely different numbers than you might be looking at during a process of setting allocations and everything like that, and setting up the management the proper way. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer anything.
Thank you. Let me see. Anybody have a question for Mr. Nojika? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Nojika, for being here in person and providing your thoughts. I think we have seen you try to get online a few times. And, I think everyone around the room shares technological shortcomings. So thank you for being here today. My question is actually a really simple one, which is just, it sounds like you have quite a bit written down, or you submitted a letter, but I'm not seeing it in the briefing book. So are you also providing written comment where we can review some of these thoughts?
I can. Right now, I kind of doodled it all together. I provided a comment. This was part of my comment to the president's executive order. So my letter was basically part of this, and I tried to adjust it to current situation, what we're trying to talk about here. But I'll be more than happy to provide maybe for the next meeting to get some more written suggestions. And I'm a slow typer. So it takes a long time for me to write anything. So I have to, one finger is not that fast as the whole hand, But I will be providing more information, and I would like to enlighten with a lot more of my ideas.
Thank you. One more question, Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just adding my thanks to you, Mr. Nozika, for the comments. I just want to note that I understand the GAP will be leading the effort to respond to the Catch Share Program review, which raised these very problems that you mentioned, the costs. And how do we do it? So I know you'll be engaged in that, and that's important. And you might not have been in the room this morning, but one of the social scientists working on this ecosystem review sent me some data and basically said that when you ask fishermen, what would it take for you to go find another job? Most people say, I would never choose another job. And then the next highest category is you'd have to double my pay. Pretty impressive that you're hanging in there. And we appreciate that, but we know we need to address those costs and get a viable income. So thank you so much for sharing those thoughts. I look forward to reading more of your comments.
Thank you. I have to tell you, I do have another job. And it does pay double, but I still do this. I can't do it now because I'm fishing, so, but I do. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. We had contemplating ending there for today, but we've got some time here. 6 o'clock isn't going to be a hard stop. Let's take 5 minutes, I think. People need to contemplate some of this, and then we might be able to get to action or at least have some discussion. So 5 minutes. All right, back to our seats, please. Just in case. All right, get back to business here. We've completed our reports and public testimony. Let's look at the task list here. And then that'll let us get into our discussion on that when we know what to do. So, three simple things: problem statement, range of alternatives for harvest policy and ABC and ACL. We can do that. Who wants to start the discussion here? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair Hessmer. I'm just stating for everyone to know that I have a motion when people are ready, but I don't want to cut off discussion. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to look and see if there's anything important prior to the motion. But as we know, there's discussion with the motion, so let's hear it.
Thank you. I move that the council adopt the problem statement in agenda item D4A, supplemental gap report 1, adopt the range of annual catch limit alternatives in agenda item D4A, supplemental gap report 1, and the EQMSY at SB 40 alternative in agenda item D4A, supplemental GMT report 1, and then request that the Northwest Fisheries Science Center to produce the analyses described in agenda item D4A, supplemental SSC report 1 for the adopted range of alternatives. These analyses will provide information on the risk of overfishing so that the SSC can recommend OFLs and ABCs for review at the April 2026 council meeting.
Thank you. I followed along. Everything on the screen appears accurate and complete. You agree?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I was quiet during the D2 discussion yesterday when we were discussing the widow assessment. I know that was significant for everyone involved in the process, and that the system overall took the task of evaluating the assessment very seriously. And I observed really good conversations between the scientists involved in the process and industry. There was a lot of civility through a hard discussion, and then there's just an expression of gratitude for the effort and seriousness that people took in the process. I think we're doing something here that would have been really helpful for a lot of species that we dealt with through time. We're not putting aside the scientific information, but we're working with the information that we have about the stock, and we're reaching for flexibility in acknowledgement of the real social and economic impacts of managing to the results of the assessment. And this is all consistent with National Standard 8. So again, National Standard 8 requires that conservation and management measures shall, in addition to preventing overfishing under National Standard 1 and using the best scientific information under National Standard 2, take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities, provide for the sustained participation of such communities, and minimize adverse economic impacts on such communities. The GAP report under this agenda item and several GAP reports in the trail of related agenda items reiterate that the default harvest control or the default harvest policy, sorry, I did it, will have major, it's late, sorry, will have major socioeconomic impacts for West Coast groundfish fishery participants and fishing communities. The alternative harvest control rule policies put forward in this motion let us consider balancing National Standards 1 and 2 with National Standard 8. So speaking directly to the motion, I accepted here in the motion the gaps, minor adjustments to the problem statement put forward earlier in the process, and these reflect or better reflect the time frame of the expected impacts, and then note that the impacts are not just economic but also social. And then for the alternatives, I've included the alternatives in the GAP report, which both which hold the the ACL amounts constant for both of the years that we're considering for the specification process. And then the additional alternative that is included in the GMT statement as well. So there's some minor differences between the alternatives, but I wanted to pick out the ones that hold catch constant across the 2-year period that we'll be looking at. And then the discussion in the SSC report talks about taking that constant ACL and analyzing the risk to overfishing across a 10-year period. So here in this case, we're not specifying an OFL and ABC now, but allowing that to come from additional analysis about the risk to overfishing that will come from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? And I don't think there are any questions. Discussion on the motion? Corey Niles.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I had a question. I didn't know if it's clarification, but just a question. And first, Aja, thank you for the motion. Just on the problem statement, my understanding is we can revise that, by the time we get to June if we learn more. There's no intent here to finalize that and not talk about it anymore. The reason I ask is it is a good problem statement. Just one sentence maybe at the end. I'm wondering if that's where we'll end up when we see the results of the analysis you're asking for. But yeah, just wanted to make sure there was the intent that we could continue talking about that problem statement as we see see the results come back here.
I'm open to adjustment if that's okay with the process, like future adjustment if we see results that we want to address with our alternatives. I'm open to adjustment in the future.
Thank you. And I think in some of our other processes, we've refined problem statements before we've gotten the final action. Other discussion? Looking carefully, I'm not seeing any hands. Corey Niles.
Just quickly, thanks. I think, Merrick challenged us to get out here by 6, and Asia took that challenge. So thank you for doing this. I'll keep it brief. Yeah, just thanks to everyone at the SSC for their thinking and setting this up for us in a different way, and for the Science Center's willingness to take up even more work on Widow. And yeah, thanks to the GAP and the GNT for their thoughtful. But yeah, I think we're setting up very nicely for a robust discussion in April and June. So thank you for the motion, Asia.
Thanks. Anything else? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I ditto what Corey just said. Thank you to Ms. Shamilo for leading us through this and all the people involved, trying to find a way forward to lessen some of the impacts from the Widow assessment. So we'll keep it short there.
Thanks. Anything else? Discussion? I see no hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Aisha? That was a very energetic aye. Turn it over to Jesse. Look back at our task list. Anything else to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While you did not adopt the range of alternatives for the overfishing limit, given the SSC's advice, that is all good. And you have completed your action for today. So we will work on getting this ready for just a few weeks from now in April. So you've met we're done at 5:53. So you met your target.
All right. Thank you. That will close out this agenda item. Before we recess for the evening, I'll look to Executive Director Burden for any comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very nice work today, everyone. And I have some new ideas about how to inspire process efficiency after this last agenda item. So thank you, Ms. Shumalo and others. Let's see, tomorrow we will come back. We're going to maintain our agenda sequence just because if we start to juggle that around too much, people get confused. So Tomorrow, we will start back up with D5, which is in season, and then proceed to habitat matters. We'll talk about that some more in the morning if case salmon needs to come up, but